interact, and listen to the luminaries of media on how they decode New India.
Following in the tradition of APJ Satya family, let us begin with lighting of the lamp.
May I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Professor Rajas Thankar, Professor Professor Ashok Ogra, Dr. Mithilesh Singh, Dr. Muinuddin, and Dr. Varna Tyagi, along with Dean of Journalism and Mass Communication, Professor Sanjay Erwal, to kindly come and light the auspicious lamp.
As the lamp spreads the light of knowledge, I request my talented friend Dashmeet Kaur to lend her melodious voice to this illuminating ambience.
हर तरफ हर जगह हर कहीं पे है हाँ उसी का नूर। हर तरफ हर जगह हर कहीं पे है हाँ उसी का नूर। हर तरफ हर जगह हर कहीं पे है हाँ उसी का नूर हाँ उसी का नूर। रोशनी का कोई दरिया तू है हाँ कहीं पे जरूर। रोशनी का कोई दरिया तो है हाँ कहीं पे जरूर। ये आसमां ये ज़मीं चांद और सूरज क्या बना सका है कभी कोई भी कुदरत क्या बना सका है कभी कोई भी कुदरत। कोई तो है जिसके आगे है आदमी मजबूर। हर तरफ हर जगह हर कहीं पे है हाँ उसी का नूर। इंसान जब कोई है राह से भटका किसने दिखा दिया उसको सही रास्ता। किसने दिखा दिया उसको सही रास्ता। कोई तो है जो करता है मुश्किल हमारी दूर। कोई तो है जो करता है मुश्किल हमारी दूर। हर तरफ हर जगह हर कहीं पे है हाँ उसी का नूर। रोशनी का कोई दरिया तो है हाँ कहीं पे जरूर हाँ कहीं पे जरूर। Thank you.
Thank you, Dashmeet. I also thank you, Vice Chancellor Sir and other honorable dignitaries.
Before we explore the landscape of New India, ladies and gentlemen, let us pay a tribute to our founder chancellor, Dr. Satyapal. He was an eminent industrialist, educationist, a philanthropist, and a freedom fighter who envisioned the APJ Satya Group and the APJ Education Society as the centers of innovation and excellence.
It was not easy to fill his shoes, but a worthy daughter, a humanitarian, entrepreneur, industrialist, and educationist performed this role successfully. Our Chancellor, Mrs. Sushma Paul Burlia, is carrying forward the legacy of Dr. Satya Paul, creating an enabling, empowering multicultural environment for students of tomorrow. Currently, she is based in US and unable to travel, but she joins us today virtually in paying a tribute to the living light of the university, Dr. Satya Paul.
A multidimensional personality, Mrs. Burlia has devoted her life to nation building with global footprints. She was the first woman to lead a multi-state apex chamber of commerce in India. She was the first woman in India to lead her own pharmaceutical company when not yet 30, and was the first woman entrepreneur of a major educational group in India.
Mrs. Sushma Paul Burlia has won numerous awards and accolades for her immense contributions towards academia and industry. She was felicitated by the Skill Tree Knowledge Consortium at the House of Commons, London, for her contribution to Indian education and industry. She was conferred the Hall of Fame Award by the Asian Leadership Awards, Dubai, and the prestigious Udyog Ratan Award.
She was also the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award for promoting education for social cause by ASSOCHAM, the Mahatma Gandhi Samman at the House of Commons, the ET Inspiring Entrepreneur of India by Economic Times, and recently recognized and honored as the most promising business leader of Asia by the Economic Times for demonstrating exemplary leadership qualities. Very recently, she has also received the Lifetime Achievement Award as part of Dainik Jagran's Iconic Award 2021.
Behind these awards, ladies and gentlemen, lies a passion that started at a very young age for her, and she continued right through. She is a voracious reader, a traveler, and a spiritualist. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce and invite the Chancellor of APJ Satya University, Mrs. Sushma Paul Burlia, to bless this event.
Honored dignitaries from the Parliament, honored dignitaries from the media, and of course, our media fraternity at large, our leaders, teachers, students, if I may just say, the extended APJ education, APJ Satya family. Or, in the words of Vivekanand, brothers and sisters. I'm delighted to be with you all, albeit virtually, at the third edition of the Media Festival after a series of pandemic-led lockdowns. I wish I could have been there with you personally, but regretfully, due to a rib injury, I'm having to join you virtually. As we all know, the Indian media and entertainment industry is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. In fact, as the fourth pillar of democracy, the media in our nation and the world has emerged and grown considerably. Like any other industry, it has had its own journey and evolution, of course, through different countries, different eras, including, of course, most recently, the pandemic. While many of us were confined to our homes during the lockdowns, media professionals were leaving no stone unturned to bring to us necessary information and critical issues. At our APJ Satya University School of Journalism and Mass Communication, while we leave no stone unturned to prepare our students professionally for the media world of today, it is also well aligned with the APJ Satya University's focus on a well-rounded education and transdisciplinary linkages, which have been put in place right from the inception and which paves the way for our graduates to understand myriad dimensions of the world around them and instills the necessary values in them for responsible reportage, as well as research, critical thinking, and critical analysis needed as journalists, amongst other things. The world has undergone a topsy-turvy phase in recent times, not only because of the pandemic challenges, but also because of natural disasters, growing international conflicts, and civil unrest. It is at times like this that we as human beings need to discuss mindfully and evolve for the future. Things may look complex, but we need to start with what is necessary, go on to doing what is possible, and soon we may find that we are doing the impossible. Indeed, it is a thriving media which keeps us updated on everything that is happening in the world around us. And resilience in media and its continued responsible growth is essential to the growth of the world. It is a laudable initiative by the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at APJ Satya University to come up with this edition and the framework of this media festival. It is especially a joyful celebration for us because along with this, we also celebrate the 10th years of the establishment of the school.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words.
Our Pro-Chancellor, Mr. Aditya Birlia, is very passionate about good journalism. In fact, he runs a foundation to encourage quality journalism. The Swaran APJ Journalism Foundation's mission is to selectively intervene in the journalism ecosystem to support quality. Selective intervention allows the foundation to have the maximum impact while not duplicating the efforts of others. The foundation is politically, philosophically, and ideologically agnostic and support the inclusion of thoughts and ideas from a diverse range of sources. The program of Swaran APJ Journalism Foundation is to provide strings-free grants to eligible journalists to pursue a story in long form to be published in any medium, print, video, or digital, which are positive in nature about India or any of its sub-regions. The foundation offers 4 grants a year of 3 lakh each distributed over 6 months.
We know the significance of such grants. Sir, we truly acknowledge and appreciate your support to quality journalism. Unfortunately for us, Mr. Birlia is not well and unable to join us today.
I am indeed delighted to introduce you now our distinguished Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj S. Dhankar. Professor Dhankar was previously CEO of APJ Education Society, Vice Chancellor at Maharishi University, Ansar University, and Amity University, Raipur. He has taught in several countries. He has taught in several universities abroad, such as University in California, Los Angeles, and Lakehead University in Canada.
He is a prominent leader and an institution builder who has been actively involved in teaching, research, training, and consultancy in the field of finance since 1977. He brings to the university his years of combined experience in progressive academic leadership, and administrative experience. He is the recipient of several awards, including the Best Vice Chancellor of the Year in 2016 and Haryana Ratan in recognition of his contribution to the welfare of society and institution building. Please put your hands together for Professor Raj S. Thankar.
Sir, you may come and take your time.
Well, good morning, everyone. Let me at the outset, on my personal behalf and behalf of APJ Satya University family, welcome you all from the bottom of my heart. I must congratulate and thank the School of Journalism led by Professor Sanjay Hirwal for organizing this very important event in the calendar of APJ Satya University. He has been very successful in doing it year after year after year. But for COVID, for last 2 years, it couldn't be done. We at the university are very fortunate to have Madam Chancellor Sushma Paul Barlia. Under her leadership, we all grow. We were fortunate to have her address just now. Somehow she couldn't make it, as she said. We are equally fortunate to have the very inspiring leadership of Aditya Barlia, a great thought leader, I thought. And of course, Nishant Barlia and Neha Barlia ji. It is because of this family over a period of 4 years that I am associated with, I think I have certainly found that without their able guidance and leadership, not only ASU, and I can extend my thought process to other institutions, we couldn't have reached where we are. At ASU, of course, we make our efforts, sincere efforts, but there is a long way to go. We'll continue to do so. There are gaps. Under Madam's leadership, we are trying to plug them. This conference, workshop, webinar, whatever you call, is very interesting to me, because what we are trying to do here is to decode New India. And when Sanjay the other day told me, I specifically asked him, what is the theme? He said, sir, decoding New India. And I couldn't find time, honestly speaking, but this morning I got up and try and put my thought together, because when you are coming to address, you need to put your thoughts together. And I kept on thinking and thinking as to what should I say. But the first thought which came to my mind is, it is not easy to decode a civilization and a country as old as India, because it has huge history, a complex one. We have been ruled by various foreign powers. And when you sort of look around the country, we have so many castes, dialects, languages, huge diversity. And the political spectrum under which our country operates is so complex, from north to south, east to west. When somebody attempts to decode a country like India, I think he would have a hard time. And then I'll further try and sort of get into it. I said, why it is hard? Then I found because of the contradictions that we have in this country. It is so hard. A country which was known for the best of the universities, Nalanda and Taxila in the past, come to a stage where we are not counted in the top 200 best universities of the world. It's a huge contradiction. A country in the 17th century used to have more than 20% share of the world GDP is hovering around 1% of the world GDP today. I thought it's a great contradiction. So you have to really stretch your imagination to decode India. And that's not enough. Also, I wonder how come, for instance, when you look at our constitution, from there I sort of try and look at the biggest contradictions. And even after 77 years of independence, we have not been able to narrow down those contradictions, despite following a democratic setup. We always believe that in a democratic setup, it's easier to remove contradictions, unlike a dictatorship regime. Our constitutions, for example, guarantees political equality. But we find that the percentage differential in voting rights between men and women is still ranging from 13 to 15% in the parliament level and 5 to 10% at the assembly elections level. A contradiction. Constitution provides us equal rights. Furthermore, although women participation in our assemblies and parliament have increased in the past, but still, after 77 years of independence, women remain a microscopic minority in these bodies. Isn't it a contradiction? Talking about role of polity in decoding India, I thought it is very important to analyze the functioning of our political parties. Otherwise, you can't decode India. Look at the families governed political parties. So many parties in our country, unlike US and Canada, so-called the best democracies. And then you have to go further down and analyze the leaders' mindsets, their attitudes, their beliefs and biasness. Otherwise, you can't decode India, new India. And some of you who have been around for a long period of time would reckon with this. Furthermore, I noted, when you look at the developmental administration, women's share in developmental administration, political system, diplomatic corps, and judiciary, even after 77 years, when our constitution gave them the equal opportunities, is less than 10%. We had, for a long, long time, women as our prime minister, but still, and president, of course, as well, a woman we have had, but still, the contribution and the percentage of power sharing is less than 10%. I thought it's the biggest contradiction here. You have to decode, you have to look at it. When I look at the economic side, women's economic contribution through, let's say, housework, which is unrecognized, value at 25 to 40% of GNP by an ILO estimate, but very much invisible and unpaid for. It's the biggest contradiction to me. When I spread my thoughts toward higher education as such, not higher education, again, Constitution guarantees equality of opportunity to all citizens, irrespective of race, sex, and caste. It directs the state to provide free and compulsory education to all citizens up to 14 years of age. However, we are far from achieving this goal. I thought it's the biggest contradiction. There's a huge disparity, as we all know, in the accessibility to education amongst boys and girls. Also, there is a regional disparity, and girls' dropout is very, very high. Not to mention the lack of accessibility of education to students coming from weaker sections, SC, ST, OBC backgrounds. Now, in Decoding India, if you don't look at this, you can't do a good job. We want to become a world superpower. You can't become a world superpower unless your education system is very strong. Your contribution to R&D of GDP is very high. In the world statistic ranking, if you look at, including even private sector now, the percentage of GDP or the total GNP, if you like, in the R&D is very, very low. Therefore, we have not been able, therefore you don't find our products around the world. Worst is the societal front. Look at the girl-child issue, for example. We have Special Marriage Act of 1944, Child Marriage Restraint Act of 1977, that makes marriage a secular institution restricted to adults above age of 18. But child marriage thrives even today in rural India. Despite our acts being enacted in parliament, we have this. It's a huge contradiction. Furthermore, on the societal front, women's share of earned income remain low at 25% as compared to 75% for men. 50% disparity. Women do not enjoy property rights equal to men in several states still. Although the Hindu Succession Act is pretty progressive and it ensures equality, but still it is not practiced across states as it should be. Women are also at a disadvantage in assessing credit, financial credit, usually in formal institutional credit form, which is not available. So how can you have growth and become a superpower when 50% population is being marginalized very consistently and with a strategy? When you look at the economy contradiction, I found that's really a springboard for inequalities. Again, as I said, we want to be a world superpower, but look at some of the statistics. And I must say that when we look at these numbers, we are really not happy. Top 30% of population have 71% share in the national income or consumption. while bottom 30% make do with only 12%. You can't become a superpower. And a huge contradiction. Half of our population, we used to say, live less than $1 a day. I can raise that figure up to 100 rupees now. But still, it's a reality in this country. When you look at the agriculture side, I was really surprised to see 15% of household own nearly 50% of cultivable land in this country. Only 15%. Such a concentration. And then you have a vast majority of people working as farm workers. And this trend, by the way, is increasing. More and more small farmers are becoming farm laborers. How can you become a superpower? And then you have the very poor education system in the country at the rural level. And more and more small farmers are becoming farm laborers. You have an issue at hand. So you have to look at that when you decode New India. Per capita income is another eye-opener, and as an indicator is very low, as we all know, but huge disparity in rural and urban India still we note. Looking at the political setup, although there are limits in election funding, but candidates in election, as we all know, in reality are spending several times more than what the election funding is stipulated. That's our New India. Although there are many more contradictions in our country, but lastly, let me mention that our constitution allows freedom of press. Since the School of Journalism, which is holding this seminar, I thought, let me look at the press. Our constitution allows freedom of press. And we enjoy to a good extent, that freedom. But governments over the years have attempted to gag the press and done very badly. And case in point, as we all know, is 1975 emergency case situation. So when you are decoding India, you have to look at various dimensions and parameters, be it economy, be it society, be it polity, be it women or education or whatever. Only then you can decode New India. Although there are certain positive contradictions also, I noted. Not many though, but in brief, I found that in the healthcare sector, we have shown to the world that we are capable of managing this world COVID-19 crisis, and we have done it with grace and our face being up and high. Some of the well-developed countries, some of the very rich countries couldn't do so, but we have done it. We have eradicated polio also in the healthcare sector. So we have, in brief, some positive developments as well. But by and large, we have these huge issues of contradictions. On the one hand, we tend to say we are doing very well, but on the other hand, we have major crisis. So in terms of decoding India, we have to really examine and analyze all those variables and factors. And then only you can really do justice with this thought today, which I'm very sure our eminent speakers, keynote speakers would really awaken us, enlighten us. I'm just flagging off some of the thoughts that I thought may be relevant. but we look forward to the wisdom of people who have worked for a long, long time in polity and journalism. And there's a long list of those eminent speakers here. With these words, I once again thank everyone who has joined today's seminar, and of course, thank Sanjay Ahirwal and school for organizing this very, very important seminar. Thank you so very much.
That was very enlightening, sir. We, as students of journalism, are regularly asked to check constitutional guarantees, be it women, children, or marginalized communities. The data you gave is what we use to write our reports. Also, Professor Dhankar has authored 6 books and 140 research papers. He's an eminent scholar, and we look forward to learning from him more.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request our Honorable Dean, School of Journalism and Mass Communication, to come and welcome our distinguished guests present here today. Sir, the time is yours.
Good morning. Okay, I was not supposed to be here right now. Okay, I was only supposed to give the vote of thanks. लेकिन मेरे गुरुजी की आज्ञा थी, ओगरा सर की, कि I should welcome all of you. So here I am. I am also, I have to appreciate this in front of all of you, that you know, a lot of people were not, they had something far more important than this to attend, but they have made time for our media festival, and I am absolutely grateful to you. Thank you so much. I will also I take this opportunity to thank all my panelists. They have started arriving. First one is here. Sanjay Majumdar is here. Thank you so much, Sanjay. And it's really crazy. I have to name Garg sir. Garg sir ने अपना चेंज कर दिया प्रोग्राम. अब बोला नहीं, मुझे यहाँ रहना पड़ेगा. Principals from APJ schools have come. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, sir. It's really fantastic. I welcome you all. This is your program. This is your house, and absolutely be comfortable. And thank you so much for coming. I just want to say that as far as journalism is concerned, for me, New India, Decoding New India is all about digital and social media. That's where media is happening right now, right? But we have had a fantastic legacy of journalism. Gandhi ji was a journalist, if you think of it. So was Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Bhagat Singh, in his own ways, was a journalist. But where are we now? What is this new India that our students have to decode? I was a journalist for 25 years. Left it, I am teaching now. And I'm teaching what I have learned. I'm teaching the way Mazi, my friend, Sanjay Majumdar, does his journalism, telling stories. He's from BBC. He's the managing editor of BBC, right? So that's the way I'm teaching my students. To tell the story from the ground, I encourage them to go out and do it. Report from the ground. Not sitting in air-conditioned office and having discussions after discussions. Call 5 people, have a discussion, have a heated discussion, your TRP is done. It's not about TRP, for God's sake. Many of you have now stopped watching television. Television news is absolutely gone. So where are you getting your news from? From your mobile phones. It's all digital now, right? So it's very important. And India is one of the biggest markets as far as mobile phones are concerned, especially smartphones. So everybody is getting news there, right? Now let me tell you that social media is now being used to disseminate news more and more, right? But is social media, what's coming on social media, is the news credible? Might not, especially what's coming on WhatsApp. Kindly don't trust it at all. खाली अपने परिवार की जो फोटोग्राफ आ रहा है ना, सिर्फ वही ट्रस्ट करिए प्लीज. न्यूज तो बिल्कुल ही मत ट्रस्ट करिए, because it's full of lies. Now, social media should be strengthened. But what is happening in my new India? And let me tell you, it is my new India and your new India, our new India. Yeah. That just in 2021, authorities in 34 countries around the world blocked internet 182 times. 182 times. Out of which, maximum was in India. Internet access here was blocked or disrupted. Out of those 182 times, 106 times. The next country was Myanmar, which has an army rule, right? Military junta. And that was 15 times only. 106 times internet was blocked in this country. So where is the free access? There is no free access to media or 106 was obviously the most in the world. Martin Luther King had said that history will have to record that the greatest tragedy of this period of social transition, and we are going through a social transition, aren't we? That is why we are trying to decode this new India. Social transition was not strident clamor of bad people. That's going to be there. Strident clamor is going to be there. But the appalling silence of the good people. We all are silent. And many of us are scared to say anything. That's a tragedy of New India. Right? While our mainstream media is distracted by hijab, halal, and azan. That's the mainstream media. India's labor force, which Sir was talking about, how do we become a 25 or 5 trillion economy, right? India's labor force shrank by 3.8 million in March. Unemployment rose across sectors. 76 lakh jobs were lost in industry, 41 lakh in manufacturing, and 39 lakh in construction. Which media was talking about it? Do we even know about it? ASM might be teaching it. Management might be teaching it. Teachers might be keeping a tab of these numbers. It's the job of the media to try and inform and educate. Prakhar, thank you. Thank you for making out time for us. Our alumni students are also coming. Lovely, lovely. Right? Now I was talking about halal, azan. These are the topics that every night, each and every mainstream channel just keeps talking about it. Just keeps talking about it. I hope, as I said, I was not supposed to be here, so I don't have a long thing prepared. I hope, I think Seema is out. We are waiting for Swapan Das Gupta ji because he's the first keynote speaker. And I don't want to bore you, but I just want, and this is especially for my students. I will quote Kabir. This is the time when everyone from all castes, creeds, religion are talking about their religion is the best. And many, many hundreds of years ago, Kabir had said, कांकर पाथर जोड़ी के, कंकड़ पत्थर जोड़ के मस्जिद लई चुनाए। आपने इतने बड़े बड़े पत्थर जोड़ करके आपने मस्जिद बना ली है। तो ऊपर मुल्ला बांग दे, मुल्ला वहां से खड़ा होके भी अगर बांग देगा तो क्या वो उसको लग रहा है क्या बहरा हुआ खुदा है? You don't need to. You don't need to have, these high mandirs and masjids. You don't have to. People are talking about loudspeakers. You don't need to have these loudspeakers. It's right here. It's right here. And Sopan is here. Good morning. Good morning. I was not supposed to be here, but filling in for you. Thank you, Sopan Das Gupta. It's lovely to have you here. Great, great. Okay. So it's certainly not necessary. Your God is right here. You don't need any loudspeakers. You don't need very, very high temples and very, very high masjid. Kabir said it many, many centuries ago. And there's another one. There's another one. Pahan puje hari mile, to main puju pahad. पत्थर को अगर आप पूज करके अगर आपको भगवान मिल जाता तो पहाड़ है मेरे सामने, मैं तो पहाड़ को पूज रहा होता, पत्थर क्यों पूजूं? मैं पहाड़ को पूज रहा होता। ताते चाकी भली, इन सब चीजों से तो चक्की भली है, पत्थर की बनी होती है। कम से कम पीस खाए संसार, उससे लोगों को रोटी मिल जाती है उससे। ये है कबीर, अपने देश का कबीर, जिसने हमें सिखाया था कि धर्म जो है वो सबका अपना होता है, सबके अंदर होता है। धर्म को सड़क पे नहीं आना चाहिए। ये कतई किसी के दिमाग में नहीं होना चाहिए कि उसका धर्म खराब है। आपका धर्म उतना ही अच्छा है जितना उसका धर्म है। खुदा, भगवान, जीसस सब एक ही है, सब एक है। धर्म के नाम पे कोई कैसे किसी की जान ले सकता है? So we don't, while decoding New India, we should think about it. That let's not look down upon anybody's religion. We should respect all religions, all of them. We should respect humanity. That's the most important thing. And especially for you journalism students, you will go out on the ground. You will get stories. Don't worry, this too shall change. Nothing remains forever. Change is constant. You come to me and you ask me, and many of you have asked me, sir, when we go out in the field, when we go out for our jobs, they will not allow us to do journalism. This too shall change. Remember what we are giving you. Value education is very important. And the only value that I can give you is respect all religions. Respect all religions, and you'll be fine. Respect humanity. Go out and report what needs to be reported and what needs to be seen by others. All of you. That's very important. Thank you. I don't want to keep Sopan waiting for very long. Thank you so much. As I told you, I had not prepared anything. I was not supposed to be here. I have cogged from my vote of thanks. So you might have a different vote of thanks, but thank you so much for all being here. I welcome you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for these eye-opening words. We will always remember your teachings.
We learn how to decode news. Every visual has a hidden meaning. Every written word could be rewritten differently. We learn all this. We hope to put it to good use when we enter the industry of journalists, as journalists.
But we want to know if there is a scope for ethical journalism left.
Coming to the agenda of the day, decoding New India. How do we understand it? Through Digital India, Make in India, Swachh Bharat, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, or through NRC, CAA, farmers' protests, and increasing communalism. As students of journalism, we look forward to today's media icons for clarity of thought and issues.
It is time to introduce our first guest for the day. He is an author, a renowned journalist, and is currently serving as Member of Parliament in the Rajya Sabha. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Padma Bhushan awardee, the recipient of third highest award in India, Mr. Swapan Das Gupta. He has authored books like The Awakening Bharat Mata and The Ayodhya Reference, and held editorial positions in publications like The Times of India, The Indian Express, and The Statesman, to name a few. A Padma Bhushan winner stands before us today. I expect a huge round of applause. Sir, can you please come?
This has to be. You want to sit?
No, it's okay. No, I understand. We have questions.
One or two? Yeah,
Little more.
little more? Yes, absolutely. Fantastic. Yes. Okay. We need more light on his face. That is why we have, please, all yours. Sir.
Thank you. Can I put this down? a little?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Someone's left their phone. Well, thank you very much for sparing your Sunday morning to attend this, and I'm grateful to PJ Stia. Is that how you pronounce it? Acha, Satya. It's a bit PJ Satya University for their inviting me for their festival on Decoding New India, and I was slightly puzzled that you want to start decoding the new India by decoding the man who is at the helm of the entire project of New India. So I was told you have to decode, I should try and decode Narendra Modi. The assumption behind it, obviously, is that Mr. Modi is caught up in some very encrypted code, which needs some intelligent deciphering. That's not a very good publicity after 7 years as Prime Minister. If you have to have a seminar which has to, get into what the algorithms of Modi are. But I think I can understand why this is so, because to a very, very large extent, and I'm saying this with all humility as well as some sense of responsibility, that the media coverage, and the media coverage is what most people depend on when they try to come to grips with any human being, with any public personality, etc. The media coverage on Narendra Modi has unfortunately been shrouded with a colossal measure of ignorance. Most people have a Modi in their mind, and then they try to fit the facts to suit that impression. And the reason for this is also quite apparent. Modi is not a person who is likely to develop a bonhomie with journalists. He had some sort of interaction while he was a general secretary of the BJP. He had some sort of an interaction with journalists when, to some extent, he was the chief minister of Gujarat. But after he became prime minister, that has more or less ceased. So to some extent, that is a self-created problem of Mr. Modi. Now, I've had the good fortune, or call it whatever you want to, of having known this man personally in a very close sort of way for over 3 decades. right from 1991. It was almost around this month that in 1991 that I first got to know him in Ahmedabad. And we've maintained a close contact ever since then. So to some extent, I can give you certain insights which may help in processing this information. It's not necessarily that this is going to be the last word on the subject. There may be others who have other perspectives on it. But the important thing about Mr. Modi is that there are two facets in public life for him. One is there is the public Modi. And there is, I wouldn't call it private, but the Modi who operates in committee rooms, who operates in offices, who operates through the files, etc. I'm only focusing on the official role. So it's important to keep these two facets in mind. The public Modi is a great orator. He has always been a compelling speaker. He has a natural way with words. He speaks at least two languages very, very fluently. He speaks Hindi fluently. He speaks Gujarati fluently. I recall going with him once to Tamil Nadu in 1995, 6, so I forget the exact date. It could be any time. And normally in Tamil Nadu, when a Hindi speaker addresses a gathering, there is a simultaneous translation by someone. So normally one party worker comes in, translates it for him or her in Tamil. Modi spoke and the translator stepped in. And the crowd, what was astonishing, and this was a meeting which was a meeting which had been called by Vaiko. And what was astonishing is that the crowd said, no, 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 let him speak. How much they understood or not is another matter altogether. But what was very, very revealing to me was that they liked the certain flow and fluency of the whole exercise, and everybody understands smattering of Hindi. So that's one of his great points. Now, what he speaks is again can be divided into two parts. One is when he speaks of official functions, where there is a broad script. It's not that he reads it, but there is a broad script which he does not normally deviate from. And the more combative aspects of it, of his speaking, are sometimes reserved for two things. One is Parliament, where in the occasions where he replies to a debate, he is quite forthcoming and quite savage sometimes on whoever has attacked him. But that is what Parliament is meant to be. So there's nothing unusual in that. It follows a certain norm. The other point is election speeches. And if you notice that the combative aspects of Modi can all be given in those, can all be encapsulated in those 2 months or whatever it is of campaigning each time. And each year we have some campaign or the other. So that's the Modi which we see in front of people. That's the Modi which is on public view and on journalistic view. And that becomes the subject of dissection analysis. Understandable, perfectly understandable. A little while ago, your director, I think, was talking about whether it's possible to do journalism today. I think it's possible to do journalism. The problem is people don't do journalism. So there's a difference between the possibility and availability. No, not allowed to is a subjective one. You see, if you bank yourself entirely, if your primary source of information is Twitter, you will come across a particular form of journalism. I call it lazy journalism. Prior to this, normally, and I'm going back to a pre-television age, or when Doordarshan was the only channel available, and Doordarshan was never a reliable or an exciting channel in its ever. Those days, people used to invest a lot of their time and energy in cultivating people. Seema's nodding her head in great approval, because only a fraction of what you knew would you actually put down on paper. But that entirety was very, very valuable in understanding the whole phenomena. The point about bite journalism is that, people come, what is your reaction to? You fill in the gaps. Every day. It's a colossal bore. But if, on the other hand, in these private debriefings, which were basically off the record, etc., you broke the rules of the game and you wrote it, then you'd never know again. That trust, which is built up over years, decades, in fact, has been, and it cuts across political parties. Today, someone who's down may be up tomorrow, and vice versa. That sense of investment in the background, how a person thinks. So you can almost anticipate at times, this is what they're going to do. That's the thing. And I think that part of journalism has receded into the background because of this overwhelming overdependence on getting a bite. So that seriousness has been. So I'm just referring to this because how a person decides, their mind, how it works, you can anticipate. In the case of Mr. Modi, there is a marked similarity. Of course, there are important differences also. There is a marked similarity between how he operated as Chief Minister of Gujarat and how he operates as Prime Minister. And let's look at some of these facets. And since we're talking about decoding the man, the first important thing is that Mr. Modi is very shy, almost hesitant and reluctant to divulge or carry out a public conversation. When I'm talking about a public conversation, I'm talking about policy conversation. A policy conversation in the outside world. He once explained to me that one of the biggest, and this was in 2014 when we were talking about the media strategy, and he said one of the biggest problems of the UPA government of the past 10 years under Manmohan Singh was that lot of the agreements and disagreements and everything were fought in public. Now, in the formulation of a policy, there are many drafts. We all know that. Never is a policy foolproof on the first day. These are dissected at every stage, fine-tuned, some are rejected, some are reintroduced, all sorts of, some are tested to see what sort of reaction it will get. This is an entire elaborate process. Now, if any part of that process gets leaked into journalism, into the public domain, the whole process of decision-making gets stalled. Now, this is a very practical way I can explain this. So therefore, why this obsessive leak proofing, waterproofing of the system? You will get to know various things, but you will not get to know how the decision was arrived at. And that decision may have been arrived at through a very convoluted, complex process. So this is one of the first things we've got to learn about Mr. Modi's style of functioning and how it relates to journalism, and why a lot of the media houses feel that, you know, you're not being allowed to do journalism. There's a logic. Yes, bland information is being served, but the bigger information will come when the decision is finalized. Now, is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? It's terrible for journalists, because the masala stories are no longer available. It's terrible for journalists. I concede that point totally. But is a nation run for journalism? That too is a question we need to ask ourselves. I believe that journalists think they are, that it is run for journalists, but the reality is somewhat more complicated. Secondly, there is a view that here is a man who tolerates no dissent. And this is a view which has come about based on the fact that in the RSS of old, there used to be one command, and that command used to get transmitted down the line right to the lowest rung. So there was no scope for questioning. Yes, there is that culture in the RSS as well. But I can tell you one thing. I'll give you a small anecdote. It was in 2012-13. There was a think camp which had been organized in Jaipur, which involved the top brass of the RSS, and it also included Mr. Modi, who was then Chief Minister of Gujarat. And some of us who right from 2009-10 were intent on promoting him to the, and I say this quite openly, absolutely to the national stage, and assuming and taking over the reins of leadership after Mr. Advani. We went to one of the topmost functionaries of the RSS. I don't want to put any names onto it. And we were talking about Modi in private, in a small huddle, 1 or 2 people. And he said, "Bhai, Narendra Bhai to, in terms of talent, you can't beat Narendra Bhai. But उसका एक समस्या है, हर चीज में तर्क करता है. He is argumentative. He wants to argue every point. And that, in that RSS culture, struck a lot of people as very odd. That here is a man who comes out of there, has worked as a full-timer, has undergone that discipline, but yet his instinctive approach is he must argue. I personally can tell you a few things. Number one is that in the process of decision making, there is nothing Modi likes better than a contrary view. A contrary view, and a lot of bureaucrats who serve there. You see, earlier the bureaucrats were the ones who used to leak. Who were the main leakers of information in the past? Everybody knows that. It's the biggest open secret. How have they suddenly stopped leaking? Why? Because there is a certain element in the discussion process, in the entire evolution of a policy process, where they can have a full say. Oh, some of them couch it in very polite language. Some of them are still a bit diffident. They are sometimes in overawed of the man himself. Those things are there. But overall, the dissection Absolutely. Yes, last night there was a certain problem which I had to deal with. I mean, not deal with, I had to. So the minister said, look, I took a personal decision on this. I've put, it's a risky one, but I've signed it. He said the secretary of the particular department said, sorry, sir, I've got 4 months left. My pension will get stopped. So here the suggestion to him was, why don't you take leave tomorrow so you don't have to sign this? That was agreeable, you know, a very classic Indian solution to a complicated problem. But the important thing which I'm again getting at is that the suggestion that you've created a culture where nobody can say no is, to my mind, good propaganda, but a bad reflection of reality. India is too complicated a place for one view to prevail. And a one view is not something which necessarily is always the right view. If you take the Aadhaar card, I think it's a very example of that. If you recall, during the 2014 election, a lot of questions were being asked about the Aadhaar card, mainly about the data storage. I think people had a lot of apprehensions. Some were political apprehensions, but there was some legitimate apprehension. And after Nandan Nilekani stood as a candidate for the Congress in Bangalore South, there was always the question, there's an oversimplified, people can make, you know, their professional competence or otherwise is often judged according to people's voting intentions. So there was this. Now, immediately after the results, he gave a presentation, and Modi wanted that presentation for Aadhaar, where the full ramifications of what is possible, what are the problems, what has to be addressed, etc., were all discussed. And as a result of that meeting, and it's a meeting which not too many people were participants, maybe 10, 12 people were participants. Again, an entire policy. Now today we know that one of the central facets of the entire Indian state is now based on the Aadhaar system, including the manner in which we tackled COVID. I mean, can you imagine how difficult it would have been had COVID? But it stemmed from that openness to this idea. And one of the things which I think is very important to stress is that what Modi privately keeps telling, he says, I don't have to do a single new thing. He said there are lots of projects, lots of plans, which were all there ready, which hadn't been implemented for the lack of political will. And therefore, when we look at this whole issue of what Modi does and what Modi doesn't, and whether he's a right-wing man with horns or he doesn't, people have those views, and that's part of life. In terms of first try and understand the man, the system which he's running, and then come to your conclusions. Berate it if necessary, praise it if possible. Don't have any views if also is permissible. So as far as journalism is concerned, try and understand some of the background, some of the methodology, and the man. And the man, when he works in a system, is often different from the man who's there on public view. I think I've sort of spoken quite enough, but I just wanted to give a certain background in this whole process of decoding the Prime Minister. But I'm sure I've left some things unaddressed, and I'd be happy if there are questions. That's why I said I'd love to.
We are now open for questions. So if anyone would like to ask Mr. Sopandas. I don't think we have to be shy about it.
First one. Raise hand, loud, no.
Well, that's very unusual for.
Yes, but it does this
So the first question is asked by Dhairya.
Hello, sir. So we read in textbooks that media is supposed to be a watchdog, but in reality now it has been reduced to mouthpiece of the ruling party. So what's your take on this?
Well, I don't know textbooks. I've never read a single textbook as far as media is concerned, because I've never started. I have a personal view that media is something which you learn on the job. That you basically have a sense of awareness. But anyway, I understand that there are lots of theories and things which have now come about. Lapdog of the ruling party, how? The Ashutosh is sitting there. No? Very few. Now, if he is very few, so the inability of Ashutosh to convince people to that he is right has become a liability of the system. So, criticism, why is it lapdog of ruling party? You know, there are a lot of distortions in this media. I operate quite a lot of times in Kolkata. Now, in Kolkata, which unfortunately, Eastern India has somehow become something which almost seems to fall off the map. Assam has made a dramatic recovery, and the Northeast has made a dramatic recovery. But Bengal somehow blunders on. There, the influence of the state government advertisements on the print publication is profound. There we had a situation where one owner of a newspaper was told by the local ruling party that he must give up. Those sort of things happen, and they are there. So it's not a completely, totally free society, as I would say. There are many, many distortions which are there. And those distortions are something which, even when I was a journalist and I had to write those unsigned editorials, we knew very well that there were some holy cows. Everyone knew that there were holy cows, that you don't do this and that. Life. It's not the perfect world, but it's not as bad as you think.
Do we have anyone else?
We just spoke about that 9 o'clock news channels are not real journalism. But what our youngsters are exposed to today is only that. How would you correct them? How would they know that this is not what journalism is all about?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That, you know, it's traumatic to watch the 9 o'clock news. And the reason for it, there might be various reasons for it. One of the reasons for it is basic cost cutting. To actually get news is an expensive proposition. To ferret out news, you have to invest. Someone has to go in a taxi. Two cameramen will have to go with you. I'm talking about television. You have to invest, you have to know the local people, etc., etc. So that it's a costly process. If you're cutting back on news gathering, what's the second easy solution? You put 4 people here, let them go on. Let them shout at each other. And with Zoom and all that, it's now easy, even more. It's even less expensive. You don't even have to get the taxi to get them into the studio. So this was the compulsion. Now, I remember once in the early days of competitive television being sort of, and there was a bit of an acrimonious exchange I had with. Those were the days when I used to go for these shows. I don't anymore. There was a bit of an acrimonious exchange. Then at the end of the show, I apologized to the producer. I said, I'm sorry, this has turned out to be worse than I actually expected. He said, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. Again, when Ashutosh talks, he's been in that medium for a long time. He would know whether you have to get the highest rating, you have to cater to the lowest common denominator of it. That is the question which I really want to know. And therefore, whether anything which is served in a more intelligent and a more rounded sort of way doesn't draw crowds, or that doesn't draw audiences. And I think that really is the answer to, not an answer, but an explanation to the question which you asked.
Yeah, I had one question. You mentioned about here, Abhinandan Sekhri.
Yeah, oh, hi.
So, you write about the holy cows. It's, in fact, I had my first raid in my office during the UPA time, 2 more since in the last 8 months. And even I was News Track in the 90s, this holy cow problem was there. And I know my generation of journalists is doing stuff about it, whether it's revenue models, pushing for structural change. So is there anything we could learn from you and your generation of journalists when the holy cows were there? What was the pushback that you guys did that you think could be emulated by today's journalists? Or did your generation just accept it? Like you said, it's life, so you just accept it as life.
Well, I think by and large, I think we accepted it. When you joined an organization, it was quite clear within the first few months, if you had your sharp antenna, that was the holy cow. And I know even in writing columns, I always take something which the American journalist Jack Anderson once said. He said, it's better to lose an argument than lose a column. So sometimes pragmatism, I'm sorry, I know we are not, I mean, unless the disagreement is so fundamental and profound, ethical perhaps. I don't know, in my life, I haven't come across such things in the past. So there's little percentage in being a martyr. Sounds good, but either you want to practice journalism or you become a martyr. And your martyrdom will be forgotten in 5 days' time. A very dear friend of mine who has made a life for himself in various facets of journalism. He started off his life as a business journalist. And I used to always have this unending battle with him. I said, look, business is not a conspiracy. And to him, business was always a conspiracy. So it's also what you were expecting. Otherwise, write books. Do your own YouTube channel. The options are there. The options are multiplied. Thanks to the availability of technology. It's all there. Which I know a lot of my friends who are holy cows in journalism have now moved to marginal roles in YouTube. They manage. So options are always there.
Yeah, someone here. Right. Hi. My question is, you've already talked about options for youngsters. How do we train our young journalists, budding journalists here, not to get scared of organizations like the CBI, like the income tax, like the ED, or for that matter, Home Ministry, and not get scared to join, organizations like NDTV, NewsClick, and the Quint? How do we train them for that?
Why should they personally get scared of income tax? Is their income that high? I mean, journalism's come a long way. I would have thought that someone who's just starting off wouldn't have really made it to the income tax bracket as yet. But no, seriously, there is absolutely nothing which would say that these are organizations whose main purpose is to intimidate the media. And I expect that when journalists are talking about, they are talking about a professional relationship of ferreting information from these people. That I don't think is ever, I mean, sometimes you can get good information, sometimes these people leak like anything. They're the one organization of the thing, and they leak, and their preparatory work is still very shoddy. That means if they find 10 notes in someone's thing, they'll say 100. That's a pattern which you've seen now, and it can be easily discounted. But there is another problem. And this is a problem which in the past we used to encounter when we used to go to districts. We used to find that every district had a local newspaper. And invariably, that local newspaper used to be owned by the real estate agent. Invariably, I mean, or something, he's got a little mine somewhere. So the media to him was an extension of the security agency which he used to employ. That became his cover. That became his protective shield. And we found this a lot of things, that there was a certain belief that being in the media gave you an automatic immunity. When that question was challenged, and it's not it's not this government which has challenged it, earlier governments have challenged it, but selectively. Everyone has used this thing selectively. So that's at the root of this entire fear and unreal fear of the ED or the CBI. But as ordinary journalists, apart from one chit fund case in Bengal, I haven't seen that journalists have really suffered as a result of it. I don't know. In Bengal, we've had 3 of us journalists, top-ranking editors who've served about 3 to 4 years in jail for offenses which can be called, financial misdemeanor. But it has nothing to do with journalism. Yes.
And then you know exactly how it was even when we were that okay, certain things are holy cows don't touch. So if you do that, media house, I mean, it's not that the journalists will get it, it's the media house.
Look.
So they lose their job.
No, Seema, the point is that every editor worth their salt knew exactly what to print and what not to print. It used to be said about the owner of a tabloid which used to come out in Bombay many years ago. And there was a very colorful editor, and he had a rate: 500 to print, 5,000 to not print. We'll leave, posthumous tales are not told.
So many channels. So sitting at home, we are really confused and really very scary situation as well. So you better keep on reading the newspaper.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it depends on your own orientation. It depends on what you like. I don't watch television news anymore. I don't think I get any information out of it. I get a lot of new faces, some who shout, some who don't shout, whatever it is. But the subjects which they pick up also are completely trivial in my view. So
TV and that medium is so has become the credibility is lost. So where then as a citizen get my correct information?
see, whether you get a correct information or not, I cannot say, but at least what we have today, amidst all this noise and information overload, is that we have real choice. It was not ever possible 30 years ago. I mean, if you lived in a small town, you had to wait for the dark edition of that newspaper to land up there sometime in the afternoon. And the dark edition used to be a third-rate edition. Now, technology has made it possible for us to access more or less not only national, but international. And through that, we get a sense, if we so seek it. I think to that extent, choices have been far more widespread today than they ever were. So that's a plus point. And choices have also meant that opportunities have come up. Opportunities have expanded much more. But opportunities also necessarily means that journalists shouldn't do what one of them did to Indrajit Gupta. Indrajit Gupta was one of the stalwarts of the Indian Parliament. Communist Party, he's been a member of Parliament since about 1957. Then in the final years, he became Home Minister for a short while under, I think it was Devegowda's time. So they went up to him with a mic and things like that, and whatever the comment was and whatever the subject was, and then said, "And sir, what is your name?" Designation. Yeah, designation. So that when you ask a question, please know the background of the issue. If you ask a question about parliamentary procedure, have some elementary knowledge about what is permissible and what is. So that the opportunities must be tailored to a certain background, robust background information which you do. I think that is my suggestion to all budding journalists. And finally, one more suggestion which I have to every budding journalist here, especially those who are into print. Please organize your thoughts. There's nothing worse than a shoddy copy where you don't know what is the main point and what is the subsidiary point. That discipline of writing, or even when you're commenting on a microphone or whatever, that discipline, think first about what you're going to say, then say it. And it only requires 2 to 3 minutes of thought. That would be my humble advice to all of them.
Thank you very much, sir. Restricted by a time frame, we won't be taking any more questions. And thank you, sir. Your presence here is of much value to us. And we know that you're a man of many commitments, and yet you took time for us budding journalists and our distinguished guest to say your words of wisdom. And therefore, to present our token of appreciation on behalf of the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, I would like to call upon Professor Dhankar on the stage to present our token of appreciation.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We can go in the video. Please, यहाँ से, please. More. You're not going anywhere. Please, please. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Now it's time for a 10-minute break. I would like to request all of you to move towards the lounge. Tea is served. We will be resuming here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Tea, please. Now the stuff is here, please, somebody should be here.
Center. Avijit sir.
क्या बात कर दी आप लेके देखो फोटो तो यहाँ से लो ना फोटो ये तो ये कम नहीं हुई कि लाइट थोड़ा थोड़ी कम कर दो
Not yet. One second. Thanks. Are you reading from this as well?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please. Yes. is yes. You have to say who? Huh? Abhinandan Sekhar.
No, I'm nervous.
Why?
Look at him now.
Why? He's such a cool person. You should be thinking of him as just another person. You met him at college or whatever.
Okay.
I'm pretty certain if you call him Abhinandan, he won't mind. I mean, just isn't it too much? AS, just like KV. There should be a mic off for him. We are live already. What? No, he just asked me to bring the guest up till the middle of the stage for the token of appreciation.
We request everyone to kindly settle down.
May I request everyone to maintain silence? We are starting.
Welcome back to the Media Festival 2022. It is an honor to introduce a journalist who does not mince his words. He is controversial, he is bold. He is a former editor-in-chief of The Hindu, and if you have still not guessed it, he is a founding editor of The Wire. Presenting Mr. Siddharth Varadarajan. An alumni of the London School of Economics and Columbia University, he has also taught at New York University for several years, a recipient of Ramnath Goenka Journalist of the Year Award 2010. Mr. Varadarajan has also received the Shorenstein Journalism Award for his outstanding reporting in promoting freedom of press in the Asia-Pacific region. In 2020, he received the prestigious Deutsche Welle Freedom of Speech Award for his reporting on the pandemic. Please put your hands together for Siddharth Varadarajan.
That's good.
So you can send me.
That's good. I prefer it. Standing is better. Right. So it's now, there's no clock, 12:32 by my watch. I will speak for 10, 15 minutes. How long does the session go on till? Organizers? Sure, half an hour will go very fast. Okay, so the topic given to me is the media in sync with New India? And I think this is a mischievous topic because it raises the question of what is New India? It raises the question of what is media? So I thought I would present to you 7 or 8 stylized facts that say something about both New India and media. And then we can decide if media is in sync with what India is today, and whether there is in fact a case to be made for looking at the media not as a homogeneous entity, but as a heterogeneous entity, and so on. So I'll begin with the first fact, which is a comment on both media and New India. So I'll start with Siddique Kappan, journalist from Kerala, writes in Malayalam, has been in jail for more than a year now. Why? Because he was attempting to write a story on the gang rape and murder of a young woman, Dalit woman in Hathras, Uttar Pradesh. We have gotten used to people being booked, arrested, incarcerated for stories that they have done. This also should not be happening. But Siddique Kappan's case is unique because he is a journalist booked for writing a story that he has not even written yet. And if you read the police charges against him, it would not take any judge more than 5 minutes to conclude that this is complete nonsense. There is no case. Yet it's been more than a year, he's been unable to make bail. And sadly, and now I come to fact number 2, he's not the only one. Sajjad Gul, Fahad Shah, 2 Kashmiri journalists, you may know of them or not have read about them, have both now spent more than a couple of months in jail. Like Siddiq Kappan, charged under the anti-terror law, also charged with sedition. This time, at least, the saving grace is that they have done some stories and done some tweets, which the police in J&K consider a terrorist offense. Unlike in Siddiq Kappan's case, a judge made bold to give Fahad Shah bail. And no sooner did he get bail than he was promptly rearrested, this time under the Public Safety Act, which does not require to be presented before a court. There's no question of getting bail. So the arrest of journalists, some for stories they've done, some for stories they've not done. The filing of criminal cases during the pandemic, I believe News Laundry ran a story. We also had a similar count. More than 55 reporters around the country from literally every corner, booked, in some cases arrested, in some cases briefly imprisoned, detained for journalism that they had done that was critical of the government's response, and not just the central government, different state governments during the pandemic. So exhibit number 2, I would like to present to you in our discussion on media and New India is Zubair Ahmed, reporter, freelance reporter in Port Blair, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, arrested by the Port Blair police for a tweet that he put out in which he asked the police, why have you quarantined a family in Port Blair simply because they spoke on the telephone to somebody who had COVID? Ridiculous, right? This was a story reported in the local papers, I think the Sentinel or the Chronicle, Andaman Chronicle. He simply tweeted a question to the cops based on that story. He got booked under the Epidemic Diseases Act, under the Disaster Management Act, under God knows what. It took him more than a year before the Calcutta High Court, which has jurisdiction over Port Blair, agreed that this was entirely nonsensical and the FIR got quashed. There are lots of reporters who are still waiting for their FIRs to be heard and quashed. We at The Wire have several. I have many personally against me, but I'm not the story today. Fact number 3, Jahangir Puri demolition, journalists riding on top of the bulldozer. So if you're a reporter, if you're a journalist covering government action, you can either decide that you will cover the story, look at the legality, the laws, the impact of the demolition on the people whose lives are being uprooted, look into whether the government has a case or not, whether they've been served, whether this is something done under due process. So you can either choose to do that, and thankfully the majority of Indian journalists, and we should always bear this in mind when we make sweeping comments about the media, the majority of reporters who went there did their job. But some people sat on the bulldozers and said, wo kyun nahi toda, ye kyun nahi toda, as if the whole thing is some kind of tamasha, and then others are tweeting about how there's growing demand for bulldozers in India, ha ha ha. So that is also New India, that is also media. And I suppose you would conclude that that media, which sits on top of the bulldozer, is very much in sync with New India. The rest of us may not be. Fact number 4, Jignesh Mevani, not a journalist, but bear with me for a second. He tweets about 10 days ago. Now, tweet is also media, social media, and under the IT rules, under the government's current approach to the IT Act, as elaborated by the Minister of State for IT, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, there is a general approach that the government has of treating all of this as media. So I'm going to consider this as media as well. So Jignesh Mevani tweets. Broadly speaking, the tweet, which is in Hindi, is an appeal with a little bit of snark and attitude, appeal to Narendra Modi to intervene to restore peace and communal harmony in Gujarat. He also, in the course of this tweet, calls Narendra Modi a Godse worshipper. Now, you can argue about the merits or demerits of that, whether he should have said such a thing or not. If the aggrieved person, in this case, Mr. Modi, felt that he was unfairly called a Godse worshipper, the recourse to him as a citizen or as a non-citizen, anybody in India, the recourse to him is under defamation law. God knows, as journalists, we are constantly being dragged to court, so we know a thing or two about defamation. And Mr. Modi had every right to take Jignesh Mevani to court under either civil defamation or, and I don't like criminal defamation, but it's on the books, Mr. Modi could have invoked that. Under criminal defamation, arrest is not possible. You only have the possibility of going to jail after you are convicted. I know because I have criminal defamation cases pending against me, and I haven't spent a day in jail yet. But Mr. Modi chooses not to file defamation cases. I wish he would. I wish a Prime Minister of India would say loudly and boldly that it is defamatory to say that anybody is a Godse worshipper. He should say that. But he didn't. Instead, the police from Kokrajhar, on the basis of a complaint filed by a representative of New India, BJP corporator or a legislator of some kind, they go all the way to Gujarat. I don't know if they even bothered to secure transit remand from a local court as is mandated by law. They ignore the fact that there is a Supreme Court ruling. Again, I'm the beneficiary of this because there is a very clear Supreme Court ruling that if you are charged with offenses which carry a prison term of less than 7 years, then you cannot be arrested. Okay, so the cases against me, many of the cases against reporters under the Disaster Management Act or even 153 or 295 do not go beyond 7 years. Hence, the cops, even though they file these cases to harass us, have so far not moved to arrest. There's a very clear law on this, but the Assam cops go all the way to Gujarat. They bring him to Kokrajhar, and he's produced before a magistrate who denies bail in the first instance. But when there is a hearing before the Sessions Court, the judge quickly concludes that there is no case and he grants bail. As soon as he's given bail, he's promptly arrested on the charge of having interfered with and molested, quote unquote, a policewoman while in police custody in a police vehicle, and produced before a court, promptly remanded for 5 days. Yesterday, in one of the most amazing judgments I've seen from a Sessions Court, and we should also recognize that that is India, whether it's New India, whether it will be allowed to remain in New India, I don't know. But this is India and we applaud it. The judge not only granted Jignesh Mevani bail, but said that the charges against him were fabricated in order to keep Mevani in detention. And essentially appealed to the Guwahati High Court to consider his judgment as a PIL in order to curb ongoing police excesses. Now, one may well respond, if I were so inclined, to say that, well, the fact that such a judge could give such a judgment means that all is well. Perhaps it is. It worked out well for Mevani in the end. Sadly, and we know this, the judge is the exception. The SP, Kokrajhar, who authorized this entire illegal operation, is the norm. That is New India. Sadly, it was also part of old India, but it's very much part of New India, and they have a free rein. Once in a while, their abuse of power is called out. But the issue is Mevani, the whole crime begins, so-called crime begins with a tweet. A tweet that cannot possibly be considered a criminal offense the way in which the police try to define it. The only offense that is disclosed, if at all, and that's up to Mr. Modi to file, would be defamation. He didn't do that. That should have been the end of the matter. So if tweets are going to be criminalized, if news reports are going to be criminalized, and I wanted to present my next exhibit only because it's so recent. I got an email yesterday from Twitter, which said that we are bringing to your attention the fact that the Ministry of Electronics Technology, MeitY, the basically the IT ministry, has complained, in the interest of transparency, we are writing to inform you that Twitter has received a request from the Government of India and METI regarding your Twitter account at thewired_in that claims that the following content violates India's IT Act. And they've given the link to a tweet. I wish I could put it up on the big screen. But the tweet is a plain vanilla tweet of a news story that we filed just after before the UP elections results came out. And the tweet says, and I'll read it to you, it's an account of a press conference held by Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav. And the tweet says, ahead of the counting of votes on Thursday, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has raised sensational claims of, quote, EVM fraud, unquote, and, quote, vote theft, unquote, in Uttar Pradesh's Varanasi. Okay, so the tweet and the story which it links to very clearly identifies these phrases, EVM fraud and vote theft, as Akhilesh Yadav's charge. He is the leader of the opposition in Uttar Pradesh in the middle of an election. It's surely his right to level charges. We may accept them or not accept them. But if the government seriously maintains that this is a violation of the IT Act, then this is a very telling comment on New India and the extent to which media is in sync with New India or not. And if you consider that along with this kind of attitude, and this is the ministry which has come up with a set of rules which we have challenged in court, as have other media organizations. This is a ministry that has framed these IT rules, which grant the government authority under the guise of dealing with so-called reader complaints. But it grants the government authority, or more specifically, an interministerial committee of bureaucrats, the committee to order the takedown of any digital content that it deems to be inappropriate or in violation of the so-called code of ethics. There was an interview of, as I said, the minister the other day, MOS for IT, where he said that he made this astonishing statement that we are revising the IT Act. So there are more changes on the anvil. Please remain alert. We are revising the IT Act because freedom of speech, as defined under Article 19 of the Constitution, is subject to restrictions under 19.2. We all know that. And we've lived with it for 70 years. And thankfully, the Supreme Court's jurisprudence on 19.2 restrictions is quite enlightened. And they have by and large found in favor of freedom of the press. But Mr. Minister of State, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, says that because of digital media, we need to go beyond the restrictions in 19.2. How can a minister say that we need to go beyond what is laid down in the Constitution? But this is clearly the direction in which New India is going. And media which is not going to be in sync, media that is in sync with this, will flourish, can violate any code it wants, can violate any norm it wants, can break any law it wants. Nothing will happen to it. There is an atrocious channel, I can't call it a news channel, but it purports to be news, called Sudarshan News, which receives all kinds of government advertising, which was pulled up by the Supreme Court last year for a show it did where it was alleging some kind of Muslim conspiracy to take over the IAS and IPS. And you would have seen this recent viral video of theirs from about 10 days ago, where a reporter barges in to a Haldiram store and confronts the clerk with packaging in which she claimed the contents are written in Urdu. It is actually Arabic and meant for export to the UAE. But let's go along with the young woman that this was in fact in Urdu, and she's berating the staff as to why your packaging contains, why is it in Urdu? Forgetting that Urdu is one of India's official languages. And, she should have been asked to empty her pockets of all her money, because every currency note in her pocket or in her wallet has Urdu script. And we should have said, okay, hand it over. Shouldn't pollute yourself with that. But anyway, but the point is that you have a channel which is persisting with this kind of nonsense. And nothing is done from the government. I'm not saying that governments are the best regulators for this sort of thing, but the same government which is prepared to give a shutdown notice to Media One, and this will be my last point. I don't know Malayalam, I've never watched Media One. But when the government says to Media One that we are shutting you down for reasons of national security, and when the channel says, okay, can you tell us which program of ours you didn't like, or how did we compromise national security? The government says, no, we can't tell you, because to tell you would jeopardize national security. And when the judge says, tell me, they say, okay, we'll tell you in a sealed cover. So he gets given a sealed envelope. He must have opened it because, but the first judge didn't tell us what exactly, was the basis for this finding, and he simply rubber stamped the government's ban. The division bench in Kerala also upheld the ban, but gave us a glimpse into what the government's reasoning was. And the only thing that it seems the government is prepared to tell the division bench as to the logic behind the national security violation charge against Media One was that we constituted a duly appointed committee which found this. But on what basis did it find it? Why did it find it? What's the appeal? Nothing. So if you have the government in New India armed with this kind of attitude, now a lot of these laws, regulations all predate, right? And so I don't for a minute want you to think that New India sprang from nowhere. New India is a product of old India, which had all kinds of problems. And media which was not in sync with the old India also had problems. But the scale of this tussle between media that is not in sync with New India is off the charts. The kind of threats that media must confront today is something which has not existed in this way and for this length in the past. And I'm happy to answer questions on comparing this with the declared emergency of Indira Gandhi, but we are dealing with a crisis-like situation today as far as freedom of the press is concerned, but beyond freedom of the press, with freedom of speech and freedom of expression, not to mention freedom of assembly, and a lot of other freedoms that you took for granted in old India. So what's happening to the media, sadly, should not be seen as being in isolation to what's happening to people in general. I'll close with just the last point. When Article 370 was read down in J&K, Pratap Bhanu Mehta wrote a column in the Indian Express where he said that this move is not about integrating J&K with the rest of India, but about expanding the kind of powers that the state enjoyed in J&K across the rest of the country. Now, we were silent. The rest of India was silent when the constitution was violated day in and day out by the authorities in J&K for a long period. Freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, freedom of the press were all compromised in J&K even before August 5th, 2019. It's a different matter that things got much worse after that. But what has been happening very clearly is that this Kashmirification of the rest of India as far as the government's approach, this is now writ large. And the intimidation of reporters, summoning them to thanas to give account. An Indian Express reporter who is one of the best reporters who writes about the police did a story, I think last year, where he got hold of a memo that the Delhi police had issued, headquarters had issued to all thanas in the context of the post-Delhi riots investigation, saying that wherever, I forget the exact language, but broadly speaking, the memo said, go easy on people that you arrest who are from the majority community. So Indian Express ran the story. And, in old India, the cops would issue a denial and they would request you, chhap do. And that would be the end of the matter. People would disbelieve the denial and rather prefer to believe the Indian Express. But in the new India, the reporter gets summoned to the thana under some kind of a threatening section saying that if you don't appear, then you will be deemed to be interfering with investigation, et cetera, because they're trying to understand where this memo leaked from. They're not bothered about the patent illegality of the order. They're not bothered about putting the house, even if this is the act of a rogue cop, they don't want to address the fact that the police clearly appears to be functioning on a communal basis. You don't want to deal with that. but you want to get to the bottom of where this leaked. You want to shoot the messenger. And this is the reality that we're confronting. This used to happen in J&K all the time, where a story that was critical of the army or the police would appear in some Indian national daily or a regional Indian daily or somewhere or the other, or foreign press. And the reporter concerned would be summoned to the thana and kept there for several hours and threatened and harassed. Final word, just like the reporters in J&K, and I know this came up before in the last session I heard, you need to keep, I mean, a different logic was given for how journalists should survive. And since many of you are journalists, I think everything that I've said, you should be aware of, but it should not discourage you from remaining and entering and flourishing in this profession that you've chosen. Because if young kids in J&K could deal with this and are dealing with this and are filing courageous reports even now and are not being intimidated, then whatever they can throw the rest of us here is no big deal. So I think you need to be prepared to stand your ground and do the work that you're training yourself to do. The digital age gives you a lot more latitude. Back in the day, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, if you left big media, there were very little options for you to work. There are a lot more options today. And this is where I want to mention that not all media is homogeneous. You have big media, particularly big television media, which is awful. But you have lots of smaller media organizations, some regional TV, some national TV, lots of digital, lots of websites, where good journalism is struggling, it's kicking, it's thriving, and where there will always be space and place for young reporters like yourselves that actually want to excel and work as journalists, shining a light on society. Thank you very much. Be happy to take any questions. So can you please come to the next slide?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you agree with me when I say that was an insightful address to take home.
Sir, you surely gave us a new perspective of New India and media to think about.
That's true. And to present our small token of appreciation. All right. Okay. If you guys have any question, you may ask now.
Good afternoon, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Ashita. And my question to you is that a video of a well-known comedian got viral where he was delivering a speech on To India on an international platform. And after that, he was criticized for that. So what's your take on that?
You're probably referring to You're probably referring to Veer Das, right? Yeah. I never saw the original show, but I read about it. And this is par for the course. We have entered a situation where, on the one hand, Mr. Modi says that I welcome criticism, right? But the reality is that they don't welcome criticism. And they look at anything which is even remotely critical as not just hostile, but also then they make the leap that this is anti-national, this is unpatriotic, and then if the person who says that happens to be Muslim, and I'm being very blunt here, yes, then you could be accused of being pro-Pakistani, you could be accused of being pro-terror. And if they really want to throw the book at you, you needn't even say anything like Siddiq Apan, and you could end up in jail for a year. So I think that this is the reality. I mean, Munawar Farooqi spent months in jail for a joke he never even cracked. Yes, sir. And frankly, my colleague Siddharth Bhatia mentioned this the other day in a piece. Sadly, this has had the desired effect. I don't see comedians. I mean, the frequency with which we would come across jokes and clips. I think Sham Rangila still does his mimicry of the Pradhan Sevak. But by and large, most comedians seem to be keeping off the government and certainly off number one and number two. And Godlow's number one and number two present us with lots of potential for humor, and number three too. But this seems to have the arrest and the criticism of Veer Das and the arrest of Munawar Farooqi seems to have had that chilling effect. So comedians as a whole are trimming their sails. Many people in the media are too. But nothing in this thing really surprises me.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is Anvita, and I'm from third year of BJMC. So my question for you is, since you talked about how people are getting arrested for random tweets and journalists are being harassed by the system for even stories they did not do. So for us students of BJMC, of journalism, how do you expect us to, present dissent, since we are being taught that you should voice your opinions?
Yeah, well, I think, see, frankly, it's not the job of a journalist. I mean, now this may sound contrary to what I've said, right? I've given you a dissenting speech, but it's not the job of journalists to be dissenters, right? In the course of the work you do, you may be judged to be dissentful. You may be judged to be a dissenter, but I don't think any of us consciously set out to be dissenters. That's not part of our job description, right? Our job description is to report what's happening. If you are an analyst or an op-ed writer, then your job may be, as you go up the food chain, or as you have more years of service, you may be asked to write and analyze and comment. But as reporters, your job is to report. And sadly, and I think that's the way you perhaps should have phrased your question, sadly, a lot of plain vanilla reporting can easily get judged as dissent. So even though you don't set out to be a dissenter, what you say or write may well be judged to be dissent, and you may well have to pay the price for that. Frankly, I can't offer any great words of advice. I've had to deal with young colleagues of mine, Ismat Ara, Siraj, Mukul, who were in their first job, and who, thanks to the vindictiveness of the Uttar Pradesh police, got lapetoed in FIRs along with me and along with the wire. And we will deal with it in legal ways. But it can be stressful for somebody who's young, who's never experienced this before. And so you need to have your eyes open. As things carry on in this way, maybe they will get worse. So this could well be a reality. But I think that you need to be clear that I don't think you should, you shouldn't, we're not going out there looking for a confrontation. And somewhere down the line, I don't know if you were taught in a very clear way on this, but I think one of the principles that I like to abide by at the Hindu and also the Wire is that you there should be a line that separates reporting and editorializing. Sadly, many reporters and editors, particularly on TV, blur that distinction. So while reporting, they're also freely giving vent to their opinions. I think if you bear in mind that reporting is reporting and comment is comment, dissent may come under comment, but reporting in any civilized, democratic, law-abiding society should not be treated as dissent, then I think you'll be on a slightly safer wicket, as long as you're aware of this distinction. And I don't think one should feel the need to offer an opinion or comment on everything under the sun. Situation and be careful about the kind of language you use. I recently met a young reporter who had an FIR filed against her. She worked for a big paper and she had an FIR filed against her for a tweet. I'm not going to give more details, but I said, okay, what was the tweet? The tweet was deleted, but she showed it to me. And it was kind of, borderline obscene, not a very smart tweet. So you need to have your wits about you. When you're on social media, be aware that there are people out to get you. So, think carefully about what you write. Be guarded in your language. Remember that to be understated is sometimes, to be more effective than if you're using abusive words or very strong language. You can hurt and wound much more then, if you use sarcasm, irony, wit, humor, then if you come out all guns blazing. So I think if you keep some of these things in mind, it may offer you some measure of protection.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
We still have time for one final question. Ma'am.
Yeah, a non-media person, a science student, student for life, for that matter. See, I have heard you speaking about freedom of speech, but I would like to say something. With freedom of speech, do you think that responsibility of speech is also important?
Of course. I mean, the thing is that it depends what is, what one defines by responsibility. And when the Constitution, when the Constituent Assembly and Parliament amended Article 19 to introduce restrictions on free speech, people don't remember that these restrictions are not part of the original draft, but Article 19.2 restrictions, I think are broad enough to, so I think we need to define responsibility in those parameters. I don't think responsibility should be defined in the way that the High Court recently tried to do. How are you saying using the word Jumla in relation to Prime Minister? Don't you think there's some Lakshman Rekha should be considered? To my mind, a speech of that kind, or let's say you write a column, where you are sharply critical of Narendra Modi, you may very well hurt his feelings, right? Or you do a piece on Rahul Gandhi, you may very well use the word that he hates being called, right? And he may be very upset. Is that irresponsible? Is this abuse of freedom of speech? I'm not sure. I don't think it is. So I would prefer, since we live in a constitutional democracy, that the restraints defined in the Constitution should be the Lakshman Rekha. And we should resist any attempts to create new Lakshman Rekhas, particularly at a time like this.
But at the same time, expression should also have some Lakshman Rekha.
See, the thing is that
बचपन में मैंने सुना था
No,
कि
no, of
एक
course,
झूठ
see-
को 100 बार कह दिया जाए तो वो सच हो जाता है.
जी.
And if that is being said by 10 or 20 news
Yeah.
channels, I think that becomes a truth.
You know, the
Because
thing-
youth of today will not go into
Right.
the judgments.
But ma'am,
They will just listen.
ma'am, how can you, what you're saying is that only truth should be spoken. Of course, I agree with you, right? But you can't disallow people telling, like if somebody says that the sun rises in the west, right? That's freedom of speech. It's rubbish. It's unscientific, as you know, and all of us know. And if a senior person says that, if a minister says that Charles Darwin is all rubbish, right? I don't think we should criminalize what that minister said. Or if Mr. Modi said that ancient India knew plastic surgery, right? It's a false statement. It is irresponsible as well. But should he have the right to say that? Sure. Should I have the right to criticize him? Yes. Should I be able to use strong language and mock and ridicule him? Yes. So, so all I'm saying is that we are confusing normative codes, that we should be respectful of each other. We should be civilized in how we talk. I fully agree with you. I can't disagree. None of us should disagree, right? We should be respectful. But when Kishore Chandra Wankham, who was a Manipuri journalist, used unparliamentary language against the Chief Minister of Manipur and Narendra Modi, he should not have done it. I wouldn't do it. I don't encourage any of you to use that kind of language, but he did it in a Facebook post. It may not be responsible and good behavior, but does it allow the state to jail you for 3 months under the National Security Act? No. So we need to keep this distinction in mind that, the Constitution sets restrictions on how the government should deal with speech. As individuals, we can have our own codes. I can say that if somebody is abusive, मैं उनसे बात नहीं करूंगा. तुम चले जाओ. If I say कि मैं तुमसे बात नहीं करूंगा क्योंकि तुम गाली गलौज दे रहे हो, I'm not violating his freedom of speech. I'm just saying I'm not going to listen to you and I'm not going to talk to you. Right? So we should deal with irresponsible activity, abusive activity in this way, at the social level. But what I'm talking about and the danger which confronts us is the misuse of law to shut down speech that is politically unpalatable.
Yeah.
Right? So a minister can call journalists prostitutes, but nothing is done to him. But Kishore Chandra Wankhame uses an abusive word against the Prime Minister or his CM and he goes to jail for 3 months. What kind of a new India is this?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And thank you for all the audience for keeping the session interactive. And I would like to call upon Professor Ogra to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Vardarajan. Thank you, sir. Vardarajan, sir, can I be selfish enough to ask you to stay back for a panel discussion, which we'll be having next?
Sadly, I have to run, sadly.
Okay, sir. Next time, maybe. Thank you, sir. And now it is time for a steaming hot discussion on digital media, a platform wherein lies our future. Digital news market is growing exponentially, but will the trend continue? Is the new India willing to pay for credible news? The panel will be moderated by Sanjay Majumdar, the managing editor of BBC World Service India, taking care of both digital and broadcast operation in 6 Indian languages as well as English. In 2018, he won a Peabody Award for his coverage on the Rohingya crisis. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Our first panelist for this discussion is Abhinandan Sekri, co-founder and CEO of News Laundry, a digital news portal. He has to his credit many award-winning shows and a few controversies. He has also won the Ramnath Goenka Excellence in Journalism Award.
I would now like to call upon Managing Director and CEO of Quinn Digital Media Private Limited. She has featured in Fortune's list of most powerful women in India in 2017. She is on the advisory board of Oxford University's Reuters Institute of Journalism. She was recognized by Outlook Business as Woman of Word 2017, the newsmaker. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Ritu Kapoor.
And our third and the last panelist is someone who wears many caps. He has been a politician, an activist, an inker, and a journalist. Presently, he is a co-founder and CEO of SatyaHindi.com, a Hindi news portal known for its strong reporting. He is a well-known face on television, Indian television. Please welcome Ashutosh.
We will now begin with the panel.
Should we start? I have a mic. Hi, everyone. Thank you for patience for staying on. And it's always very bad coming after Siddharth Vardarajan and just before lunch, because you have a brilliant speaker before you and everyone's waiting to eat. The topic we are meant to discuss is, will New India pay for credible news? The question, first of all, is what New India thinks is credible news, because it might be slightly different from what old India thinks. But just to give you a little clue, Reuters every year takes out a survey of digital media, TV media in India. And in 2021, they ranked the media based on a survey of how the audience viewed the media. And when it came to credibility, the number one right on top was NDTV. Somewhere close to the bottom was Republic. Happy to say that BBC was towards the top and not the bottom. But I think, so I think what that tells you is that everybody knows what credible media is. They may choose not to watch it because, you know, it's a lot more entertaining to watch people shouting on TV. But that there is a baseline that I think everybody agrees on. So the challenge is, we've just heard two speakers. Your first keynote speaker told you, never watch 9 o'clock news, it's terrible, go print instead. And your second speaker, of course, comes from the digital media world and shows you what is possible and the extent of what is possible. And there are three people here who have really proved, I think, that this is something that's not just here to stay, but is definitely the future. But the big question, of course, is how do you pay for it? One of the things we always look outwards to see where we can pick up examples from. And in the West, they've gone clearly one way when it comes to paying for news, right? The Americans in particular, a lot of the newspapers, about 70% of them have started placing content behind a paywall. So you need to pay for something. Some of them do it quite cleverly. They say you can read 5 articles for free, and then after that, you start paying for it. And then there are other models such as subscription models and all that. So in India, we're still grappling with it. Some of the big legacy brands, the newspapers who've started, you know, who obviously are much wealthier than a lot of digital media owners, have actually started going that way. Indian Express does it. They'll offer you some articles under a subscription or a premium model, and others are completely free. Actually, I mean, Ritu, I wanted to start with you because Quinn was sort of one of the earlier, where you sort of decided to go placing your content out there, but funding along the way must have been a challenge. Where do you think you can look to sort of pay for the content you're putting out? How much can you ask those reading or watching your content to shell out for it?
So far, it's Bloomberg Quick that's behind a paywall, and there's a reason for that. It's a utility. I don't think so.
You can have mine.
But as far as general news is concerned, I think we are some time away from building brand loyalty enough and assuring people that every day we're going to give you news, context, or perspective every day, which you will not get anywhere else. There has to be a reason why someone will pay for your news. That's one. The other thing is that as long as big news outlets continue to put their content out there free, you know that people will find what they're looking for free and therefore need to have a reason to pay for you. So have a reason to not pay for your content unless what you're giving them is unique, distinct. The other thing is credibility. I think 2 years ago, I would constantly say that the most critical currency is going to be credibility going forth. I don't know whether that is still true because what is credible and what is fact and interpretation of facts is all gotten very twisted and very difficult. So what we do at the Quint is we have a membership model and we transparently, honestly, are constantly communicating to our readers, our viewers, what it takes to do the kind of journalism we do, why we do the kind of journalism we do, and this is what it costs us to do that, and to participate as members, not just in terms of providing funding, but also to constantly participate with us to say, what is the kind of stories that you're looking for, what is the kind of journalism that you're looking for, and we're trying to move towards a far more participative process.
Abhinandan News Laundry, of course, started out with a very unique form of content that you wanted to present to the world. And you've also sort of struck it out there by, going subscription. You've got several models which your people who are viewing or reading your content can opt for. How is it, how has the experience been? Has it worked for you?
Well, clearly it's working now, but it's our 10th year. But before I answer the question, I have not won a Ramnath Goenka award. Neither have I won any award. The programs that I have worked on and journalists that I have worked with have won. So whether it was my TV shows or whether the award, it was to other reporters or to the show. I have not won any such awards. Just want to clarify that. Our experience has been good. I'd say it's been transformative, and at the risk of sounding immodest, I'd say that we have managed to change consumer behavior, because there are two things when you take a product out of the market. Like, while journalism, just like healthcare and education, is not a product like toothpaste or soap, it has to be sustainable, but it has a very important public service, and therefore it can't be exploitative. So it kind of, it's somewhere in the zone of, doctors, teachers, maybe lawyers, or the law is a little more complicated now. But so entering a market and convincing people of your product is one thing, but changing consumer behavior to pay for something they've never paid for is another thing. And News Laundry should have actually been launched in 2011, but I was busy shooting television shows, and Madhu was getting increasingly impatient with my slow pace and not being in Delhi. But when we used to see television, and this is before it went insane like you see today, even at that time, why we launched with a subscription model was that, at least to 2-3 of us, who the co-founders of News Laundry, it was clear that the ad model is killing television. And this is way before the insanity that you see today. And because this is a university and the students, I don't take names, otherwise I happily take names. But I think how we deal with students should be a little more, measured. I would see, and this is the time when there were decent journalism happening. I would see discussions where someone who I knew is a paid PR representative of some large organization is sitting on an environmental discussion, discrediting some environmental movement because he or she is representing a large corporate. I was like, there's no transparency here. Why is this person doing it? And why has he been invited to this show by journalists who otherwise are like? I mean, they're credible, they're respectable, but they were doing all sorts of nonsense, which they didn't, I guess, observe at the time because they were so entrenched in the system. And we said, news cannot survive if it is based on ad revenue. And this is before the CPI model, the clicks per index or clicks per million. Just to give an idea of where it's gone, because it's a very large discussion, and I'll keep quiet because I could go on and on about this, that when Newslaundry launched, the CPI rate was between 350 to 400. Today, it's 12 or 15 rupees. So you know the amount of clicks you have to get to break even. Even before the eyeball logic of digital, broadcast logic also was as flawed. And that is why the only thing is we had the indulgence because, I had partners and we were running a very successful production house. So Newslaundry was a passion project. We didn't care whether it was viable or not. It was, yaar karna hai. So that is why we did it. And luckily, over a couple of years, we saw that there was some sliver of hope. There were people willing to pay. But the challenge of changing consumer behavior has been relentless. I keep on and on shamelessly wherever I'm invited to a show, wherever I go, wherever I'm invited to speak, I say, will your college sponsor 100 subscriptions? Now, I didn't ask you guys because Sanjay is an old friend. But what are you doing? Have you guys subscribed? Does your college say that, okay, you know what? We will, and we have that offer for colleges that we will give anybody with the, whatever, apj.edu, we'll give you paywall content access. But will you pay? Let's stop about talking about everybody else. So I shamelessly ask wherever I go, are you paying? Have you subscribed? If you haven't, stop trashing Arnab and the rest, because you can fix stuff too. And we have about 14,000 paying subscribers. We don't give a damn about advertising. Friends of mine, run governments, and we don't take ads from them. And I see the plastering ads all over the place. Unless that is the model, journalism cannot survive. And we were very dogmatic about this back in 2012. So that is the short answer about consumer behavior. And just sorry, one thing I want to say, and I was a little distressed because this is a college, and a speaker here said, compromise is life. No, it is not, especially not at your age. When you're 47, compromise is life. If you're not willing to battle at your age, retire today. Because youth is, if only we had advice like that to Bapu and the millions who marched with him, or to Rajguru and Bhagat Singh, don't be a martyr. We would still be under the British. So you don't have to be a martyr, but you don't have to just accept stuff the way it is, because the generation before us was just too damn meek. You don't have to be.
Really well said, Abhinandan. I mean, the beauty about digital is they keep saying it's a young medium, but it's run by very old people who came from legacy media. So it's really your medium and you should embrace.
Sorry, I'm very young.
Ashutosh, I was not talking about you at all, about me. But anyway, coming to you, Ashutosh. It's interesting. The specific question I have for you is, there's this sense, and I actually think a myth, that only English content gets paid for, or people are more willing to pay for English content than content in languages. And I have a completely selfish and vested interest in asking you this, because for us now in the BBC, our audience base in Hindi and regional languages is 4 to 5 times the size of our audience in English in India, which was never the case. So my question to you is, will your audience pay for your content? Are you confident of that?
Tough question. I think वो मार्टार वाले पे एक बात मैं जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ. Sorry, I'm speaking in Hindi. उसमें प्रॉब्लम उनकी विचारधारा में है. And why I'm saying so, because it is important for all of you to know this. One of their RSS the second guru, that is Golwalkar, before independence, he said कि जो मर जाते हैं वो आदर्श नहीं हो सकते क्योंकि उन्होंने अपना अभीष्ट पूरा नहीं किया. So that means Bhagat Singh cannot be an ideal for the youth. And I'm quoting verbatim. He did not say the Bhagat Singh. He said, those who died without achieving their goal cannot be the ideal. And then he also said, ये जो असहयोग आंदोलन जैसी चीजें होती हैं, ये युवाओं को कानून तोड़ने के और भटकने के लिए मजबूर करती है. So from where he was speaking, I could very well identify and I could very well understand. But I'm thankful today that what he said today, I think I'm very, very thankful, because he said, don't watch 9 p.m. television channels because they are rubbish. That's what he meant. Because they spread fake news. That's what he said. Watch international New York Times, Washington Post, because they are real. So at least there is a realization in the government from where the real news is coming and who are spreading fake news in this country. So I'm very thankful to Sopan for that. Secondly, in Hindi, it's difficult. Difficult in the sense क्योंकि वो आज की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. वो प्रॉब्लम मुझे लगता है एडवर्टाइजिंग वर्ड की है. वो प्रॉब्लम जो लोग एडवर्टाइजिंग वर्ड को कंट्रोल करते हैं कॉर्पोरेट हाउसेस में, ऑल ऑफ देम, सारे के सारे लोग वो इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग हैं. और ये आज की प्रॉब्लम नहीं. जब मैं IBN 7 में था तो IBN 7 की जो रीच थी वो 10 टाइम्स ज्यादा थी CNN IBN से, मोर देन 10 टाइम्स. बट उसका जो रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग थी, जो वहां से आता था, विज्ञापन आता था, वो लगभग 1/10 तो नहीं बट 1/3 या इस तरीके से था. एंड दिस इज व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड इन आज तक. तो आज तक पे कोई बड़ा ब्रांड आता नहीं था. एंड हम शुरू में सीताराम येचुरी कहते थे ये तो चड्डी बनियान का चैनल है. And despite having a phenomenal reach, and I'm talking about 96, 98, and then 2000, 2001, because I was there till 2006. So the market is skewed in that sense. हिंदी का हमारा जो अपना सत्य हिंदी का मॉडल है, उसमें हम 3 चीजें तो फोकस करते हैं. एक, YouTube पे आप जितने व्यूज करते हैं वो आपको YouTube आपको उतने पैसे देता है. A certain amount of views and you get the revenue. That's our primary source. Secondly, it's a membership drive. There's a membership model. हम कहते हैं कि बहुत ही बेशर्मी के साथ कहते हैं कि भाई अगर आप हमारे प्रोग्राम्स को देखते हैं, हमारी निडर, निर्भीक, ईमानदार पत्रकारिता को सराहते हैं, तो आप हमें पैसे दीजिए, हमें आपका आर्थिक योगदान चाहिए. हमारा ये डिस्क्रिप्शन है, डिस्क्रिप्शन के नीचे आप जाएंगे तो वहां आपको देयर आर सर्टेन मेंबरशिप के वो पैरामीटर्स हैं, आप इतने पैसे देके हमारे मेंबर बन सकते हैं. और इसलिए नहीं कि आप हमको पैसे दे रहे, क्योंकि आप अगर चाहते कि ईमानदार जर्नलिज्म हो. तीसरा, क्राउड फंडिंग, उसको भी हम बहुत बेशर्मी के साथ कहते हैं, बल्कि हम तो एक खास कार्यक्रम करते हैं हर शनिवार को, आज जैसे हम करेंगे रात को 8 बजे आपके सवाल, जहां 2 एडिटर्स ऑफ सत्य हिंदी दिल सेट, एंड वो आप सवाल पैसे देके हमसे सवाल पूछिए, हम आपके सवालों के जवाब देंगे, आप कुछ भी सवाल पूछिए. और वो एक ये है. बट अंग्रेजी में जब वायर कहता है कि हमें पैसे दीजिए तो उनको लाखों रुपए मिलते हैं, और हिंदी में जब कहते हैं तो हमको हजारों भी नहीं मिलते हैं. दैट्स द डिफरेंस.
Ashok spoke about YouTube, and I think it really allows me to get into the next question I had, which is, we say in digital platform is king. Okay, so much audience is coming to you via third-party platforms, whether it's aggregators, whether it's search traffic, or YouTube, WhatsApp, Facebook. In that context, how much of a challenge is it to divert audience directly to your own platforms and not a social media platform or some other aggregator, and therefore also retain the core audience that you need to increase your revenue base? I mean, you can answer it any which way.
It's very tough. Now, for instance, at the Quint, our primary offering is our ground reports in a video format. That's really what the Quint's independent journalism is out to do. That's because we feel that at this stage, especially what's going on in the country, there's a little bit of a risk in putting important ground reports and investigations behind a paywall, because it's really important to put the counter narrative, the other voice out there, and to have as many people consume it as possible. But now we do it in a video format. We don't have a video player. A video player is running a video player is of course, very, very expensive, and very, you need very high-end tech to be able to do that. That's one. The second is, how do you compete with the platform, right? How do you compete with YouTube or Facebook and now Instagram in terms of reach? Which means if you don't have the resources to not just have the tech for a video platform, but to also be able to put it out there, to be able to compete with these platforms to get the eyeballs and and interact with the kind of journalism that you're doing, then that's a real challenge. Because as of now, while YouTube has started this membership model that they have, you can't really put anything on YouTube behind a paywall, or even for that sense, a really substantial, significant membership wall. And of course, I mean, the revenue is all going to the platforms, right? It's the only way out of that is, first, before you think of a paywall or a membership wall or putting anything behind is you have to be able to go into the kind of conversation with the platforms that Australia, France, and other parts of the country are. Now, to do that, individual news outlets or individual news publishers or journalists can't do that, because you don't have, and there is some amount of that happening in the country already, but that's really going to undermine the whole process of of news publishers being paid for the journalism they do by the platforms who they provide the content for. I mean, the platforms are nothing without the content that they get from us, right? Unfortunately, the only way it'll happen in a significant way if there is some sort of a regulatory mechanism on the platforms by the government. Now, if you have a government that is frowning down upon the kind of independent journalism that some of us are doing, you know that conversation is not going to go in our favor. Now, for instance, there's something, I'll just give you an example. There's something called the, what's it called? The news, the platforms like Google, etc. They give you a priority in, it's called the news shelf or news, sorry, I'm forgetting what term the platform uses, where they're currently paying a lot of legacy news outlets for their news to surface on that news platform. Interestingly, none of digital news organizations with critical or independent voices are part of that. Abhinandan and I and some of our friends and colleagues in journalism, we've set up a body which we call DigiPub. Interestingly, an entity called DNPA, which is the Digital News Publishers Association, has never reached out to us nor responded to us on being part of a publishers association. Now, when you have media itself so divided, how do you take on the battle with the platforms? So, but do you not take on that battle? Do you not continue those conversations? Of course you do. But is there a quick and easy answer here? I don't know if Abhinandan has a...
Yes, I'm looking at you. How are you taking on Elon Musk?
So there was this dialogue from film Rang De Basanti. Koi bhi system perfect nahi hota, usko perfect karna padta hai. So I personally don't have much faith from Google's and Facebook's, even though they do give us a lot of money for our events, and I happily take it. But they don't fund my journalism. My journalism is funded by our viewers. And at a time when we didn't have enough subscribers, there was some level of events being used to kind of subsidize our journalism. But I think to begin with, I'll just address this from two directions. One is, what's in it for them? Right now, nothing much, because a lot of them have other interests, aligned interests. Facebook wants, WhatsApp to be allowed to take payments, etc. They want to, replace all the other digital wallets. That's a policy issue. That's a much bigger issue for them and for their shareholders. Google will be dealing with regulation on their own. So they would rather please those who please the government, even though there are very good and decent people in there. So as an institution, as an organization, I don't have much faith, but our pressure on them should be relentless in all conversations. Even when we do stuff together, I think it is something that I make it a point to say that this collaboration is fine, but at one point we will be on either side of the fence. So we should know that. In fact, we had a meeting with Google and I said the first thing, I said, thank you for your help, because they were, I said, but you do realize we will be in battle at some point. The second thing, as far as News Laundry's, model is concerned and our business plan, and everyone has their own, we don't care about CPI because A, the rates are dropping so fast. And as soon as number of hits becomes a metric for survival, you will do clickbaity stuff. They are, it is a more conservative audience, but I had a presentation which I had done at another place on the top 10 videos that went viral. None of them are what you could call decent, even though they were, from news outlets. So we have, it's a very single-mindedness to convince people to pay to keep news free. And we do that, and we spend a lot of time and effort in that. And you have to have immersive experience to convince people of that, whether that is long podcasts, that's videos. Just an appeal on Twitter won't do. You have to be able to tell the people, right? Because you are changing consumer behavior, just like you are trying to tell a generation that agreed with everything the editor said, that that's not the default setting for a person. It is your default setting. Similarly, you have to convince people, like just yesterday I had thanked this boy and I retweeted him. I, in a week, get about 15 or 20 screenshots and a tweet or a message saying, got my first salary, have paid to keep news free. Because we have something where we give free subscriptions to students. Now that is also very philanthropic and all very nice, but there is a very, legit business plan behind that. And we overwhelmingly give the free subscriptions to people in the final year. Because if you get 100 of them hooked on your stuff, unme se 20 ko to naukri milegi, 10 to subscribe karenge. So, and get them used to that. And the second thing, what Ashutosh said, and that is something that Atul, my colleague at News Laundry, that is all up to the management. And that is why there will be imperfections in every system. Democracy has its imperfections. That the people, like while someone who's elected is not only representing the people who voted for them, he or she is representing everybody. The management of the organization should, represent everybody. So in ours, I think the reason why English gets paid more is that, and I'm sure the data for this is available, purchasing power and knowing English has a correlation that is pretty significant. So, which is why with channels with very low viewership, or even magazines, even before this logic came about, those glossy magazines like GQ and all, they would have ads for Ferrari and Tissot watch, I don't know how you pronounce it, and, Tag Heuer stuff, who pay premium dollar for that ad. And, Chanda Mama and Parag would have Camlin pencil or something. So that logic exists. But organizationally, we tell our reporters, you're not going to be told how many people saw your story. You go out and report. And as a management, team of management, all Hindi, English should be treated the same, should be given the same salary, and the money that comes in is equal for all. And that is where management's filter comes in. And hopefully we'll do that to more languages going forward.
It's interesting because I think this is actually a Hindi-English problem, but it's not a problem necessarily with regional languages in the South. The purchasing power in language audiences in the South is immense. So you see this amazing discrepancy. But Ashutosh, I just wanted to ask you a question based on what Abhinandan said, which is, we know that a lot of our audiences are coming to us via social media or are consuming our content on social media. So is social media your friend or your enemy? I mean, is this a big problem that social media is driving the audience, but also driving audience need or the kind of content they want? Or are you able to actually use that to your advantage?
I think it's a very difficult question to answer for the simple reason because social media is also a kind of a social media. When we started Satya Hindi almost 3.5 years back, we had no budget. In fact, few of friends who put money, and we knew that we are not going to get money out of it. So the whole idea from the beginning itself was to have a very low cost budget. And none of us, those who paid for to start with, till this date has taken a single penny from that fund. We are not getting. We didn't take even a single penny. So we are managing a very small office, so that we disbanded thanks to the pandemic. I am very happy with that because we are paying certain amount of money for that. Now we are working from home, and it's working very. Our efficiency has improved, and thankfully to StreamYard and the Zoom and others. Now I could at one point of time I could connect from America, Washington, New York, Germany, and 6 windows, and it works perfectly well. I think it's a remarkable thing which has happened thanks to the pandemic. But though our total dependence is on the social media platforms, within the social media platforms, Facebook, which promoted us to begin with phenomenally, and now we are like untouchables on the Facebook, and the reason everybody knows. YouTube is still unbiased in that sense, still helping us, helping in the sense because that's their model. So I have no complaint with that. it works in our favor. But social media has also the same problem which the television channels has. If the news channels are run TRP ke upar, because the main problem of the TV channels, news channels, is the TRP race. The dumbing or down of the content, the polarization of the content, everything. Because in this kind of content, if abusing Muslims get youth ratings, it works and will do it shamelessly. The same problem with, and in social media, the problem is much acute. Because in the real time, you can see how many people are watching you. So if a kind of a content gives you 1 million views, you are tempted to repeat that content again and again and again and again and again. And you will be surprised to know there are independent YouTubers who are making millions. And the kind of content which they do, I think it's horrendous. So that's where our editorial judgment comes in. And we have decided first to create a platform to create a debating platforms, because we don't have money for the input cost, and we don't invite political leaders. We invite only senior journalists and the domain experts, so that anybody who's watching that content should get enriched after watching the debate show. At least he goes back getting something. But but the Facebook is an enemy in the sense because if I said there are YouTubers who get on either side of the ideology, they get very provocative for no reason, and they get millions and millions of views. And if you get millions of views, there is a possibility that you will get 20 lakhs a month without doing anything, just putting one single 20-minute video on air. So there is a real danger. And it is because of this, the social media needs a kind of a conscience. And there is a danger that social media will also go the same route which TV channels have gone. And in fact, a majority of them have taken that route. Majority of the YouTubers have taken that route. Probably you and I do not know them. Probably they are not recognized. Probably they're not recognizable. But they have a phenomenal popularity, phenomenal reach, and they are getting phenomenally large number of views.
I've got a signal from my right to wrap up because it must be lunchtime.
You're also getting signal from the right?
We all get signals from the right.
These days,
I always look at my right to make sure I know what's there and keep it there. But I think the amazing thing is that you've got 3 people who've shown you what you can do with digital media. And
Sajay, just one thing to add to what he said. I think one of the things that as journalists we now need to be mindful of, especially in the context of social media as a platform, which is that for a lot of the readership or the viewership, the distinction between who's a journalist and who is a content creator is blurring. It's of course been strategically done so that, which is why there is a little bit of a danger in how if you decide to step away from social media and say, because there is so much toxicity on a lot of these platforms and there's a lot of exploitation on a lot of these platforms, that you've got to stay. There's a danger in doing that, because the less of your credible voice or your independent voice is out there, the less it's going to get consumed, and the more a lot of non-credible, non-journalistic content is going to be perceived and is being perceived as news. So I think the way we look at it is that you've got to strategize your relationship with the social media platforms. Use it as strategically as you can to tell the people about the kind of stories that you have, but try and get them to come and consume the content on your site, to be able to, they'll keep throwing these sops. Like there's something called instant articles on Facebook where the content, you'll get an X amount of money, but the content will be consumed on Facebook itself. to strategically stay away from those kind of, come hither strategies that they have. But it's very important to constantly make sure that the kind of journalism you believe in, or whatever your mission statement is out there reaching as many people. But the other metric that you should now be looking at, I mean, nobody in our newsroom is under pressure to get a certain amount of traffic, but one of the things that we do ask our journalists to look at is depth of consumption of your content. When did somebody, if you got somebody in through an interesting thumbnail or an interesting headline or a sub-headline, what is the depth of the consumption that happened? And that's one of the things that I think as students of journalism, you should worry about, is how are you making your telling of a story, in whatever format it is, it could be an immersive, it could be a video, it could be, is compelling enough for people to consume it to the point that you think is important for them to take the facts or the perspective or the context that you're providing in your article. So being able to make your content accessible and to be able to distill facts clearly for an audience that is very distracted, which is consuming all their content on a mobile phone on which their alarms are going off, their phone calls are coming, their e-commerce OTPs are coming, or whatever. There's a million things happening on that. So you have to be able to now be so strong with your storytelling of your journalism that people stay. And definitely the metric to look for is the watch time, the read time, the depth of scroll. Those are important things to look at.
Yeah, go ahead, Ashutosh. I think because I need this extra 20 seconds because all of you are very young over here and just a budding journalist. I think when we started our career, we used to look at the big business houses, the big media houses, and we used to think that only, or if I can get a job over there. Today, if you want to have a good career in journalism, fortunately or unfortunately, you don't need to go to any of these big media houses. You can start your own YouTube channel. You can be very honest to your content, and you can create great content, and you can still survive. You can do better. If you know how to narrate your story, if you know how to narrate your story, if you know how to position your story, if you know how to pull a good story from nowhere, you don't need to go to these media houses, and it's better if you learn this trick. Though there is a temptation, but we in Satya Hindi, we have survived in the last 3 years, 2.5 years in the digital platform, and we also have a website. Our experience is, yes, there are takers for the good content. And you will be amazed to know that people in non-Hindi speaking areas also, they call us. They said, you are doing great job. Not that we had given them money. They are willing to pay us also. Even in USA, in Canada, in Germany, in New Zealand, they are the people who are watching you. So this digital platform had really made you an international journalist. So you don't have to go there. Just folk like people like Dhruv Rathi. I'm a great admirer of that young boy. He's sitting somewhere in some corner of the world. He makes a 20 minutes video, crisp, good content, rich content, and he not only made name for himself, but he also lead a decent life because he earns through his honesty through the digital platform. I think I should tell you that's why I think.
Now you know, just go out there, create your own digital company and compete with all these guys. I'll just end with one word on New India, since you keep we talking about New India all day. And I think sometimes it's good to take a lesson from our neighbors. Imran Khan coined the term Naya Pakistan. And the day when he stepped down as Pakistani PM and Shahbaz Sharif took over, all over Pakistani social media, people were tweeting, welcome back Purana Pakistan. So nothing stays forever. And we might just be going back to the past at some point. Good luck.
It is now time for an open forum, a time that my colleagues have eagerly been waiting for. Are you ready with your questions? Well, if you are, you can take your time. Our panelists are ready to answer you.
Okay, Rashi.
See more questions than any of the other two partners. Yeah, please go. Please give up the one mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rashi Shukla, and I'm third year student of BJMC. So my question is from Ritu ma'am. Ma'am, nowadays we can see that people are clustering around social media for getting all the news instead of news website. So what do you think? What is the reason behind this thing? Why people have moved from news channels, news website to social media, meme pages to getting the news?
You know, I think one of the things that we need to look back, and while these platforms were building out tech, news organizations, news companies, we just did not focus on tech and algorithm. And, you know, Abhinandan is talking about the importance of changing consumer behavior. For a long time, people running news organizations did not think about it. Also, the process of the approach to doing news was to say, I'm the journalist, I know all, I am the repository of truth and fact, and it is for you to passively, without questioning, consume whatever I'm putting out, right? And that was the nature of print media, because it was one way. It comes in the morning and your thing, and I mean, if you're really proactive, then you send a letter to the editor. That's the maximum that it would. Similarly, broadcast. I know I was in broadcast for over 20 years. It was completely a one-way process. Then came the smartphone, and all content consumption became because the phone is inherently a two-way device, right? So the whole process became a two-way process, two-way communication. And unfortunately, while this was happening, news media still so full of, I'm the journalist, I know all, you have to just passively consume what I put out, and I will decide what the news will be as well. And this was the time that broadcast news media was also, you know, social media was just beginning to come up. That is when broadcast news media was also beginning to deteriorate. You know, you would almost see almost no news story from the ground on prime time. It was just lots of people screaming and saying what they want to, you know, what their party's view is or whatever their corporate's view is. So that's what happened. We missed the boat. So the important thing now is, like I say, I don't think you can ignore or stay in a bubble away from social media. I think you've got to be there to be part of the narrative, to give the counter voice, to be part. The other thing is, there is the good and the bad of citizen journalism that has come up, right? Had there not been somebody filming the moment, the entire George Floyd story would not have been out there, right? And had there not been social media for someone to put it out there, it wouldn't have become as big a story as it did. So I think what we have to do is we have to be there in that space. I'll tell you honestly, we are fact checkers. We are also fact checkers at the Quint, which is embedded with IFCN, and we do fact checking for Facebook. But that's something that we are very strategically and consciously doing, because it's such a hub of misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, that if you can be part of a team that puts out fact and, you know, debunks a lot of the fake, and you make sure that it's also making, you know, we make sure it's also going on WhatsApp, for instance, which is where it. So you've got to be part of this ecosystem now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, one final question, please.
Hello, I am Ayushi. So, ma'am, as you said that we are shifting to social media, but people who are still watching television and watching the 9 o'clock show and still the consumer of that particular news only, how we are reaching to them and how we can reach to them, because people who are consuming English journalism, they are well equipped to buy a cell phone or English newspaper and to reach out to the right news or to even check the facts and news. But the challenge is to reach out to the people who are illiterate or who are consuming that news, which is maybe fake or maybe not, but such kind of news, how we can target them and what we can do for them.
One strong way of doing that is to get into vernacular and regional language media. That's important. But if you can't do that, because, you know, every initiative requires resources and funding, and, you know, and you need time. You need time. Like Abhinandan said, they've been around with a subscription wall for close to 7 to 10 years. So it takes time for consumer behavior to change. So till then, I think, like I said, you've got to be part of the ecosystem where the news is being consumed to make sure that you're constantly putting out the counter narrative, or like we do, we just believe in not so much opinion, but just going down to the ground and getting the stories. And as and when you can find, I mean, we've had a little bit of success in going beyond just addressing our 6 metros, English speaking or Hindi speaking, Hindi heartland audience, which is what we cover between the Quint and Hindi Quint, is we raise funds to be able to do a misinformation countering campaign, which was targeting who we thought was the most underserved cohort or community, which is the rural woman. So we actually worked then with video volunteers, with Khabar Leheria, with the boat club in the Northeast, to be able to work with people on the ground who would then carry some of the content we were creating and doing what is called narrowcast with them, but equally getting to know from the women what is the kind of misinformation that they are being exposed to when it comes to women's health or the vaccine or COVID or children's health, and getting that information in. And therefore, it's not just about getting your news there. It's about making sure that you're getting the news that is relevant to them also, and making that news relevant to the other audience you're reaching out to. So it's not going to happen in a day, but you have to keep at it.
Thank you, ma'am. While we would love to take more questions, we are bound by our time limits. So I would like to thank our honorable guest and of course the audience for your participation and keeping this session, though short, but highly interactive.
That's right. It's now time for us to present tokens of appreciation for our panelists this afternoon. And to present the mementos, I would like to invite Dr. Mithilesh to the stage.
Open it. Everyone in this panel, not everyone, most of them were pitching their products, right? They were. So I pitch my products. My products are my children, my students. I pitch for them. I really thank Ritu. Ritu gives internships to our students, right? Shavya is working for Ritu. She is our alumni. She's already working. She is a shining star, as Ritu says. BBC gives us internship. Thank you, Sanjay. Yes. I request, yes, Asutosh and Abhinandan also to kindly help our students. They are really good. They're really good. Yes. Yeah. So here are our products. आशुतोष को बोल दिया, आशुतोष को बोल दिया। हिंदी वाले सब हम लोग satyahindi.com में हम लोग वैसे ही सोचते हैं, आशुतोष जैसा आप सोचते हैं।
एक शर्त है, आपको रोज देखना पड़ेगा।
We really insist, Asutosh, we really insist on reading and writing, because that's the most important thing. There is a class every morning of newspaper. They read newspaper themselves, and especially Indian Express and the Hindu, right? And a lot of insistence is on writing. So ये अगर हम मानते हैं इस बात को कि अगर ये काबिलियत आ जाएगी, हम अच्छा लिखें, और there is another course, art of storytelling. किस तरह से आपको स्टोरी जो नैरेटिव की बात हो रही थी, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है आप लोगों के लिए. तो let's give them a big hand. Thank you, all of you, for being here. We will not let you go before you've had lunch with us. Kindly, all of you, lunch is ready. It's hot. I request all of you to kindly come and have lunch with us. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to this post-lunch session of SJMZ Media Festival 2022. Hope the lunch was sumptuous. And we can now move on to more enlightening conversations. I, Sanoba Zakir,
and I, Rashi Shukla, will be your host for this evening. It is my honor to invite a senior editor and a senior anchor at NDTV. She has spent 2 decades in television news, giving editorial directions, driving content, and supervising on-air output. She is also an alumni of Oxford University. I wanted to say that, ma'am, I was a regular audience of your show, Politically Incorrect. She has also produced Just Books, India's first literary TV show. And if you have still not guessed it, allow me to welcome Ankita Mukherjee. A big round of applause, please.
Miss Ankita is in conversation with our next guest, who is a well-known face on Indian television, a commentator and author. He has written extensively on Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid conflict. He has spent 40 years as a political journalist, covering all the milestones that have marked Indian landscape since 1980. He has tracked the political and electoral emergence of the BJP and its allies from its period. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, the author of the acclaimed book, Narendra Modi, The Man, The Times. Please put your round of applause. Yes. Well, thank you all for being here. And, the post-lunch session is always the hardest because especially when you've sort of tucked into such a good spread, your brain tends to shut down and, the blood's flowing to the stomach. But we're here to sort of get the conversation going. And we're going to talk about a man who always inspires very strong reactions. He may have challenged the basic principles of a sovereign secular nation, but he's also established himself as its undisputed and larger than life leader. He's someone who commands sort of extremes of opinion, of reactions, either outright adulation or suspicion and hostility. So, there's so much to talk about and a gamut to cover, and who better to do it with than Nilanjan, who has written perhaps the most definitive biography of Narendra Modi. It was a book that was out in 2013, but I think to the day remains one of the most authoritative and detailed accounts of the first part of Narendra Modi's political career before he became Prime Minister. So maybe I could sort of begin by asking Nilanjan today, now that we've seen Mr. Modi complete, or well, he's two years short of completing 2 terms as Prime Minister, if you had to revisit the book or write the sequel, what is it that you would focus on?
The first thing which I'm going to do is that my time frame will change completely. By the time the next Lok Sabha elections are held in 2024. And he is going to turn 75 in 2025. So you have to understand that by that time, he would have dominated the mind space of Indians for a quarter of a century. Because you cannot really look at Mr. Modi's entry into Indian politics and the minds of Indians, you know, the way you said that for the last 10 years, take it, you know, I can either hate him or love him. You know, you have adulations on one side and complete animosity on the other side. But there is absolutely no way that no one can not have a position on Mr. Modi and his politics. You know, this entire, you know, audience here, everyone, including the budding journalists, all are either in some way tilted in favor of Mr. Modi or against him on various aspects. There can be certain areas, you know, on which overlaps.
Yeah.
So for 25 years, you know, you have to recall that 99 was the year when Kargil was happening, when he shot into fame with biryani. You know, that is the first real, to use a word out of Mr. Amit Shah's way of describing things, a jumla. You know, that is his first real keyword which was identified with Mr. Modi. So thereafter, you know, from the time that he became
Because
the
right
chief,
now, even the courts would say using Jumla in the context of the Prime Minister can get you into trouble. But
yeah,
anyway.
no, then I think if you talk about getting into trouble, somebody
Well,
should say that Mr. Amit Shah should get into trouble because he's the one who introduced that word in the Indian political lexicon. Anyway, let's leave that aside. You know, so for 25 years, Mr. Modi has dominated. So obviously, when I go back and if I look at that book, there will be a lot of changes which I will be able to make, because what I find something very significant is that now when I go and see his tenure as chief minister, starting from October 2001 onwards, I find in many parts a kind of a dress rehearsal. You know, just last night, I happened to be speaking, we were having dinner with the commissioning editor of my Modi biography. So I kind of just told her, you know, do you remember that in January 2012, when I proposed to you that, hey, I want to do a biography of Modi, and that too after 20 years of my first book. You know, my first book came out in 94. So after such a long gap, when I told you that since we have worked together, can I make a pitch for a book? She said, what? So when I told her that I want to write a biography of Modi, you know what her response was? Modi, why him? Will he win? Who will vote for him? You know, that was her reaction. And she said, yes, I do remember. That is exactly on the note at which I started. A lot of my friends, you know, exactly, it's not a matter of coincidence, it's a matter of sheer coincidence that exactly 10 years ago, I was writing on, you know, working on the book. A month later, sometime towards the end of May, I met Mr. Modi for the first time while, you know, working on the book. Of course, I had met him, you know, as a reporter in the earlier days, but never had gone back to him after he became chief minister. Again, a matter of sheer coincidence that tomorrow would be exactly 9 years since my book was launched, you know, right in the hall upstairs to a very uproarious launch. You know, we had 2 speakers who were supporters of Modi and 2 speakers on the other side who were against him, you know, and then you can understand the kind of argumentative audience which was there. So when I go back and look at that book, there are several aspects which I want to redo it. For instance, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. It's one of the key program thrusts of this government. You go back, you know, I was looking at my biography last night, and because obviously it's been 10 years since I finished writing it in 2012. I'm also human and been writing so much since then. I found that there was a reference to a program called Kanya Kelawan. You know, I might be mispronouncing it in Gujarati, but it was the same thing, a program devoted to promote education among the girl children of Gujarat. So a lot of, we have to go back to his tenure as chief minister to find that what all was there which has been replicated at a national stage. So the question which I would like to explore is that did he have a plan to become prime minister much earlier than any one of us caught it?
Right.
Those are aspects which I'd really like to go and re-examine.
Well, certainly, and that would be an interesting point to start for any kind of sequel, I would imagine. There's so much that's been said really about the Gujarat model of governance, no matter how you choose to view it, and there are very polarized opinions on that also, being scaled up to the level of India. But I think I'm going to pick up on what you said about your commissioning editor saying, why a book on Modi, who's going to vote for him? You know, given 9 years ago when he sort of first came in perhaps as prime minister, there was this sense of Modi, the outsider to kind of, you know, the Lutyens, Delhi, the Lutyens elite. I want you to maybe take us through how he's turned that whole notion of Lutyens elitism on its head. There's a new Lutyens elite now. It's just that perhaps, you know, the old ones don't know about it. And, you know, how the man who was seen as the outsider to Delhi is now leaving his imprint, not just you know, in an overall larger than life way, but very physically in terms of this grand Central Vista project that he's sort of commissioned to completely change the geography of the city even. What do you, you know, what do you think that tells us about the man, the ruler, the politician, and indeed the persona?
You know, a small little anecdote. You know, after my book came out in 2013, a lot of people were very curious about Mr. Modi, who he was. Fellow journalists, of course, because I had possibly had some amount of interaction with him through 2012. Besides people in the media, academics, also the business houses, the people in the trading community, the merchant banks, they were all interested. So I used to be invited to interact with people personally at an informal level to talk, you know, so give a kind of share my information, my understanding. They would ask questions. So this was in Mumbai. At the end of it, there was a room of about 20 odd people, you know, top real honchos of investors.
Mm-hmm.
So someone asked me, Nilanjan, okay, you've given a brilliant presentation, but in one sentence, can you say that what is he really seeking? So I do not know. It was not a planned. I didn't expect a question like that. And I never really thought that what is he really trying to, you know, think? You know, does he have any legacy thought in his mind? Yeah. So it kind of what came out from me that I think that 50 years down the line, he is wanting the then prime minister to announce that she or he will start constructing a statue of Narendra Modi right next to Sardar Patel, but twice that size. Now, it just came out very spontaneously when during the pandemic, the Motera Stadium was renamed. I would share this anecdote with friends, but then it really came back and haunted me. He really wants to leave a physical, gigantic signature on the face of India. Central Avenue is actually an evidence of Modi having been prime minister for all times to come. Just the way that we have so many, monuments of the British of having ruled India at some point or the other.
So, Nilanjan, since you sort of have studied both Mr. Modi so closely, but also written a sort of very definitive book on the RSS, tell us how that works. You know, how does the RSS Modi dynamic work? Because on the one hand, you have an organization that is all about the collective and about the individual being sort of subsumed by the collective and subordinate to the collective. And on the other hand, its fortunes, its entire sort of ideological fortunes are dependent on this one man who is sort of so larger than life, dare I say, even narcissistic in the way he presents himself as a statesman, a leader, and a prime minister. Now,
that is one basic contradiction. And I think that the RSS has very painfully come to terms with the fact that they have to live with a man who gives greater importance to the individual than the organization. That is something which, it's one of the principles that they always have given greater emphasis to the Sanghatan and not to the individual. But in the case of Mr. Modi, they have actually had to accept him for, as is where his basis, primarily because they know that his popularity is so much that if they do not back him, then he is going to walk away with the Sanghatan also. That is possibly something which is been at the back of the mind of most RSS leaders. At least that is what was there in 2013, when very grudgingly the RSS leadership at that point decided to have Narendra Modi first as the chairperson of the campaign committee of the BJP, and only later on as the prime ministerial candidate, much later,
It's become such a truism that, Mr. Modi won't talk to the press and that he sort of controls the messaging in this sort of, very all-consuming manner. There's even a theory that the reason why he doesn't talk to the press is because he's creating a vacuum, as it were, which he can then fill up with this sort of one-way communication, and that is the messaging that really works for him. But as somebody who actually had a great deal of almost unfettered access to the man, even if it was, say, a decade or so ago, I imagine. What was that like? What was your, from all the times that you spoke to Narendra Modi, both in person and on the phone when you were writing your book? We were talking about that a little earlier when you said, there were conversations that you had even on the dinner table with him because there would be a call saying the Gujarat Chief Minister wants to talk. And did you feel that what you got was always a filtered version of the man, and that he only let on as much as he wanted you to know, which has been the sort of reaction even sort of foreign journalists who do have access to him in a way that Indian journalists do not seem to feel?
I would, I had written the book in a kind of there's a first person account in several sections of the book, So when the idea of writing a biography of Modi came up, the first thought which came to my mind that would he actually speak with me again? It had been several years since I had even spoken to him, and I'd gone off completely into a different aspect of journalism. I was doing different kind of work, no longer really writing on anything from the field, not reporting. So I sent a message to him through somebody I knew who had access to him, and then I was told that yes, you can call a particular number, and I gave a call, and I was told that I would like to speak to the chief minister. So I was told कि आज तो साहब अहमदाबाद गए हुए हैं, तो when he comes back to Gandhinagar, we'll get you to speak to him. So he did call back, and I said that I want to write a book on you. He said, हाँ बराबर. So I said, you'll have to actually appoint somebody. This is exactly the way I wrote it also in the first part opening of my book. I said, you'll have to actually facilitate me writing by deputing somebody from your secretariat staff, to coordinate with me so that I can fix time with you, come and meet you, travel with you. He's a barabar, no problem. I went to the extent of actually just testing my luck by saying, lekin ye authorized biography nahi hogi. Because I was very clear, I didn't want to submit my manuscript to anyone, whoever, is willing to, allow me to do it. So he laughed and he said, "Ki aaj tak aapne kaun sa authorized kaam kiya hai?" So anyway, I think, it was done quite well. He knew that I had written extensively. My first book was out in '94. I had worked in fairly important newspapers, and I had a pronounced ideological stance against cultural nationalism, which I've never hid. So I think when I go back, a lot of people have asked me the question that why would he have chosen somebody like me at that point? I think, it's very hard to fathom a guess, but if I would, whatever little I have been able to understand a man, I think at that point, he was not looking for what we call a bhakt to write a biography of his. Lots of bhakts wrote later on because he was not very happy with the outcome of my book. But well, anyway, my book did not please anyone. It did not please his bitter critics also, because it is possibly as neutrally posited a book as it can be about a man who is so controversial like Mr. Modi.
And so polarized.
So polarized, So I think, at that point, he felt that he required to be taken to a larger audience by somebody who was not identified as being part of him. It's just my luck that I happened to make a bid at the time when he was looking for somebody like me. It could have been anyone. It could have been you. It could have been anyone sitting here.
So it was a,
No, lots of my colleagues
you
here,
were at the right
who would have.
place. You were
Yeah,
at
it
the
just
right
came
place at the
to,
right time.
maybe the right cup of tea in the morning, when the idea came to my mind. And of course, a personal secret, lots of encouragement from Varsha, my wife, because she's the one I first asked, "Yaar, Modi manega kya?"
And she said, of course, who could resist your charm? Right. But
I don't know.
do you think, I mean, given that he agreed once, have you ever considered sort of, trying to write either an authorized or an unauthorized sort of sequel to the book, or, even consider asking him for access? Or is that something that doesn't even come up anymore, given the way in which?
I tried to go to him, reach out to him to gift him a copy of the book after it came out, but he realized that it would be used as a photo opportunity by the publisher, so he did not grant that permission. But it so happened that at least in his first tenure, when I was still more active than what I am now, a completely work from home journalist now at the moment, besides whatever little bit of television and video I do, we did cross paths.
Right.
And yes, it would be wrong on my part to say, yes, I had a fairly long one-on-one session with him, which was completely off the record, completely understanding that it is not ever going to be written about water. This is just before the UP elections in 2017. We did meet a couple of times, even before 2019. But after 2019, I've had absolutely no opportunity to even cross paths with him.
Which I suppose gives you a fresh perspective. Since you mentioned
it
Uttar
enables
Pradesh,
me to look at him in a more distanced
manner,
way,
of
and
course.
also because, I was just telling Ravish, over lunch, for 9 years, 90% of my mind space has been taken by whatever he speaks in it. I was telling some friends, that I'm sorry, it might sound very funny, but I'm not anyway listening, reading, or thinking about the war which is going on between Russia and Ukraine. Because in my mind, there is a war going on within India also, war of words, war of ideas. And we are all trying to grapple with that, because the future of our country, the future of, what kind of journalism would these students do, is going to be determined by what happens in India to a great extent over the next 2 or 3 years.
Yes, indeed. And I think we do need to kind of look at where elections are progressing right now also. And since you just mentioned Uttar Pradesh, let's talk a little about what we've seen in Uttar Pradesh in the most recent elections, because I think for a lot of us as journalists and sort of watchers of politics, UP was a shock in so many ways. I mean, in the sense that in the run-up to Uttar Pradesh, there was the sense that for once, perhaps an Achilles heel had been exposed. This was a government that had been sort of really in many ways been exposed for its complete ineptitude during its handling of the COVID pandemic. There was a great deal of anger among sections, including farmers. Western UP was supposed to be extremely contentious. But I think what we all ended up seeing was that, elections were no longer about Bijli Sarak Pani, certainly not Mehengai, not about Berozgari. It wasn't even about hundreds of people dying and then really, bodies floating in the river, or any of those things that became such talking points. In the end, none of it mattered when it came to voting this duo back, the double engine Sarkar. So how do you think elections have been changed, or the way in which the BJP wins elections been changed by, is it the cult of personality? Is it the man? Is it the policies? Is it no longer about anything else? I think my question really is Mr. Modi Teflon coated when it comes to winning elections?
I think, you're talking about Uttar Pradesh. Let's talk about that, first. Uttar Pradesh, was essentially, in my mind, a test case. That are people at the moment going to be making up their electoral choice on the basis of the issues which we used to list for the last 35 years that we have all been in journalism. I've been about 40 years in journalism, but at least 35 years from the time that 84 elections that I really started getting interested in understanding what elections are all about. So from that time onwards, there were elections when there was a larger national narrative. 1984 election was when Desh Khatre mein hai. People were not bothered about the terribly economic, decline between 1980 and 84. In the second tenure after Indira Gandhi came back. Likewise, there were several other couple of elections also. But by and large, most elections would to be on the basis of economic issues. When the results came out, we understood that UP, the voter there, are still driven by a completely different kind of an impulse. In 2017, there's a friend of mine who was part of the Samajwadi Party. At that point, he was a candidate also in the assembly elections. So I asked him, how are things going on? So what he told me has since then been a constant, flag on my table. I look at it and I am reminded of his words. He said, Nilanjan bhai, inne kuch kiya ho na kiya ho, ek kaam bahut sahi kar diya. जनता को यकीन दिला दिया कि हमने मुसलमानों को ठीक कर दिया है. Now, when he says ठीक कर दिया, is when we have sorted them out, we have put them in their place. I think that what has happened is that the India that we grew up in, we grew up believing that the majority community, it is the responsibility of the majority community to ensure that the minorities feel secure. It is no longer our responsibility. That is the general consensus among people. Or rather, a better way of putting it is, more people think that it is no longer our responsibility than what it used to be prior to 1984. Why 1984? Because that is the time when Ram Janmabhoomi becomes a national issue, starts becoming a national issue. In my latest book, I argue that Mr. Modi wouldn't have become what he is today had it not been for the Ayodhya agitation. Simple. There wouldn't have been Godhra, there wouldn't have been Mr. Modi, because Mr. Modi was losing the elections. Even in Gujarat, despite becoming chief minister, there was a by-election in February 2002, and the BJP did not do very well. Elections were imminent. So the BJP would not have been able to get the kind of majority which it did eventually after the Gujarat riots. Godhra possibly provided the opportunity to polarize Gujarat like never before. And after that, it has been completely polarized. These civilizational disagreements, distances have always existed. But Indians have also believed that despite our differences, we have to live in harmony. We have to live in harmony.
And do you believe that that is no longer an imperative?
I would not say that that is no longer an imperative. I would say that people are really not so concerned about living in harmony. If they don't, they have to live on our terms. This argument one hears all the time. When I speak to people within friends, families, that they suddenly, there's that they have
with
to
a
accept.
capital T. Yeah. But do you believe that that needle then has been shifted so far, well, right for want of any other term, that in a sense, other politicians, even opposition politicians, or those who stand in opposition to Mr. Modi on other issues, also, in a sense, feel that they have to somehow make themselves in his image. I mean, I give to you our chief minister in this state. And honestly, they would say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. But how else do you sort of, view someone whose brand messaging is in many ways so similar, including, having pictures of himself or videos of himself doing yoga and saying, we will start yoga lessons for all citizens of Delhi, or for that matter, have a patriotism curriculum and so on. So anybody who even wants to be a counter to Mr. Modi is actually now adopting Mr. Modi's brand of messaging. What do you think explains that phenomenon? When we're decoding Modi, are we then sort of having to look at how he has changed the very nature of politics and the way politics is done?
Two things. One is that this is not something which, this is not something that which started just with Modi in 2014. This is something which has been going on for decades. 1983, assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Mrs. Gandhi is the prime minister. She divides the state into a Hindu Jammu and a Muslim Valley. That is where a lot of problems comes in. You have Karan Singh then heading the Virat Hindu Samaj, an organization which also participated with the RSS. It was, in fact, Ashok Singhal was a member of that. Ekatmata Yajna happened in 1983-84, around that time. So a lot of things, 1980s is the decisive decade. Mr. Modi was just very smart to know that there is this sense, you have to just give it a nudge. Now what has happened is that every political party is playing in the same side of the field. I wrote an op-ed some time ago, saying that I'm reminded of, when we were children. I grew up in the North India, so hockey was our main game, not football like in Bengal. So we used to, when there weren't enough boys to play, we would play singles hockey. In one half, everybody shooting into the same goal. Everybody, there was no goalkeeper. Everybody was the goalkeeper and everybody was shooting in. That is what is happening. Why was the BJP so insistent on Hanuman Jayanti? I asked one of the BJP sources of mine. He said, "Wah, Kejriwal le jayega Hanuman ji ko." It was a very funny way of arguing it, that how can Kejriwal stake claim on Hanuman ji? He is our God. So you have the revival. You would not find such spirited Hanuman Jayantis being celebrated ever before.
So we're going to see
So every
competitive
political
religionism, if we can.
Rahul Gandhi wants to, announce his Gotra. So every Akhilesh Yadav had a giant Krishna statue made. So I guess there is a rightward tilt of politics. There'll be, if some party besides the BJP is there, maybe there will be greater breathing space for the minorities and maybe lesser one with the BJP in power.
But those would always then be sort of paler imitations of Mr. Modi. So who do you really think would be a challenger to Narendra Modi in the years and decades ahead? Would it then have to be sort of someone even more hardline within his own party or within the broad ideological spectrum that he belongs to?
I had argued through 22 and even 21, we had started seeing signs of it, The first real challenge which came from within the BJP itself, it came in the form of Yogi Adityanath. But through this campaign, I think that the challenge, at least for the moment, has been, there's a stop to that challenge. Because after the verdict, we see that Adityanath has limited himself to a role in Uttar Pradesh, investing time on governance and not really going beyond. Of course, I would say that Adityanath's ambitions were fanned by within the BJP because he was sent out to campaign for elections in different states. So what happens between now and 24? It didn't, but there were some parts where he did gather people, like Karnataka, I do remember, the same areas which have been burning for the last, rather
but
been in a lot of agitation.
You still see Mr. Modi as an undisputed leader both within the BJP and outside for
I see that at least in the short run, which is not really a big challenger emerging over the next couple of years, at least before 24. I really don't think so that there is anyone who would be able to be a PM alternative at this stage.
I'm sure there are going to be lots of perspectives on this. So Sanjay, is it okay if I open this up really to some? Yeah. Oh, we're short on time. I have asked all the questions. Okay, we went along too long. All right. So should we leave it at that then? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Nilanjan. It was delightful talking to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukhopadhyay and Ms. Mukherjee, for such a stimulating conversation. Now, may I please call upon stage Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, to present a token of our thanks to the esteemed guest.
Just wait there. Just a token of appreciation.
तो राशि, अगला पड़ाव क्या होने वाला है इस सेशन का?
जी सनोवर, अब वक्त है एक और गर्मा गर्म पैनल डिस्कशन का। न्यू इंडिया में वोकल फॉर लोकल की बात की गई है। क्या ये सिर्फ एक स्लोगन बन के रह जाएगा या फिर मीडिया में इसका प्रतिबिंब देखने को मिलेगा? विल न्यू इंडिया बी वोकल फॉर लोकल न्यूज? क्या हम डिबेट न्यूज रूम से ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट वाले न्यूज रूम में वापस आएंगे? इस डिस्कशन में हमारी गेस्ट ऐसी महिलाएं हैं जो आज भी ग्राउंड रिपोर्टिंग कर रही हैं। सबसे पहले मैं जिन्हें आमंत्रित करने जा रही हूं वो पिछले 15 साल से पत्रकारिता कर रही हैं और अभी एक ऐसी संस्था की मैनेजिंग एडिटर हैं जिसकी बागडोर पूर्ण रूप से आर्थिक और सामाजिक वर्ग के पिछड़े वर्ग से आने वाली महिलाओं के हाथ में है। जो खबरें कोई नहीं दिखाता वो खबरें ये दिखाती हैं। जो बदलाव कई लोग नहीं ला सके वो बदलाव इनकी रिपोर्टिंग ले आई। तो जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए खबर लहरिया की मैनेजिंग एडिटर मीरा देवी जी का।
अब मैं बुलाने जा रही हूं एक ऐसी महिला पत्रकार को जो अभी भी लॉन्ग फॉर्मेट इन्वेस्टिगेटिव रिपोर्ट्स लिखती हैं। इनकी रिपोर्ट्स अल जजीरा, कारवां, आउटलुक, वॉशिंगटन पोस्ट में भी प्रकाशित हो चुकी हैं।
Ma'am, I have followed all your reports from UP and especially the ones on extrajudicial killings by police forces. Such stories require exceptional courage in today's times of threats and trolls. Everyone, please put your hands together for Neha Dixit, winner of Young World Journalist Year Award 2020, CPJ International Press Freedom Award 2019, and Chameli Devi Jain Award for Outstanding Women Journalist in 2017.
Before you call Ravish, there is a car standing here, DL12CA5947. उसमें से धुआं निकल रहा है। किसी की गाड़ी है ये? DL12CA XUV। हाँ, 594। थैंक यू मिथिलेश जी।
अब मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी उन्हें जिन्होंने टेलीविजन न्यूज रिपोर्टिंग और एंकरिंग में सबसे अलग पहचान बनाई है। आप या तो इन्हें बेहद पसंद कर सकते हैं या तो नापसंद, लेकिन इनको नजरअंदाज नहीं किया जा सकता। डू यू गेट माई पॉइंट? प्लीज वेलकम रेमन मैग्सेसे अवार्ड विनर मिस्टर रवीश कुमार।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों का। मुझे संचालन करना है, मीरा जी हैं और नेहा हैं, और मैं थोड़ा कम बोलूँगा क्योंकि जब ये जवाबदेही हो तो फिर इनकी बातों से मेरी बात निकल आए, ये भी तो किया जा सकता है। तो नया इंडिया ये एक टर्म है, असल में ये सब कुछ होता नहीं है। और जब टूथपेस्ट आप बेच रहे होते हैं, बहुत दिन बेच लेते हैं, वो बिक रहा होता है वैसे भी, तो कुछ करना होता है तो न्यू इंडिया लिख देते हैं। तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता कि उसमें न्यू टूथपेस्ट या कोलगेट का नया आ गया लिख देने से ज्यादा बिक जाता है। जिसको आदत लग जाती है वो करता ही रहता है। तो फिर पेप्सोडेंट वाला भी आ जाता है, वो भी न्यू लगा देता है। तो न्यू होता रहता है कुछ ना कुछ। तो वैसा ही है, ये 2014 से चल रहा है। इसका अगर आप टाइमलाइन देखें तो अगस्त 2017 में प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था कि हम न्यू इंडिया बनाएंगे, और दिसंबर 2018 में नीति आयोग ने एक बड़ा सा मोटा सा एक डॉक्यूमेंट पेश किया न्यू इंडिया का। उसमें कुछ कुछ अजीब अजीब सी बातें थी, और बातें कहाँ गई पता नहीं चला। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नहीं भूले। 2019 आया, जब चुनाव जीत गए तो एनडीए के सारे एमपीज को उन्होंने 75 मिनट तक का एक भाषण दिया, छोटा सा। और उस 75 मिनट के छोटे से भाषण में उन्होंने कहा कि हमें प्रण करना है कि 2022 तक नया इंडिया बना देना है। ये 2022 है। 2017 में भी उन्होंने कहा था कि नया इंडिया बना देना है। फिर 2021 आ गया दिसंबर का, तो लोगों को लगा होगा कि वो भूल गए होंगे, लेकिन मन की बात में उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं नहीं, हमें प्रण लेना है। और जो 2022 आने वाला है जनवरी में, या अब दिसंबर 2021 में कह रहे हैं, तो अब तो आने ही वाला था, जनवरी ही उसके बाद है। तो वो कह रहे हैं कि जो नया इंडिया है वो स्वर्णिम पन्ना भारत के इतिहास में जुड़ने जा रहा है। 2022 आ गया, जनवरी 2022 में कहते हैं कि हम नया इंडिया बनाएंगे, लेकिन 2047 में बनाएंगे, जब भारत की आजादी के 100 साल हो जाएंगे। तो पहले तो उन्होंने 2017 में 5 साल का टारगेट दिया, और अब 25 साल का। तो इनमें से आप में से बहुत सारे लोग 50 साल के हो जाएंगे, तब आप देख लीजिएगा जैसा बनेगा। हम लोग शायद यहाँ से चले जाएंगे तो हम देखने की स्थिति में रहेंगे। तो 2047 में क्या होगा कोई नहीं जानता। तो ये वो एक नया इंडिया का फसाड है, जिसका कुछ खास मतलब नहीं है। और इसके बैकग्राउंड में होता ये है कि पुरानी बातें ज्यादा होती हैं, और इसका मतलब हर किसी के लिए अलग अलग है। नीति आयोग के लिए कोई इकोनॉमिक डॉक्यूमेंट हो सकता है फर्जी सा प्रोग्राम करने के लिए, सरकार के लिए बहुत सारे स्कीम के अनाउंसमेंट की चीजें हो सकती हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारे हम जैसे लोगों के लिए लगता है कि हम जिस इंडिया को जानते थे वो तो ये इंडिया है ही नहीं, ये कोई नया इंडिया है। तो वो जिस नया इंडिया को ला रहे हैं, हम जिस नया इंडिया को देख रहे हैं, उसमें बहुत सारे अंतर हैं। और नया के नाम पर अगर आप देखें तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, धर्म संसद, इन सब में आप देखें तो उसमें एक अलग तरह का नया इंडिया दिखाई देता है।
सर,
और
एक और गाड़ी में धुआं निकल रहा है।
मेरी गाड़ी तो नहीं है ना वहां पे।
DL 57
ओके
0756 किया सेल्टोस DL,
इसका मतलब जब तक अपने घर में आग ना लगे, शहर में आग नहीं लगे।
0756
Please देख लीजिए गाड़ी।
0756।
हाँ, तो उन्होंने 2019 के भाषण में ये भी कहा था कि 1857 की तरह हमें मिलकर लड़ना है, और सांप्रदायिकता को हरा देना है, माइनॉरिटी का विश्वास जीतना है। 1857 की छोटी सी कहानी आप लोग पढ़ेंगे जब मौका मिलेगा। इतिहास में पढ़ाया सब जाता है, और इतिहास अगर आप पढ़ने चाहें तो लाखों किताबें मिलेंगी, आप इस जन्म में इतिहास नहीं पढ़ पाएंगे सारा कुछ। तो ये भी आपको समझा दिया गया कि हमें पढ़ाया नहीं गया। दरअसल जो समझा रहा था उसने भी कभी नहीं पढ़ा, और जिसे समझा रहा था उसे ने भी कभी नहीं पढ़ा। आप अपने अपने जिंदगी में इतिहास की कितनी किताबें खरीदे होंगे वो आप पता कर सकते हैं। तो इस दिल्ली में हजारों की संख्या में लोगों ने बगावत की अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ, और गुलामी के खिलाफ बगावत की, और बहादुर शाह जफर को अपना नेता चुना। इसका मतलब वो गुलामी के प्रतीक के रूप में बहादुर शाह जफर को नहीं देखते थे, अंग्रेजों को देखते थे। तो उनको फोटो साफ दिखता था। और उसी दिल्ली में उसी प्रधानमंत्री की पार्टी के नेता वो कह रहे हैं कि जो मोहम्मदपुर गांव है वो गुलामी का प्रतीक है। और इस दिल्ली के लोगों ने शायद इसी हिंदुस्तान के लिए, और एक दो नहीं, अंग्रेजों ने 1000, 10,000 की संख्या में लोगों को, इनमें हिंदू भी थे, मुसलमान भी थे, पेड़ों से बांध के तोपों से उड़ा दिया, यमुना नदी के किनारे खड़ा करके उड़ा दिया। तो ये एक नया इंडिया है। तो ये इस तरह से। अब मैं आता हूं, हमारी दो बहुत ही खास मेहमान हैं जिनके साथ हम बात करने जा रहे हैं लोकल की बात पे। हम जिस पेशे में हैं, अब जो भी इंडिविजुअल कहीं भी है वो लोकल है। जो अकेला है, जो जिसके पास कम संसाधन हैं, जो हम लोकल का मतलब हम अपने अपने तरीके से समझते हैं। तो खबर लहरिया आप लोग अगर आप देखें तो राजनीति रस राय, बड़ा अच्छा नाम है प्रोग्राम का, मीरा जी का। तो आप और नाजनी, नाजनी शामली, एक और है ना वो शाम,
नहीं, नाजनी चित्रकूट से हैं।
हाँ।
और उनका शो का नाम है बोलेंगे बुलवाएंगे।
बोलेंगे बुलवाएंगे, हाँ बड़ा, ये भी
हंसकर
बहुत
सब कह
अच्छा नाम
जाएंगे।
है। और एक है शामली है कोई, नहीं
नहीं,
अच्छा मैं नाम भूल रहा हूँ, तो वो बहुत ही अच्छा नाम है कि हम सिर्फ बोलेंगे नहीं बुलवाएंगे भी। तो एक कार्यक्रम आप वो कर रही हैं कि आप मारते हैं अपनी पत्नी को, इस तरह का। तो मैं जब होमवर्क कर रहा था आपसे बात करने के लिए, मैं फिर आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि यहाँ दिल्ली की खबरों में तो दिल्ली की ही खबर अब नहीं होती है, और खबर का जो मतलब होता है उस तरह की तो खबर नहीं होती है, लेकिन फिर भी आप लोग कर रही हैं। पहला मेरा सवाल यही है कि जिन चुनावों में, जिन गांवों में आप घूम रही होती हैं, और उसी के बगल में आस-पास आगे पीछे कभी भी अगर कभी संजोग हुआ हो तो साथ साथ जब दिल्ली वाला पत्रकार आ जाता है, जो उस लोकल को सर्च कर रहा होता है, जो आपके लिए लोकल नहीं है, मतलब वो आपका इलाका है, वो हम बांट रहे हैं ना यहाँ से दिल्ली में बैठ के कि वो लोकल है और ये नेशनल है। तो एज इस प्रोफेशन के हिसाब से आपकी मैं प्रतिक्रिया जानना चाहता हूँ कि क्या आपको लगता है कि वो ज्यादा ऑथेंटिक वॉइस बन रहे हैं, टेम्परेरी वॉइस बन रहे हैं, या फिर जिस संवेदनशीलता से आप अपने लोकल को कवर कर रही हैं शायद उनमें वो चीज नहीं है?
एक उदाहरण से मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि जब हाथरस केस हुआ था, हम लोग वहाँ पे गए थे, मैं और कविता हैं, तो दोनों लोग हम साथ में गए थे। और पूरी तरह से मतलब पूरे क्या कहेंगे देश की मीडिया वहाँ पर छाई हुई थी, और सब लोग अपने अपने तरीके से लगे हुए थे।
ठीक है।
हेलो। तो सब मतलब ऐसी रिपोर्टिंग क्या है कि वहां पर पहले वैसे भी लोग इतना डरे हुए हैं, पुलिस का अपना है, मीडिया का अपना है, फिर वहां पर इस तरह से कवरेज करना, लोगों के सामने बात करना, जो लोग 4-4 दिन से सोए नहीं हैं, बार बार वही सवाल किया जा रहा है। लोगों ने 4 दिन से खाना नहीं खाया, खाना नहीं बनाया है, सब लोग उनके बेडरूम तक घुसे हुए हैं, बड़े बड़े कैमरा, माइक, हर चीज लेकर के, पूरे ताम झाम के साथ। मैं तो अक्सर ये शब्द बोलती हूँ, ताम झाम के साथ। तो हमें समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि ये कैसी रिपोर्टिंग होती है, ये कौन सी रिपोर्टिंग है, कि इतनी कंपटीशन क्यों है, कि सबसे पहले कौन से ऐसे हेडलाइन जाए उनके चैनल पर कि कहा जाए कि ये बहुत अच्छा है। सबसे पहले मतलब इतना कंपटीशन होता कि अपने को सबसे आगे दिखाना है, और फिर हेडलाइंस भी कुछ ऐसे ही होती हैं कि सबसे तेज, सबसे आगे, और सच्ची खबरें सबसे आगे, ऐसे करके। तो हमने भी वहाँ पर रिपोर्टिंग की और बहुत ऐसे बात किया उनसे। बाद में लोग बहुत रोए, और उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि जिस मुद्दे के लिए, जिस दुख के लिए वो प्रताड़ित हैं, दुखित हैं, उसी शब्द को बार बार उनसे कहा जा रहा है, और माइक मतलब पूरा मुंह में लगा करके इस तरह से बात करना। तो मैं वही कहती हूँ कि हमें नहीं लगता है कि इस तरह की रिपोर्टिंग होनी चाहिए। और हम अक्सर इसको मतलब ऐसे भी हमें देखा जाता है कि जब कोई वो होती हैं, रैलियां होती हैं, कोई मंत्री आया हुआ होता है और एक मंच सजाया जाता है मीडिया के लिए, और वहाँ पे फिर वो पूरे तामझाम के साथ जाते हैं। सबसे पहले अपना माइक लगाते हैं, अपना ट्राइपॉड लगाते हैं, बड़े बड़े कैमरे लगाते हैं, और वहाँ पर दिखाते हैं, प्रेस कार्ड भी होता है, सब कुछ मतलब पूरा दिखाते हैं कि उनसे बड़ा कोई है नहीं। हम लोग तो कुछ नहीं, हम गांव में रहते हैं, हमारे पास सिर्फ फोन है और एक माइक है, उस पर ही हम रिपोर्टिंग करते हैं। हमारी क्वालिटी अच्छी नहीं होती है, चाहे वो इमेजेस हो और चाहे वॉइस हो, ये सब इस तरह से देखा जाता है सर।
लेकिन मैं जब देख रहा था आप लोगों के काम का, तो ये बात सही है कि ये जो आपने सवाल किया है कि ये क्यों सबसे तेज निकलना चाहते हैं, ये ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़, ये फ्लैश न्यूज़, ये सब जो चलता है। दरअसल जो हमें इतने साल काम करके समझ में आया कि ये यूं ही नहीं था, ये एक डिजाइन था टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए। जिस तरह से ट्विटर पे कैरेक्टर फिक्स किए गए कि इतने में ही आप बोलेंगे, और उसी तरह से उसके पहले टेलीविजन पे वो कैरेक्टर फिक्स किया गया कि 6 लाइन की क्रिएटिविटी चाहिए। तो जो न्यूज रूम में काम करने वालों को लगा कि क्रिएटिव होने का बेस्ट स्पेस वो है। तो जहां से आउटपुट डेस्क के लोग एक जमाने में तो काफी गुटखा खाते थे जब ये वाला काम करते थे, अब पता नहीं, मुझे न्यूज रूम का एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, लेकिन तब मैं जानता था कि उस जर्नलिज्म में गुटखा का बहुत रोल है, क्योंकि उससे उनको किक मिलता था गुटखा खा लेने से, और उस तरह की एक लाइन लिख देते थे। अब लोग ये सारी चीजों को मिस कर जाते हैं। जैसे चुनाव के खर्चे में जब वो एक कैंडिडेट होता है और वो 50 लाख का पूजा करा रहा होता है तो उसको मिस कर जाते हैं, भले उससे जीता या ना जीता, लेकिन कई कैंडिडेट अब 50 से 1 करोड़ रुपए तक का पूजा कराते हैं जीतने के लिए, जब उनका चुनाव चल रहा होता है। तो ये उसी तरह का गुटखा खा लिया, पान खा लिया, बाहर जाके सिगरेट पी के आ गए और फिर कुछ 2-3 लाइन बनाते थे। तो वो एक पूरा था कि कॉन्टेक्स्ट को खत्म करना है आपके समझने में, और वो सबसे पहले जो पेशे के भीतर के लोग थे उनके भीतर खत्म किया जाएगा। तो जब उनके भीतर खत्म किया जाएगा तभी तो मुझे वो मैन पावर मिलेगा ना। तो वही 10-15 साल में जो मैन पावर तैयार किया, जो अब आपको मिल रहा है पिछले 10 साल से। तो बहुत सारे यहाँ जो नए पत्रकार हैं वो सोचते होंगे कि जर्नलिस्ट बनेंगे तो कहीं दूर दराज जाएंगे लिखने के लिए, डिटेल में लिखेंगे, केस मुकदमा हो जाएगा, तब क्या होगा, है ना, तब छोड़ दीजिएगा। नहीं तो फिर कोई आपसे कहेगा कि जुमला जो है वो प्रॉपर है या नहीं है, तो आपको फिर एटिमोलॉजी में जानी पड़ेगी, या फिर कोई आपके घर को फॉलो करे। ये एक प्रोसेस है। एक दूसरा प्रोसेस है जो यहाँ आने से पहले मैंने फेसबुक पे नेहा की एक रिपोर्ट, पुरानी, ज्यादा पुरानी नहीं, अगस्त 2021 की पोस्ट की, और लिखा कि अगर आप एक एक पंक्ति लास्ट तक पढ़ सकते हैं तो बताइएगा। अब मैंने देखा नहीं कि किसी ने पढ़ा है कि नहीं पढ़ा है। वो स्टोरी क्या है, एक जर्नलिस्ट वो स्टोरी को लिख रही है, वो जर्नलिस्ट लिख रही है जो खुद गुवाहाटी एक स्टोरी के सिलसिले में मुकदमा होता है तो 40 बार सुनवाई उसके केस की लिस्ट होती है, और गुंडे बदमाश लोग उसके घर तक फॉलो करते हैं। वही पत्रकार खालिद सैफी की पत्नी की कहानी लिखती हैं, जो एक साधारण महिला हैं, और खालिद सैफी की पत्नी, जब खालिद को जेल में डाल दिया जाता है, कई महीने हो गए, तो उस प्रोसेस से गुजर रही हैं। तो मैं नेहा से जानना चाहता हूं कि इस नए भारत में, और ये देखिए बहुत लोकल लेवल पे ये दोनों बातें घट रही हैं, ये सिर्फ दिल्ली में है, दिल्ली की होने की वजह से, लेकिन इनका भी जैसा मैंने कहा कि जो इंडिविजुअल है वही लोकल है। तो इस नए भारत में एक पत्रकार, एक सोसाइटी का वो प्रेशर, सिस्टम का, और खुद का अपने प्रोफेशन में, जो इनका प्रोफेशन भी बिल्कुल इनके साथ नहीं है। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप ये जो नौजवान साथी बैठे हैं, इस एक्सपीरियंस को, और इसमें अगर भय है, डर है, तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप उस एलिमेंट को भी उतनी ही स्पष्टता के साथ सामने लाने का प्रयास करें, जिससे उनको ये दिखे कि हम लोग कोई प्लास्टिक के बनाए हुए कोई ब्रेव व्यक्ति नहीं हैं कि जिसमें हमें कभी कोई डर नाम की चीज नहीं लगती है। मुझे तो कई बार लगती है, पर आप बताएं।
थैंक यू रवि जी। बहुत ही मुश्किल सवाल है शायद, मगर अगर हम पिछले, जैसे जो इंडिया की बात हो रही थी, अगर हम इसके बारे में अगर थोड़ा सा देखें तो ऐसा नहीं है कि पहला का कोई इस्टेब्लिशमेंट पत्रकारों को पसंद करता था, कोई इस्टेब्लिशमेंट बहुत ज्यादा नहीं पसंद करता है पत्रकारों को। तो पिछले साल 2014 से पहले भी कई सारी ऐसी रिपोर्ट्स करी हैं मैंने, जिसके लिए मुझे हर तरीके के लीगल नोटिस ये वो आ चुके हैं। मगर 2014 से अभी 22 तक जो फर्क ये है कि अब ये सरकार जर्नलिस्ट के खिलाफ क्रिमिनल केसेस फाइल करती है, और जब आप क्रिमिनल केसेस फाइल करते हैं तो बहुत ही कॉम्प्लिकेशन इसलिए है। पहले मैं लोकल के बारे में बात करूंगी, क्योंकि अगर आप मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया का नया रेवेन्यू मॉडल देखें तो जगह जगह पे जो न्यूज ब्यूरोज होते थे, हर स्टेट में ब्यूरोज होते थे पहले, आप देखेंगे हर अखबार के, पिछले 4-5 सालों में वो ब्यूरोज बंद हो गए हैं और एक गिग इकोनॉमी आ गई है जिसमें आप पत्रकारों को जो है जहां भी वो है उनसे पर न्यूज आइटम के हिसाब से उनको हायर करते हैं, उनको उसी के हिसाब से पैसे देते हैं और आपका रेवेन्यू मॉडल में वो फिट हो जाता है। तो उसमें क्या होता है कि अगर आप और मीरा भी बहुत अच्छा बता पाएंगे और हम भी जो जिन लोगों से बात कर चुके हैं उनका ये कहना है कि उनको एक खबर के 800 रुपए मिलते हैं, एक खबर के 650 रुपए मिलते हैं, एक खबर जो बहुत लंबी चल जाएगी पूरे प्राइम टाइम तक पहुंच जाएगी उसके लिए उनको 1200 से 1500 रुपए मिल जाएंगे। तो ये तो ऑब्वियसली उनका घर का खर्चा नहीं चला सकते, तो इसलिए उन्हें साथ में कुछ और करना पड़ता है जो मतलब अगर बहुत ही ऐसे एथिकल और बहुत ही मतलब स्ट्रिक्ट माहौल में उसके बारे में कॉन्वर्सेशन हो तो कहेंगे कि इसमें एथिकल प्रॉब्लम है, मगर हमारे प्रेस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने भी उसको फिक्स करने के लिए कुछ किया नहीं है, न्यूज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने कुछ फिक्स करने के। उसका एग्जाम्पल ये है, अगर आप देखिए 2019 में पवन जायसवाल ने एक मिर्जापुर से एक कहानी करी थी जिसमें रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने बताया था कि कैसे मिड डे मील में उनको बच्चों को रोटी के साथ नमक मिल रहा है। और जब उन्होंने ये कहानी लिखी जिस अखबार के लिए, जब वो छप गई तो यूपी गवर्नमेंट ने उन पर क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी का केस कर दिया। अब ये बात दिल्ली तक आई तो यहाँ पे डिस्कशन शुरू हुआ कि अरे ये तो प्रेस फ्रीडम का केस ही नहीं है, क्योंकि पवन जायसवाल तो पंसारी की दुकान चलाते हैं, मगर क्योंकि वो पंसारी की दुकान चलाते हैं और उनपे क्रिमिनल केस कर दिया गया है तो इमीडिएटली द फोकस हैज मूव टू हाउ ये प्रेस फ्रीडम का केस नहीं है, ये तो कुछ पर्सनल है, क्योंकि ये पंसारी की दुकान चलाते हैं तो हो सकता है कुछ बेचना चाहते थे मिड डे मील में, इसलिए इन्होंने ये खबर करी। तो देयर इज अ स्ट्रक्चरल प्रॉब्लम इन द काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स दैट वी आर ट्राइंग टू एड्रेस कि आप नीचे का फिक्स नहीं कर रहे और उसके ऊपर से आपकी एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि आप 80 रुपए, मैं ये भी जानती हूँ कि लॉकडाउन के दौरान जो जितने ले ऑफ्स हुए मीडिया में, उसमें लोगों को जैसे तमिल मीडिया में एडिटर्स को हटा दिया गया और कहा आप हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए 800 रुपए पर पीस में लिखे हैं, ठीक है। आपने फोटो ली तो आपको 80 रुपए। एक पत्रकार को मैं जानती हूँ हैदराबाद में जिन्होंने करीब 1600-1700 फोटोज दी थी एक बहुत बड़े अखबार को, और 5-6 सालों में उनके 80 रुपए पर फोटो के पैसे बाकी थे। तो इस तरीके से व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू टॉक अबाउट इट कि इस माहौल में पत्रकार काम कर रहे हैं जगह जगह, स्मॉल टाउन, टियर 2 टियर सिटी, 3 टियर सिटी, इवन दिल्ली में जो एक मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी है, देश का कैपिटल है, यहाँ पर भी बहुत सारे पत्रकार इतने कम पैसों में काम कर रहे हैं। तो उसके लिए जब आप पे क्रिमिनल केस हो जाता है जो एक कोर्ट में और भी ज्यादा लंबा चलता है ना, अगर आप डेफेमेशन केस है या प्रेस फ्रीडम का कुछ केस है या सिविल केस है तो उसको किया जा सकता है, मगर क्रिमिनल केस चलता चला जाता है और उसको सपोर्ट करने के लिए ना आपके पास ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, क्योंकि आप नौकरीशुदा तो है नहीं किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, ना आपके पास कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है। इंडिया में जितने भी लोकल पत्रकार है, फ्रीलांसर्स हैं, हमारे जैसे सारे लोग हैं, ना हमारे पास कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है ना ही प्रेस कार्ड है। मतलब मुझे 15 साल हुए हैं काम करते हुए, मगर अभी भी अगर मैं कहीं अटक जाती हूँ, और कई बार हुआ भी है कि कुछ आरएसएस पे स्टोरी कर रही हूँ और उन्होंने बंद कर लिया है मुझे अंदर, तो उन्होंने कहा आप कौन है, तो मैंने कहा पत्रकार हूँ, तो उनका प्रेस कार्ड दिखाइए, तो था नहीं। तो मुझे लगा कि 1 मिनट को लगा कि मैं गूगल करके बता दूं कि क्या रिपोर्ट करिए, फिर मुझे लगा ये तो और भी ज्यादा मुश्किल बात हो जाएगी कि दिखा दिया क्या करना है। तो इस तरीके से बहुत सारी इस तरह की स्ट्रक्चरल प्रॉब्लम्स हैं जो हमें एक करके एड्रेस करने की जरूरत है। दूसरी बात, जब अटैक्स हो जाते हैं, अभी आप देखिए कि पिछले साल एमएचए ने फिर से एक नंबर निकाला जिसमें कितने 1100 करीब लोगों पे फिजिकल अटैक्स हुए थे जर्नलिस्ट पर 6-7 महीने के स्पैन में। तो ये ऑफिशियल फिगर है, अनऑफिशियल और भी ज्यादा है। इसका भी कोई कॉग्निजेंस नहीं है। और साथ ही साथ जिसकी बात बहुत ज्यादा होती है, और मुझे लगता है ऐसा नहीं है कि इसके बारे में बात नहीं होनी चाहिए, बट सिर्फ उसी के बारे में बात नहीं होनी चाहिए, विच इज ऑनलाइन ट्रोलिंग। ठीक है, तो अब बहुत सारे लोगों के दिमाग में, और खासतौर से मेरे दिमाग में भी, मुझे ये नहीं पता कि लीगल चल रहा है या फिजिकल अटैक चल रहा है, लीगल अटैक चल रहा है, ऑनलाइन अटैक चल रहा है, ये सब एक मिक्स हो गया है। एंड वी एक्चुअली, देयर इज नो, कोई तरीका नहीं है इसको एड्रेस करने का। मतलब मेरा केस भी 5 साल से चल रहा है, गुवाहाटी में है। मैं जिस न्यूज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए लिखा था मैंने, उन्होंने नहीं सपोर्ट किया। तो मैं, हो सकता है, और है मेरे पास कई सारी प्रिविलेजेस है कि मैं अपने आप को सपोर्ट कर पा रही हूँ, मगर ऐसे बहुत सारे पत्रकार हैं जो क्यों करेंगे। तो हम एक्सपेक्ट क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या रिसोर्सेज देके, व्हाट आर वी एक्सपेक्टिंग, इज अ ह्यूज मॉरल क्वेश्चन फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, कि व्हाई इज इट इवन वर्थ गेटिंग इनटू इट। तो ये इस पे रुकूंगी मैं।
मीरा जी, आप भी स्थानीय स्तर पे प्रशासन की जो प्रताड़ना है उसको झेल रही हैं। अगर वो दिल्ली वाले को डरा रहे हैं, दिल्ली वाले भी जब जाते हैं तो वो कई बार कहते हैं, यहाँ से जो भी जाते हैं पत्रकार, की डीएम ने धमका दिया है या उसने ये धमका दिया है, इशारे में कह दिया है। तो आप लोगों को क्या और भी ज्यादा इस पे प्रेशराइज किया जाता है?
हाँ बिल्कुल, थोड़ा सा इधर चेंज हो गया है, क्योंकि थोड़ी ऐसे भी हुआ है कि लोग बहुत ज़्यादा जानने लगे हैं, तो इसलिए पहले तो ऐसे होता था कि बात ही नहीं करनी। एक तो ये भी कि पहले तो रिपोर्टर मानना ही नहीं, क्योंकि जिस क्षेत्र में हम काम करते हैं वहाँ पर महिलाओं के लिए पत्रकार मानना मुश्किल है, मानते ही नहीं कि क्या कभी महिलाएं भी पत्रकार हो सकती हैं। वो भी ऐसी जगह में जहाँ जो इलाका ग्रामीण है, दस्यु इलाका है, पावरफुल लोग हैं, वहाँ पर महिलाएं कैसे सवाल उठा सकती हैं रिपोर्टर में आकर, रिपोर्टर बन करके। तो ये सब बहुत खलता था उन लोगों को। तो जब भी हम बात करने जाते प्रशासनिक स्तर पर, तो पहले तो बात ही नहीं करना, मजाक उड़ाना, सजेस्ट करना कि आप ये काम कर लीजिए, वो काम कर लीजिए, क्या है आप भी ये सब लोगों से बात करती रहती है, अच्छा लगता है महिला हो करके पुरुषों के बीच में पुरुषों से बात करना। समाज देखेगा, आपके ससुराल मायके के लोग देखेंगे तो आपको क्या कहेंगे, अचार पापड़ का काम कर लीजिए, और भी बहुत सारी चीजें, सिंदूर क्यों नहीं लगाया, बिंदी क्यों नहीं लगाई, बच्चे कितने हैं, शादी हो गई है कि नहीं हुई है, इस तरह के सवाल करना प्रशासन स्तर पर। और फिर हमारी जिद होती नहीं, बात करनी है तो एक बारी लौटाला, 2 बारी लौटाला, 3 बारी, क्योंकि हम भी काम करना चाह रहे थे कि कितनी बारी हमें लौटा लेंगे। तो कई बारी ऐसे भी हुआ कि हमको बोला गया कि अच्छा ठीक है, रात में आइएगा, चाय पर आइएगा। तो फिर भी अब इस तरह का माहौल हो गया है कि कई बारी बात नहीं करते हैं, खबर लहरिया से प्रशासनिक लोग थोड़ा सा अपने को आउट रखते हैं, कभी सामना ना करना पड़े खबर लहरिया के सवालों का। तो कई बारी ऐसे भी होता है कि अपनी तरफ से ही बाइट वो डाल देते हैं।
जो साथ के पत्रकार होते हैं, जो बिरादरी होती है वहां पे, तो वो लोग भी आपको अलग थलग करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि आ गई, ये ज्यादा पूछ रही हैं, ज्यादा मत पूछिए, या आपको लगता है कि वो लोग पूछ ही नहीं रहा है, केवल संख्या आ गई है वहां पे, 10 लोगों के हाथ में 50 कैमरे हैं, मगर कोई पूछ नहीं रहा है इसमें?
कोई पूछता नहीं है, सब लोग बहुत साथ में खड़े होकर के फोटो खिंचाते हैं, बगल में खड़े होकर के। कोई फंक्शन होता है तो जाकर के बैठते हैं, चाय पीते हैं, और जब कभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है उसमें जरूर जाते हैं। और ये सब होता है, कभी सवालों पर उतना नहीं होता, जो उन्होंने बोल दिया अपनी तरफ से बाइट ग्रुपों में, क्योंकि ये आपने खुद ही कहा कि नया भारत तो वहाँ पर व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बने हुए हैं, वहाँ पर अपनी बाइट्स दे दी है, कोई बड़ा कार्य घटना हो गई है, मर्डर हो गया है, कुछ भी हुआ है, बस उसी को सब चलाते रहते हैं।
तो
और
सोचिए कि आप में से कितने लोगों के भीतर इतना कमिटमेंट है कि आप इतना सफर करने के बाद भी जर्नलिज्म करने के लिए तैयार हैं। लेकिन आप ये समझिए कि जब ये कर रही हैं तो आप क्यों नहीं करेंगे? अगर आपको ये निराशा हो रही है तो फिर आप सोचिए कि जब ये उस जगह पे स्ट्रगल कर रही हैं कि जहाँ पे इनके सिंदूर को क्वेश्चन किया जा रहा है, इनके स्त्री होने को क्वेश्चन किया जा रहा है, ये सब की नौबत अभी आपकी नहीं आई है। और अगर कोई कह दे तो मुझे मालूम नहीं कि आपके क्या जवाब होंगे और सुनने वाला किस तरह से रिसीव करेगा, लेकिन हर किसी का जवाब एक लेवल का तो नहीं हो सकता है, लेकिन उसके बीच भी ये कर रही हैं। और एक जो नोट करने वाली बात ये है कि जो साथ के जो पत्रकार हैं प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में, ये कहीं भी हो गया है, अब सवाल पूछना, क्रॉस क्वेश्चन करना खत्म हो गया है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आप इसको रिवाइव नहीं कर सकते हैं। आप अगर पूछना शुरू करें, थोड़ी थोड़ी कीमत चुकाएं उसके लिए और उसके लिए अपने आप को मानसिक रूप से तैयार करें, तो ये चीजें वापस आप ला सकते हैं। लेकिन जो हम तो आजकल काफी सुन रहे हैं, गांव में थोड़ा ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं, कुछ रिटायरमेंट का सोच रहे थे, इसलिए तो पता चलता है कि जो बहुत सारी योजनाएं, बहुत सारे पैसे गाँव में जा रहे हैं, तो सरपंच लोगों के पास बहुत पैसा आ गया है और बहुत लोकल पावर आ गया है, और वो लोग कुछ भी नुकसान पहुंचा सकता है वो अगर चाहें तो इसका खतरा आप लोगों के, आपकी टीम पे आपका रहता है कि क्योंकि आपको वहीं रहना तो उसी गांव में है ना। आप उसमें कह रही हैं मध्य प्रदेश के सरपंच के चुनाव में कि हम कल फिर भी आकर देखेंगे सुबह में कि आपने शराब पीकर कितना वोट दिया है, लेकिन रहना तो आपको भी तो वहीं रहना है, उसी गांव में रहना है जिस गांव में आप बदलाव के लिए पत्रकारिता कर रही हैं।
मैं आपको बताती हूँ कि हमारी रिपोर्टर गई थी रिपोर्टिंग करने के लिए, ये कि जो गौशाला है वहाँ पर बहुत सारी गाय खत्म हो गई, मर गई हैं, और जो बजट आया है उसका कुछ हो नहीं रहा है। तो जब ये रिपोर्टिंग करके आई तो हमारी रिपोर्टर की ऐसी पहचान है कि सब लोग जानते हैं कि फला की बेटी है, फला के गांव की रहने वाली है, उसकी बहू है। तो दिन में तो वो आ गई रिपोर्टिंग करके, रात में 4 व्हीलर से और बंदूकों के साथ लैस होकर के उनके घर में पहुंच गए कि तुम वो रिपोर्ट करके लाई हो और वो सारे वीडियो और फोटोज डिलीट करो वरना कुछ भी हो सकता है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि थोड़ा सा डर तो लगता है ना कि बूढ़े माँ बाप हैं, बच्चे हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि मैं तो नहीं लाई हूँ, आपको कैसे पता चला? तो उन्होंने कहा पागल बना रही हो, हमें सब पता है, और दिखाओ अपना फोन दिखाओ, हम देखते हैं। तो खैर उन्होंने कहा कि हाँ मैं करके लाई हूँ और वो पब्लिश हो चुका है, उसका तो कुछ हो नहीं सकता, अब ठीक है आगे जो भी होगा देखा जाएगा। तो इस तरह की रिपोर्टिंग होती है। तो कई बार हाँ बहुत डर होता है। बहुत सारे उदाहरण मैं आपके सामने कितने पेश करूंगी कि हर रोज।
लेकिन आपका इरादा उतना ही मजबूत रहता है कि पत्रकारिता करनी है, या आपको भी कभी कभी लगता है कि छोड़ा जाए इसको, क्यों
नहीं
इतना?
कई बार ऐसे लगता है कि पता नहीं आगे क्या होगा, जैसे जैसे माहौल बदल रहा है आगे चल रहे हैं।
ये
तो
माहौल क्या बदल रहा है? मतलब गांव के लोग भी अब आपके खिलाफ उस तरह से जमा हो जाते हैं, उनके व्यवहार में परिवर्तन आया लोगों में? अगर ये सरपंच बीडीओ अधिकारी को छोड़ दें तो पहले हम जब पत्रकार जनता के बीच में जाते थे तो अलग तरीके से लोग स्वीकार करते थे, स्वागत करते थे, उसमें भी बदलाव आ रहा है।
बिल्कुल, जब आप मौजूदा सरकार के खिलाफ में अगर कुछ मतलब खिलाफ क्या योजनाओं के बारे में बात करेंगे और जवाबदेही के तौर पर आप प्रधान से पूछेंगे, वीडियो से पूछेंगे, आपको सजेस्ट करेंगे कि आप उतना ही काम करिए जितना काम ठीक हो, आगे चल के कोई प्रॉब्लम ना हो। और या जो गांव के बड़े जिम्मेदार लोग हैं वो लोग तो चाहते ही नहीं है कि इस तरह। कई बार बहस हुई है हमारी, जब हम अभी चुनाव की रिपोर्टिंग पर विधानसभा चुनाव हुए हैं तो हम पूर्वांचल की तरफ पूरी टीम के साथ गए थे रिपोर्टिंग करने के लिए। तो फोकस तो हमारा होता है SC ST और दलित समुदाय पर अपनी रिपोर्टिंग करना, लेकिन फिर भी क्योंकि हम अपने को निष्पक्ष की तरह से पेश करना चाहते हैं तो उनके पास भी जाते हैं। तो या तो वो खुल के बोलते नहीं है या तो फिर उनको हमारे लिए सजेस्ट होता है। और ये सिर्फ लोगों की ही तरफ से नहीं, प्रशासन की ही तरफ से नहीं, जो हमारे मीडिया साथी हैं वो भी हमको बोलते हैं कि आपको कटाक्ष सवाल नहीं करना चाहिए, आपको अधिकारी को खुश रखना है, आपको राजनीतिक लोग हैं उनको खुश रहना है, क्योंकि आपको बार बार उनके पास जाना है, उनसे बार बार सवाल करना, हमें यही रहना है, तो हमें बना करके चलना है। हमारी नहीं है कहीं पर दोस्ती, ना प्रशासनिक स्तर पर दोस्ती है। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होते हैं हम कभी नहीं जाते हैं, कभी नहीं। नहीं, अगर जाते भी हैं तो जितना हमारा काम है करके और वापस आते हैं। वो समोसा होगा, चाय होगी और ये सब होगा। कई बार लोग हमको ये कहते हैं, अरे लेडीज है तो शायद अच्छा नहीं समझते हैं पुरुषों के बीच में खाना, ये संस्कार है, महिलाएं पुरुषों के बीच में खाना नहीं खा
लेकिन आप
सकती।
किसी और वजह से नहीं खाती।
हम तो किसी और वजह से नहीं खाते हैं ना, वो
ये बहुत शुक्रिया संजय जी मीरा को बुलाने के लिए। हाँ,
थैंक यू।
ये बड़ी बात है कि आप लेकर आए
थैंक यू।
ये 100 क्लासरूम के, ये बिल्कुल 100 क्लासरूम के लेक्चर के बराबर का एक्सपीरियंस है। और यही चेक करने की बात है कि क्या, एक सवाल खुद से पूछिएगा कि क्या आप ऐसा हिंदुस्तान चाहते हैं जहां आप सवाल पूछते समय आप कांपने लगे। और मैं स्क्रिप्चर से भी बात कर सकता हूँ, नचिकेता का भी उदाहरण दे सकता हूँ, लेकिन छोड़ते हैं, अभी उसने लंबा नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ। क्या आप इस ऐसे देश पे सर उठा के चल सकते हैं, बगल से भले 4 बुलेट ट्रेन गुजर रही हो और आपको सवाल पूछने से आपने क्या, लोग सेंसर कर रहे हैं कि आप सवाल मत पूछिए, जो पत्रकार बिरादरी के लोग हैं वो सेंसर कर रहे हैं इनको कि आप सवाल मत पूछिए, जो ऑफिसर हैं वो सेंसर कर रहे हैं। एक महिला, एक पत्रकार जिनके पास कोई संसाधन नहीं है, वो पूछने जा रही हैं कि आपने जो स्कीम अनाउंस किया है वो स्कीम यहाँ पे पूरा इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ है, कोई खा सकता है इस देश में। ये तो सबको पता होता है, ये सरकारों को भी पता होता है, तो ये तो उस सरकार का भला कर रही है, तो कितना सेंसर है। तो क्या आप ऐसे नए भारत में जीना चाहेंगे? भले पहले के भी भारत में ऐसा होता रहा हो, तो इसे तो ठीक करना है, या फिर बोलने की हर खिड़की को आप बंद करते चले जाइएगा। एक बार पूछिएगा और फिर जब भी शादी में जाएं डांस अच्छा कीजिएगा, क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा है ये देश जो है शादियों की प्लानिंग में जीता है और उसके कपड़ों की प्लानिंग में जीता है, और उधर का डांस का वीडियो देख के लगता है कि अभी जो यहाँ चिंता की बात कर रहे हैं दरअसल उससे ज्यादा उसकी परवाह है नहीं। लेकिन इसे याद करते हुए जरा सा आप डांस करके देखिएगा कि स्टेप्स आते हैं कि नहीं आते हैं। बहुत अच्छे गाने पे भी इसे याद करते हुए कि आप एक ऐसे देश में डांस कर रहे हैं शादी के डांस फ्लोर पे, तो आपके स्टेप्स वैसे परफेक्ट आ रहे हैं कि नहीं आ रहे हैं। पर नेहा, हम आपसे जानना चाहते हैं कि जब आप ट्रेवल कर रही हैं, मैंने एक सवाल इनसे भी पूछूंगा बाद में कि ये कैसे ट्रेवल करती हैं। आपके पास तो इतने पैसे नहीं है, इतना रिसोर्स नहीं है कि आप फ्लाइट से पहुंच गए और वही तुरंत सबसे पहले पहुंच के ब्रेकिंग न्यूज इंटरव्यू, नेहा दीक्षित का ट्विटर पे फ्लैश आ गया। तो अब पब्लिक का बिहेवियर बदल रहा है क्या? कि एक तो पहले आप लोगों को महिला अंग्रेजी बोल रही है, बाहर से आई है, इस नजरिए से देखा जा रहा होगा, लेकिन अब क्या उस लोकल लेवल पे जो पॉलिटिकल एजेंट्स होते हैं वो अब पहचान रहे हैं आपको कि आप नेहा दीक्षित हैं, या आपकी रिपोर्टिंग ऐसी हो सकती है, या इस तरह के सवाल कर रही हैं?
मैंने आज तक कोई ब्रेकिंग न्यूज करी नहीं है कभी।
ये बहुत अच्छा है। मेरा भी बहुत सपना था कि मैं कोई ब्रेकिंग न्यूज मिल जाता, लेकिन बहुत कम चांस मिला। हाँ,
अभी जैसे ये एग्जाम्पल में इससे पता चलता है कि क्या मतलब लोगों के बीच में क्या। अभी आजमगढ़ में थी मैं यूपी चुनाव के दौरान, तो एक गांव में थी, तो उन्होंने कहा आप यूट्यूबर हैं? तो मैंने कहा नहीं, यूट्यूबर नहीं हूँ। कहते नहीं, पत्रकारों से हम बात नहीं करते, यूट्यूबर हैं तो बताइए। तो इस तरह की जो जमीन पे पहले तो इस तरह की हमारी क्रेडिबिलिटी की क्राइसिस तो हो ही गई है, और साथ साथ ये भी है, पहले जैसे ये बता सकती हूँ कि पहले बहुत मुश्किल होता था कि आप अगर लिखने वाले पत्रकार हैं तो आपके पास अगर माइक नहीं है तो कोई नहीं बोलता था। अब जो है अगर आप इन्फ्लुएंसर नहीं है तो शायद कोई नहीं बोलता है, मगर मुझे कोई पहचानता नहीं है वैसे। बहुत अच्छी बात है, ताकि मैं आराम से कहीं भी घुस के कुछ भी कर लेती हूँ धीरे चुपचाप बैठ के। बट दूसरी चीज ये है कि जगह जगह पे अब छोटे छोटे न्यूज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस खुल रहे हैं खबर लहरिया की तरह, जिन पे लोगों का ज्यादा ट्रस्ट है। जैसे आप देख लें कि जैसे शामली में एक संस्था है चलचित्र अभियान, तो वो लोग ने भी ऐसे ही शुरुआत में ये किया कि लोगों को मुजफ्फरनगर दंगों के बाद बहुत सारे दंगा पीड़ित और बाकी जो लोकल लोग थे उनको ट्रेन किया फ्रॉम द पॉइंट कि उनको फोन यूज करना नहीं आता था, अब वो अपनी डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्में बनाते हैं और साथ साथ न्यूज फीचर्स बनाते हैं। मगर उसको एक स्टेप और आगे ले जाके उन्होंने क्या किया है कि मोबाइल शॉप से टाई अप किया हुआ है, तो मोबाइल में लोग गाने भरवाने आते हैं या फिल्में भरवाने आते हैं, तो जो मोबाइल वाले हैं, दुकान वाले, वो उसमें 2-4 खबरें भी भर देते हैं फिल्मों
बहुत
और
बढ़िया।
गानों के साथ। और वो लोग ये भी करते हैं कि प्रोजेक्टर ले जाके जगह जगह पे गांव में ऐसे 10-12 गांव आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए जहां हर हफ्ते 4-5 न्यूज आर्टिकल्स दिखाए जाते हैं, न्यूज फीचर्स जो उन्होंने बनाए हैं, और उसके बाद एक फिल्म जो इंटरनेशनल भी हो सकती है, ये भी हो सकती है, वो भी हो सकती है। तो उससे जैसे कि आप डिसइंफॉर्मेशन की बात करते हैं या फेक न्यूज की बात करते हैं, तो वहीं पे न्यूज पीसेस देखकर वो लोग उस पर चर्चा होती है, और चर्चा के साथ साथ फिल्म भी दिखाते हैं, तो अलग अलग लोग आ जाते हैं। जैसे एक बार मुझे याद है, अंबेडकर जयंती पे फैंड्री दिखा रहे थे, एक मराठी फिल्म है, और क्योंकि लोग सबटाइटल नहीं पढ़ सकते क्योंकि पढ़े लिखे नहीं है, तो वो लाइव ट्रांसलेशन कर रहे थे। तो उन्हें लगा कि अरे आ जाएंगे 40-50 लोग, बट 200 लोग आ गए। उसी जगह पे चिल्ड्रन ऑफ हेवन एक ईरानियन फिल्म है, आपने देखी होगी, अगर 2 बच्चे हैं, उनका जूता खो जाता है, तो वो उसमें भी लाइव ट्रांसलेशन करके फिर बाद में बूढ़े वो कह रहे हैं कि अरे बच्चों ने अपने शिक्षा के लिए कितना मेहनत किया, तो दैट वाज देयर इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ द फिल्म। तो इस तरह से हम जब जाते हैं ना, तो हमारी कोई वक्त वहां पे है नहीं, वो आप खड़े रह के कुछ करना है कर लीजिए, बट आई थिंक ग्रेजुअली ये चीज बहुत अच्छी हो रही है कि फ्रॉम विद इन द पीपल जो मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस बन रहे हैं, जो उसी कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं, वहां पे बात कर रहे हैं, वो जो कहते हैं, वो जो कह रहे हैं, रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, उस पर ज्यादा ट्रस्ट है। तो इस चीज को हमारे लिए भी एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि हम अपनी तरह कैसे एड्रेस करेंगे। एक और चीज ये है कि आप देखें कि इंडिया भर में जो भी हम अंग्रेजी में लिख रहे हैं, वो एक प्लेटो हिट कर रहा है, वो कहीं जा नहीं पा रहा है, मतलब बियॉन्ड अ पॉइंट वो कहीं जाता नहीं है। इसलिए आप देखिए कि जितने बड़े बड़े संस्थान है, जैसे बीबीसी ने 11 लैंग्वेजेस में शुरू किया, इंडिपेंडेंट आके अलग अलग लैंग्वेजेस में शुरू कर रहे हैं। तो जो नए रीडर्स है, जो न्यू लिटरेट हैं, जो नए नए साक्षर हुए हैं, वो अपनी भाषा में पढ़ना चाहते हैं, उन्हें उस पर ज्यादा यकीन है। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि बहुत पॉजिटिव चीज है कि विद इन द एरिया, विद इन द कम्युनिटी, अपने अपने मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, वो जो वहां से हम यहाँ से जाके वहां का कॉन्टेक्स्ट ना समझे, तो ये बहुत बड़ी डिससर्विस है। इसलिए ये हमारी क्रेडिबिलिटी कम हो रही है, और फ्रॉम विद इन दी प्लेसेस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस बन रहे हैं, उनकी बात ज्यादा मानी जा
आपने
रही है।
कहा कि जो अंग्रेजी में आप लिख रही हैं या जो लिखा जा रहा है वो कहीं जाके ठहर रहा है, क्या यही सवाल उन संदर्भों में पूछा जा सकता है कि जो लोगों के बीच से मीडिया बन रहा है वो भी कहीं ठहर रहा है, कि जो वो समस्या दिखा रही हैं वो ऊपर तक जा नहीं रही है और नेशनल डिस्कोर्स का वो हिस्सा नहीं बन रहा, जबकि वो डिजर्व करता है और इसलिए वो कवर तो हो रहा है, लोगों के बीच जा तो रहा है, मगर कोई उसका इंस्टीट्यूशनल, उसका सांस्थानिक कोई हस्तक्षेप नहीं है कि प्रशासन उस पर एक्ट करे या कर रहा है।
ये बिल्कुल सच बात है, मगर देखिए एक चीज है कि वहां पे वो जो कर रहे हैं, तो वहां जैसे मीरा भी बता रही थी कि जो लोकल प्रशासन है वो जानता है कि भाई इन लोग ने रिपोर्ट करी है, इसका लोगों में खलबली बन जाएगी, कुछ हो जाएगा, तो लोकली उसका असर है कि अगर जैसे राशन नहीं मिला, रिपोर्ट आ गई तो हुआ, कोई केस है, क्रिमिनल केस है, उस पर रिपोर्ट आ गई तो उस पर प्रशासन ध्यान देता है। हाँ, नेशनली इसलिए भी नहीं पहुंचता है क्योंकि जो नेशनल मीडिया है उसका, हमने पहले भी बात करी है कि इसका एक जो रेवेन्यू मॉडल, जो मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया का मॉडल बन गया है, जहाँ पे हम शहर के लोगों को दिखाएंगे, हम शहर के अमीर लोगों के बारे में दिखाएंगे। इसलिए अगर आप जो है एक टीवी प्रोग्राम आपका जो है, जो सबसे ज्यादा लोग देखते हैं, उसमें आप प्लीज मैल न्यूट्रिशन की बातें मत करिए, कुपोषण की बातें मत करिए, क्योंकि प्रेशर कुकर का ऐड आएगा, तो लोग जो है ऑब्वियसली, तो ये बिल्कुल सच्चाई है कि इस तरीके से होता है। विच इज वाई आप देखेंगे कि फर्स्ट वेव कोविड के दौरान भी हमने इतना दिखाया है कि वर्कर्स जो है चलते चलते घर जा रहे हैं हजारों किलोमीटर, मगर जब वो घर पहुंचे तो उनका क्या हुआ, और पिछले 2 सालों में उनका क्या हुआ, इसके बारे में हमें कोई खबर नहीं है, क्योंकि हमने रोड पर, हाईवे पे तो हम सारे दिल्ली से पहुंच गए, मगर वहां पे जाके उनकी क्या हुआ, वहां पे लोकल पत्रकारों को भी, जिनको बस ट्रेन लेकर जाना था इधर से उधर, वो नहीं जा पाए लॉकडाउन में, वो टैक्सी का भाड़ा नहीं अफोर्ड कर सकते थे, इसलिए हमें कोई खबर नहीं मिली। एक और चीज, जो मैं पत्रकारिता पढ़ाती हूँ तो मैं ये अपने स्टूडेंट्स को बताती हूँ, नंबर 1 कि आजकल खास तौर से बड़े बड़े शहरों के पत्रकार, आपको बहुत ज्यादा क्लियर होना है कि आप सोशल मीडिया इन्फ्लुएंसर बनना चाहते हैं या आप जर्नलिस्ट बनना चाहते हैं। इसकी क्लैरिटी बहुत ज्यादा होनी जरूरी है, क्योंकि आजकल सारे न्यूज रिपोर्ट्स ऐसे लिखे जाते हैं कि मैं ऑटो में बैठी, बहुत गर्मी थी, धूप में हम गए आगे,
और
फिर
ड्राइवर
ऑटो
से बात की।
ड्राइवर से बात करी, फिर ऑटो रुका तो मेरा पैर नाली में गिर गया, मेरा पैर पजामा गीला हो गया। फिर मैं चाय के दुकान पे गए, चाय के दुकान पे मैंने समोसा खरीदा, उस गरम गरम समोसे ने मुझे नानी के घर की याद दिला दी, और जब नानी के घर की याद दिला दी तो फिर वहां से समोसे की हिस्ट्री शुरू हो जाती कि समोसा अफ्रीका में या कहाँ से बना था और वहां से चल के यहाँ आया था। सो इसकी कोई जरूरत नहीं है, यू रियली लाइक, आप जहां हमारे बड़े शहरों में द रिपोर्टर हैज बिकम द स्टोरी इंस्टेड ऑफ द स्टोरी इटसेल्फ, एंड दैट इज अ ह्यूज क्राइसिस दैट वी आर डीलिंग विद कि आप नहीं है स्टोरी। हम लोग जब पहले करते थे तो आपको रिपोर्टर्स डायरी में आप लिख लीजिए आपको जो करना है, मगर जो मेन खबर है, आप इतनी दूर जा रहे हैं, अगर आपके पास 1000 वर्ड है लिखने के लिए कि गांव में क्या हो रहा है, तो अपने बारे में प्लीज मत लिखिए। तो ये बहुत क्राइसिस है, इसकी वजह से भी क्रेडिबिलिटी के क्वेश्चंस आ गए।
मैं आपसे जानना चाह रहा था कि आप लोगों का जो रिसोर्स है, संसाधन है, पैसा रुपया है, आप लोग अपने स्तर पे अपने जिले में जिला मुख्यालय तक ट्रेवल कर पाती हैं, हर गांव में जा पाती हैं, उतना पैसा होता है? किस तरह से हर महीना निकालती हैं, या कुछ इंतजाम हो पाता है? वो स्थानीय स्तर पे हो पाता है या बाहर से लोग मदद करते हैं?
नहीं, इसके लिए शायद मैं आपको कम जवाब दे पाऊंगी, क्योंकि इसके लिए हमारी एक टीम है और हमारा हेड ऑफिस दिल्ली है, तो वही सब ये पूरा फाइनेंस वाला सब वही देखते हैं। और ऐसी रिपोर्टर नहीं है कि 600 में 800 में स्टोरी कर रहे हैं, मंथली मतलब फुल एम्प्लॉय होते हैं, तो हम इस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं।
और आप लोगों की रेगुलर मीटिंग होती है कि आपकी रिपोर्ट में आज क्या कमी थी, एडिट में क्या कमी थी?
इसमें बहुत काम होता है, बहुत काम होता है, यही तो मेन काम है हमारा। रिपोर्टिंग तो है, पर इसमें जो अलग अलग कैटेगरी की टीम है, एक ऐसी टीम है जो फील्ड में काम करेगी, एक ऐसी टीम है फील्ड में और प्लस प्लानिंग में काम करेगी, फिर एक ऐसी टीम है जो अप्रूवल का काम और प्लस प्लानिंग में काम करेगी। तो इस तरह से कई कैटेगरियां हैं, तो बहुत छट करके काम होता है।
पर आप जो नेहा से पूछ रहे थे कि आप जो स्टोरी करती हैं, कुछ 1-2 साल में जो आप कह रहे हैं कि काफी कुछ बदल रहा है, तो उस लोकल स्तर पे वो स्टोरी का असर होता है जो आप रिपोर्ट करती हैं?
जरूर
होता है,
जरूर।
और चीजें बन जाती हैं। अगर आपने टूटी हुई सड़क का या फिर अस्पताल में दवा नहीं है उसका कुछ किया
कई बार ऐसे हुआ है कि हम रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं गांव से, और जो प्रशासनिक स्तर पर गए हैं तो बोला गया कि रुकिए अभी खबर नहीं चलाइएगा, हम जल्दी से काम करा देते हैं, तो हो भी गया है। कई बार ऐसे भी हुआ है कि हमने क्योंकि लोग अब हमें जान रहे हैं, तो लोगों ने बता दिया कि आज लाइट नहीं है गांव में, 3 दिन से लाइट नहीं है, हम बहुत परेशान हैं। तो अगर टूट कर दिया गया है तो भी काम वहाँ पे हो गया है, भले ही वो मतलब स्थायी रूप से नहीं हुआ, अस्थायी हुआ है, लेकिन हो गया है। तो इस तरह की चीजें भी हैं। इसके लिए हमारा मतलब हम भी रिकॉर्ड रखना चाहते हैं, बताना चाहते हैं, मतलब अपना जो पुरस्कार है सबसे बड़ा वो यही है हमारे लिए। तो हम इसकी रिपोर्टिंग भी फॉलो अप करते हैं, जहाँ पर हमारे थ्रू अगर काम हुआ है, हम वहाँ पे गए हैं और किया गया है काम, तो हम उसकी रिपोर्टिंग दोबारा से करते हैं और अपने रिकॉर्ड में भी रखते हैं इसको।
क्या बात है। ये सवाल हमने इसलिए भी पूछा कि ये प्रोसेस अब बंद हो गया है। वो हुआ क्या है कि इन्फ्लुएंसर, आपने बहुत सही जगह पे हाथ रख दिया कि इन्फ्लुएंसर बनते बनते वो जर्नलिस्ट अपने आप को प्रोफेशन से ऊपर समझने लगा है, और उसका ईगो इतना बड़ा हो गया है कि ट्विटर पे उसे इतने लाइक्स मिल रहे हैं, उसको इतना रीट्वीट मिल रहा है कि वहां तो वो बहुत जर्नलिस्ट की तरह एक्टिव नजर आता है, लेकिन दरअसल काम नजर नहीं आता है उसका। जहां बैठ के आप 1000 शब्दों में स्टोरी लिख रहे हैं, और आप भी चूंकि आप पढ़ रहे हैं, आप लोग 4 साल की पढ़ाई पढ़ रहे हैं, तो कम से कम कोई भी स्टोरी उठाएं किसी की भी, तो थोड़ा रूथलेसली उसको देखा कीजिए। ये अपने सीखने के लिए, आप जर्नलिस्ट बने ना बने, जीवन में कुछ और आप करें वो अलग बात है, पर आप देखिए कि उसमें लेगवर्क कितना है, मेहनत कितनी है, उसमें कितनी शोशेबाजी की गई है उस स्टोरी को चमकाने दिखाने के लिए, और रियल कितना है। और ये एक्सरसाइज करेंगे तो आपको थोड़ा और ज्यादा आपको पता चलेगा। और प्लीज अपने आप को इन्फ्लुएंसर बनने से बचा के थोड़ा रखिए, जब तक आप बचा के रख सकते हैं। तो ऐसी बात नहीं है कि आप लड़ सकते हैं। आप इनके जवाब से आप देखिए कि आप एक पर्पस तो है हमारे होने का कि कुछ तो काम होता है, कुछ तो दिखाने से कहीं कुछ असर हो जाता है, किसी का भला हो जाता है। मेरे पास इसका अब रिकॉर्ड बहुत कम होता जा रहा है, तो असर ही नहीं होता। मैं बड़ा परेशान हो गया हूँ कि
नहीं, कई बार ऐसे नहीं होता कि हर चीज में हो रहा है, पर जहां पर हो रहा है उसको हम जरूर
बिल्कुल,
करते हैं।
हाँ, और उसको काउंट करना चाहिए। और ये बहुत बड़ा इनाम भी है एक तरह से कि अभी कुछ दिन पहले सुबह सुबह मैं आमतौर पे कुछ खरीदने गया था, तो कोई एक लड़का आया बैग लेके जा रहा था, बोला बहुत जल्दी में है लेकिन आपसे मिलने का मन कर रहा था। मैंने कहा इतनी जल्दी में है तो आप चले ही जाइए जहाँ दौड़ते दौड़ते जा रहे थे। फिर कभी और ऐसे मिल गए तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, वो नौकरी सीरीज की वजह से मुझे नौकरी मिल गई थी, फिर कभी मौका नहीं मिला तो मैं क्या करूं, लेकिन मैं रुक गया तो मैं लेट हो जाऊंगा। तो ये अच्छा लगता है कि सबके हिस्से में, लेकिन अब संस्थाएं अब बहुत ज्यादा वो एक तरह से हमलावर होती जा रही हैं। आपको लगता है कि इस प्रोफेशन को छोड़ दिया जाए?
मुझे पता नहीं, मुझे लगता है हम कई लोग बहुत सनकी हैं, हमारे पास मतलब सनक की वजह से हम लोग करे जा रहे हैं और मुझे कुछ और करना।
क्या आपके आसपास ऐसे लोगों की संख्या बढ़ गई है जो सलाह देते हो कि छोड़ दो?
हाँ,
बढ़
बढ़ गई है। तो वो ये मैं शब्द उन्हीं के दोहरा रही हूँ कि सनकी हो कि करे जा रहे हो, तो कोई बात
तो ये कम से कम ये इस तरह का सनकी होना, एक सिटीजन होना है। और बने रहिए, टिके रहिए। ये दौर जो आया है वो जाएगा, और ऐसे ही समाज टकराता है तो वो ठीक भी होता है। इसी देश में दयानंद सरस्वती जब गए बनारस, आनंद बाग में शास्त्रार्थ करने, पंडितों को उन्होंने कहा ये मूर्ति पूजा कहीं वेदों में नहीं है, मूर्ति पूजा के हम खिलाफ हैं। तो पंडित पहुंच गए, उन्होंने कहा कि शास्त्र सम्मत है, और पूरी बहस हो गई। बकायदा कई दिन लग गए कि ठीक है आप अपने प्रमाण में जो लेकर आएंगे और आप अपने प्रमाण में लेकर आएंगे, वो लिखी हुई पुस्तकें होंगी, और बहस हुई। लेकिन फिर बाद में उसमें बेईमानी कर ली गई। ये मैं राधा वल्लभ त्रिपाठी का एक वीडियो देख रहा था, तो वो प्रसंग बता रहे थे। तो इसी देश में कोई इस तरह से है कि इस ऑर्डर को चैलेंज कर सकता है, तो चैलेंजर बनना बहुत जरूरी है। बनते रहिए और इन चीजों को देखिए, हमारे खतरों को, परेशानियों को जरूर समझिए, लेकिन अपने भीतर बहुत ज्यादा डर मत बिठाइए। थक जाएं तो कोई और बात है, थोड़ा सुस्ता लीजिए, लेकिन पॉजिटिव रहिए। देखिए मीरा जी की तरह और नेहा की तरह, मेरी तरह नहीं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। एक और उदाहरण मैं देना चाहता हूँ इसी दिल्ली का। इस दिल्ली में 18वीं सदी में एक बहुत अच्छी किताब आई है अभिषेक काइकर की। बहुत पैसा था इस दिल्ली में, इतना पैसा था, इतने लोग अमीर थे कि कॉमेडियंस का राज था। लोग अपने प्राइवेट पार्टी में कॉमेडियंस को बुलाते थे और कॉमेडियंस बहुत पैसा कमाते थे इस दिल्ली में। तो एक बड़ा बदमाश सा कॉमेडियन था, वो बार बार औरंगजेब के सेनापति पे वो तंज कर देता था, और वो गया दरबार में कहने के लिए कि इसका सर कलम कीजिए। तो औरंगजेब कहता है कि इस दिल्ली में इतने कॉमेडियन है, तुम किस किस का सर कलम करवाओगे? इसको मारोगे 10 और पैदा हो जाएंगे, छोड़ दो। तो हम वहां से आ गए हैं, लेकिन अब आपको अगर आप कुछ बोलते हैं तो आप जेल हो जाते हैं। मुनव्वर फारूकी का कि रोजगार बंद कर दिया जाता है। तो ये सारी चीजें जो अभी आपको लगता होगा ठीक है, एक समय इसी देश में आप सर झुकाकर चलेंगे। वक्त तो आएगा, नजर नहीं बचा पाएंगे कि आपने उसका विरोध नहीं किया, क्योंकि हिसाब हर दौर का होता है। इस दौर में नहीं तो अगले दौर में हो जाता है। थैंक यू।
क्वेश्चन आंसर्स
जिस समय का आप सभी को बेसब्री से इंतजार था, अब वो समय आ चुका है। तो जो कोई भी मीडिया के इन धुरंधरों से बातचीत करना चाहता है, अपने सवाल पूछना चाहता है, वो एक एक करके अपने सवाल पूछ सकते हैं। सुप्रिया, आप सवाल पूछ लो। Supriya, please wait.
जैसे कि आपने बताया कि एक स्त्री होने की वजह से आपको इतनी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ता है समाज में, तो इस सब के बीच में आप अपने परिवार वालों को मतलब उनकी मेंटल हेल्थ का कैसे ध्यान रखते हैं? आप उनको कैसे समझाते हैं कि जो मैं कर रही हूँ मैं करना चाहती हूँ, और उनकी
ये
मतलब
सब बहुत अच्छा से नहीं हो गया, इसमें बहुत मेहनत लगी है। सबसे पहली लड़ाई हमारी घर से ही शुरू होती है, तो हमारी लड़ाई घर से ही शुरू हुई है। सबकी, जितने भी हमारे टीम में लोग हैं, हमने अपने घर से लड़ी है, और फिर जो हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं हमारी सहेली, उनके घरों में भी हमने लड़ाई लड़ी है और समाज से लड़ी है।
तो क्या ये लड़ाई बरकरार रहती है घर वालों से?
हाँ, बिल्कुल। सब कुछ बदल नहीं गया, इतना आसानी से नहीं बदलने वाला कि क्योंकि महिलाओं को जिस तरह से देखा जाता है एक ही ढांचे में, चाहे वो हर स्तर पर, चाहे वो शिक्षा पर हो, चाहे वो खान पान को लेकर के हो, चाहे जॉब को लेकर हो, चाहे जैसे भी हो, बात करने को लेकर के हो, कि आप किसी से ऊंची आवाज में, किसी से आप ऐसे पुरुषों से और गैर पुरुषों से कैसे बात कर सकते हैं। तो ये सब लड़ाई घर से ही शुरू होती है और बहुत मैनेज हो आया है, पर ऐसा नहीं कि सब कुछ ठीक हो गया है। शायद वो आगे भी रहेगा, जब तक जॉब करेंगे तब भी रहेगा।
मेरा नाम अमित सिंह। रवि जी, मैं आपसे मुखातिब होना चाहता हूँ। आप इतने विभाग पत्रकार हैं और थोड़ा सा विभाग की मेरी भी क्वेश्चन होगा एक। हम सबका जैसे एक मकसद होता है कि सामाजिक परिवर्तन, और जर्नलिज्म से आपको क्या, आई मीन हाउ सेटिस्फाइड यू आर with the journalism experience and enriched experience you have had in the profession, and क्या कभी लगता है या अभी लग रहा है कि इस विधा को परिवर्तन करके कुछ डायरेक्ट कोई दूसरी विधा में आए और maybe become a leader and join a political party? Which political party?
वालों से पूछिए जो लीडर बनाते हैं। उनको तो कम से कम प्लेन मुझे भी देना पड़ेगा ना। ये सवाल आप उनसे पूछिए, क्योंकि अब नेता बनने की जो गुंजाइश है वो यहाँ नहीं है, वो कहीं और से तय हो रहा है। तो अब आप उनसे पूछिए।
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन, माय नेम इज आशिता।
लेकिन हाँ, एक सेकंड, आपका जो सवाल है ये बहुत ही लेयर्ड सवाल है, अलग अलग तरीके से जरूर अपने अंदर की बहुत सारी बेचैनियां हैं, वो है अधूरापन भी है बहुत सारा, कि जैसे आप बहुत सारे इलाकों में नहीं जा पाए, बहुत सारे समाजों के बीच नहीं जा सके, बहुत सारे राज्यों में नहीं जा सके, बहुत सारे ऐसी स्टोरी कवर नहीं कर सके, कुछ नहीं जाने के कारण, कुछ नहीं जाने दिए जाने के कारण, और कुछ आपकी भी क्षमता नहीं होती। तो बहुत सारी स्टोरी करने की क्षमता भी नहीं होती है, तो कई बार उसमें भी लगता है कि ये इसको हम ठीक से समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं, जुटा नहीं पा रहे हैं, जिसमें कभी गणित आ जाता है तो बहुत भयभीत हो जाता हूँ कि उसको अब कैसे हैंडल करेंगे। तो ऐसे बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं, चीजें हैं, क्योंकि हम टीवी में हैं तो हमें तुरंत एक खास समय के भीतर ही अपने आप को एक रिएक्ट करना पड़ता है, तो उस वजह से भी बहुत सारी चीजों को छोड़ना पड़ता है। वो भी एक कारण होता है कि आज 4 बजे तक 5 बजे तक कर ही नहीं सकते हैं तो नहीं करेंगे, इसलिए तो ये संभव नहीं है कि आप 300 पेज की किताब, जान रहा हूँ कि उसमें सारी बातें हैं और उससे किया जा सकता है, लेकिन वो कब आप पढ़ेंगे, कब आप उसको टीवी के लिए तैयार करें, तो उसको कई बार आप डेफर करते हैं, कई बार आप कर ही नहीं पाते। बहुत तरह के फ्रस्ट्रेशंस हैं इसके, बहुत तरह के सेटिस्फेक्शन भी हैं इसके, अलग अलग दिन का अलग अलग हिसाब से मूड होता है।
तो मतलब विधा में बने रहने का ही है या
नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं है, मुझे पता नहीं। लोगों को अलग अलग चीजें करते रहनी चाहिए जिंदगी में, ऐसी बात नहीं है कि अगर आपको मन करे तो कुछ और करें, वहां से मन करे तो कुछ और करें, नहीं मन करे तो ये भी करेंगे। तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि मतलब किसी को ढोते रहना है, तो ऐसा भी नहीं है।
कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन करना हो,
मुझे ऐसा लगता नहीं है, वो तो फिर आप वो जो 2 उद्योगपति हैं उनसे पूछ के आइए। ये मैंने बता दिया कि चीजें कहाँ गिरवी रख दी गई है ना। तो आप शादी के डांस फ्लोर पे डांस कर सकते हैं, उधर आपका सर ऊंचा रहेगा। तो जो सच्चाई है वो सिर्फ मेरे लिए थोड़ी है, जो बंदिश है वो सिर्फ मेरे लिए नहीं है, वो आपके लिए भी। तो आप भी नहीं बन सकते बिना उनकी कृपा के। हाँ जी मैम।
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashita, first year BJMC student. My question is to Ravi sir. Sir, yesterday on Prime Time, you introduced Sehelenge Thoda, which basically focused on common people's perspective. So my question is how that is affecting the new India.
देखिए, मुझे अपने अनुभव से ऐसा लगता है कि जो लोग हैं अब एक अलग तरीके से उनकी वायरिंग हो रही है। वो सिर्फ इंफॉर्मेशन की दुनिया के लोगों से नहीं हो रही है, उसमें इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं, उसमें व्हाट्सएप हैं, और अंत में जाकर आप कुछ भी सूचना दिखाइए, कितने भी प्रमाणों के साथ अपनी सूचना दिखाइए, लेकिन वो एक खास तरह के लोग नीचे से बनाए जा रहे हैं पीछे से। पहले तो वो बोला करते थे, अब बोलते भी नहीं कि वो ऐसा सोचते हैं, तो वो ऐसा फील होता है कि वो जाकर गेंद जो है वो दीवार से टकरा कर आ रही है। तो ये लगना चाहिए हम क्रिएटिव लोग हैं और मेरा माध्यम वैसा है, तो मैं उसके जरिए भी एक सटायर के तरीके से डील कर रहा था कि ठीक है, मतलब बिजली 10 दिन से नहीं है तो उसमें घबराने की बात नहीं। जब ये देश नोटबंदी झेल सकता है, मैंने इससे उससे ज्यादा, जब लोग कहते हैं बहुत जागरूक समाज है, बहुत प्रखर समाज है, तो मैं कहता हूँ पर इसने तो नोटबंदी झेल लिया है ना। तो मैं उस लेवल की बात कर रहा हूँ कि कोई अगर चाहे तो इतनी बड़ी आबादी को बेवकूफ बना सकता है, लाइन में लगा के लोगों को लगा कि वो किसी पर्पस के लिए, तो पर्पस के नाम पे लोगों को लाइन में लगाया जा सकता है। तो वो मैं बता रहा था कि जब आपने वो झेल लिया तो ये 20 घंटे 20 दिन बिजली नहीं है, ये क्यों नहीं झेल रहे हैं? आप झेल रहे हैं। तो ये कमेंट था कि आप बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम ये समझ के नहीं आ रही है कि लोग बहुत बेचारे महंगाई से परेशान हैं, हम जनवरी के बाद आएंगे, तो मैं कह रहा था कि आप अभी आ जाइए। जब वो महंगाई झेल सकते हैं, बेरोजगारी झेल सकते हैं, तो बिजली भी नहीं है, ये भी झेल लेंगे। तो ये कमेंट था लोगों को दिखाने का, अलग अलग तरीके का रोज रोज का एक एक्सपीरियंस है, क्योंकि एक पर्सनल रिलेशन बनता है दर्शक के साथ, तो आप उससे कुछ छूट लेते हैं और उसके साथ रोज एक अलग अलग तरीके से आप कम्युनिकेट करते हैं। फिर आप अपने रिलेटिव वाले व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में मेरे बारे में डालिएगा, आपको पता चल जाएगा।
तो घड़ी की सुई को देखते हुए हमें सवाल जवाब का ये सिलसिला यहीं पे रोकना पड़ेगा। आप सभी का आभार। May I call upon stage Sajal Mukherjee, Director of APJ Institute of Mass Communication, to present a small token of appreciation to our esteemed guest.
Come on, guys. Clapping.
तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट इतनी कमजोर क्यों है? तो अच्छे से बजाइए। लंच तो सब बहुत ज्यादा कर रहे थे, तालियां क्यों नहीं बज रही है भाई?
Invite them for tea. There is a, there'll be 10 minutes break for tea. All of you also please join us for a cup of tea. And then there would be a last session of Mr. Kanchan Gupta.
We'll be
Thank
back
you so
at
much. And thanks,
within 10
Ravish.
minutes. Thank you.
ये इज्जत बख्शने के लिए नेहा, you too. Yeah, thank you so much. मीरा देवी, आपका तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप वहां से आई हमारे बीच। प्लीज चाय पीने आ जाइए। Thank you. Just 10 more minutes and then we are. हाँ सर, पर कमाल कर दिया आपने,
आप दोनों का होना एक हाँ हाँ हो जाएगी ठीक है हम भी खींचे मैं लगाऊंगा रुके 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 हमारा भी आ जाएगा बहुत बहुत Oh. Okay, guys, settle down. Now we are going to start our last.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, our next guest is a former journalist and political analyst. He was PMO representative on the National Security Advisory Board in the Vajpayee government and is currently serving as senior advisory to Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. He started his career in 1982 by joining the Telegraph. He later worked at the Statesman and the Pioneer. In 1995, he joined politics and assisted L.K. Advani and then Prime Minister Mr. Vajpayee in the parliamentary works. He worked on foreign affairs and security issues with National Security Advisor Brijesh Mishra. He pens weekly column for the famous Midday and the Pioneer. He's very much politically active and appears on different television debates. We really appreciate the time he has taken out to share his thoughts with us on the disinformation campaign against democratically elected governments. Please welcome Mr. Kanchan Gupta with a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon. I was sort of surprised when my old friend and colleague, Seema Guha, called me to say that I must come and speak to you people over here. I'm not much of a speaker. In fact, I'm not much of a public person. But I thank APJ Satya University School of Journalism and Mass Communications for inviting me to the Media Fest. The Vice Chancellor is here. Thank you, sir. Your Dean, Mr. Sanjay Ahirwal, and of course, dear old Seema. I was told to talk about journalism and social media. I said, all that is history. In fact, journalism as we knew it when we were starting off in 1982 is history. Seema and I did not go to any journalism school, but that's the way it was then. Now, of course, things have changed and there's a lot of technicalities involved in running a media house. And therefore, a structured course is possibly a good idea. When I say journalism as we knew it is history, print is over. It is smokestack industry. Audiovisual, that's television, its boom is also over. It's now on the decline. You can have multiple channels coming up, mushrooming of channels, but that does not show, or that does not indicate the health of the industry. A whole lot of other factors come into play. Because media owners now are not just media owners, they are also owners of industry, they are owners of factories, they are real estate agents. And media becomes a good investment opportunity for them for a variety of reasons. The reason I'm saying this is that by the time you people enter the profession, media will be a totally different landscape. It will be technology dominated. It will be much more dispersed. And the idea of structured media will gradually sort of decline, if not disappear. I will give you just one example. As of today, even as we are meeting over here, more people are watching YouTube than they are watching all the television channels put together. There was some sort of an analysis after the recent assembly elections where we wanted to find out what kind of viewership happened for advertising. And that's when we found out that individual content creators on UP elections or Uttarakhand elections or Goa elections or Punjab elections, so they had greater traction than all the television channels put together. So at prime time, more people were hooked on to YouTube than they were watching television. So that is the kind of dispersal which will take place. It's a low investment opportunity for everybody entering the profession. If you have the intelligence, if you have the ability to go out and do hard work, you could start your own channel and make money out of it. And there's a lot of money happening. So coming back to what I mentioned, that media landscape will be heavily technology dominated. Now, when we were starting off, the high point of technology in our time was a portable typewriter. So if you had a portable typewriter, you were actually a technologically savvy and technologically equipped journalist. I remember Pritish Nandi ran a cover in Illustrated Weekly on powerful journalists of that time. And the cover was headlined, "Typewriter Guerrillas." So how many of you have actually seen a typewriter? That many? Not bad. Now, from typewriters, we moved on to word processors. And there was something called a 286 which came in, then it became 386, then it became a 486. And anybody in the office who had a 486, he was immediately labeled as management's favorite because that was the highest grade. It was like having an air conditioner in your room. And from there, technology has sort of been jumping. So what was a gradual encroachment into media space, it has now become an all dominating presence in media space. So it's not only how you run your systems, it's not only about data processing, it's not only about creating pages if you are in the print business, or creating content if you are in the audiovisual business, but it's beyond that. And technology, which was supposed to be an enabler and a facilitator, has now become almost the unseen, unfelt owner of the media space. And as technology grows, now we have got big tech like Google, Facebook, Twitter. These are all tech companies which are not into tech application per se. They are not creating technology to send rockets into space or to cure people of disease, but they are creating platforms which were supposed to be intermediaries, but now they have become content platforms by themselves. So much so that in Australia, they had to impose a tax on Google to protect the traditional content industry. And you have similar taxes being imposed in Europe, in other countries too. So this transition from being a platform to becoming, from being an intermediary to becoming a platform, has further squeezed traditional media out of the media landscape. There's no way you can compete with them. But what it has also done is that it has changed the way media works, the way media is created, and the way media sort of sells its product. I will give you just one example. I'm sure you have heard about clickbait journalism. So you can do the best story, but your editor will tell you that unless it gets a certain amount of clicks on social media, the story hasn't worked. It hasn't flown. And what do? Then you put in headlines which do not reflect the story, or you create a story which does not reflect the facts, or it's a combination of both. So you are not really creating a story that sells on the strength of being a good story or good content, intelligent content, smart content, but you are now creating a product that gets clicks on social media. That, to my mind, really dumbs down the human factor, the human intelligence factor. Now, supplementing this is the increasing use of AI and ML, which decides what people want to read. I could stop if you're not interested. Yes. Okay. So it's AI and ML which now decides increasingly what people want to see, people want to read, people want to view. And that decision is based on two factors: the processing of data, which big tech has access to, and along with that, the algorithm which drives big tech. So the algorithm becomes a substitute for the news desk, for the sub-editor, for the editor. And at some point, artificial intelligence takes over, and it becomes a substitute for the writer, the reporter, the journalist. So what we are looking at is a very densely gray zone. 10 years from today, 20 years from today, what kind of media will exist and what kind of media will be driven by big technology is yet to be figured out. The side effect of this is the kind of censorship that has come in. So now you don't need governments to impose censorship. You have the rules and the regulations crafted and imposed by big tech companies, which decide what can be told and what cannot be told. So this whole concept of cancel culture, we don't like you, we don't like what you tweet or what you put on Facebook or what you put on Instagram, what you put on YouTube, we are going to cancel you. Now, it's not because what you have put out is in conflict with the laws of your country. You get cancelled because it is in conflict with the rules of big technology. Now, that raises yet another fundamental question. Till now, media operated on the assumption that you work within the framework of laws and rules that are framed by the government of India. I'm just talking of India. And those laws and rules are sovereign. So when you argue the case for free speech, it is clearly defined in the Constitution what is free speech. In our country, it is restricted speech. We don't have absolute free speech. But when big tech decides what is free speech, they don't go by what the Constitution of India says or the Constitution of Bangladesh or whatever, but what their rule book says. So that brings into conflict the rules of big tech and the laws, sovereign laws of the country where they are operating. Now, this is playing out in a very big way in determining the growth of media, including digital media. And that is why the government of India has had to bring in Section 2 of what is called the IT rules. Now, Section 2 determines the space for information in the digital sphere and the terms of engagement, the rules of engagement, so that it is we who are deciding how it should play out instead of big tech platforms determining how it should play out. The last point I thought I would make is about the changing nature of information. Traditional information, sense of information is what is put out by media or what is put out by authority or data that is accessible. But now information is guided by the bias and politics of technology. So technology was supposed to be value neutral. The internet was supposed to be neutral, and that's why we had the concept of net neutrality. And platforms were supposed to be ideology neutral. But all that has proved to be unfounded. Net neutrality does not exist anymore. The internet is no longer neutral. The concept of value neutral platforms is not happening. Every platform has a certain degree of bias or a certain element of bias, and the nature of that bias varies from platform to platform. And in the process, the flow of information or the dispersal of information also gets skewed. Example, and skewed with a purpose. So while AI and ML could be deployed to bring about the desired bias, it is individual big tech platforms who then put into place rules or decisions that actually amount to intervention and interference. Intervention in terms of political intervention or cultural intervention or social intervention, and interference in terms of election influencing, vote influencing. I'll just give one example of this. When the last US presidential election happened, so everybody was determined that Trump has to lose. Now, but instead of letting voters take the call and defeat him or vote against him or whatever, big tech came into play, and it wasn't media that was taking the call anymore, but it was big tech which was deciding how people should vote, what people should know before they vote, or what they should not know before they vote. And that is how the Hunter Biden story got killed. And New York Post, which broke the story, was deplatformed. And automatically, in a time when we have such tremendous scope for information dissemination through social media, by deplatforming New York Post, you killed the story and you ensured that people did not know about Hunter Biden's corruption before they voted. In a sense, or in a manner of speaking, what they did was they influenced the political choice of voters in America by keeping from them or trying to, either by keeping from them details of the story or by denouncing the story through subterfuge and other means. Now today, 2 years down the line, the Hunter Biden story is blowing up all over the place. And Jack, who was then the decision maker, he says, oh, it was a mistake to have taken that call. But it's too late to say that. A second example is when social media tried to influence elections in Nigeria. And the Nigerian government banned social media platforms, including Twitter. Now, if you look at the reason I'm giving these two examples, so in America, you had the champions of democracy influencing elections through deceit and allowing big tech to get away with it. And in Nigeria, which is still a democracy in making, they took a firm decision to stop election interference and election influencing. So these are some of the problems that are only going to get further accentuated. There will be conflict because big tech is even otherwise more powerful than we think they are. They are now almost independent republics by themselves. The way they have the whole action against Russia, for instance, over Ukraine, the argument is that because Russia violated a rules-based order. But those who are making this argument, namely America or Europe, they are unable to explain under which rules did big technology decide to take punitive action against Russia by suspending their digital services, financial services. SWIFT was stopped. You can't just decide to stop SWIFT because tomorrow they could do the same thing against you, against any other country, or to suspend Facebook and Twitter, etc., etc. Under which rule, under which law? So these are the questions that you will need to grapple with. You will need to track, because by the time you graduate and enter the profession, unless you are branching off into something else, you will be confronting them head on. And a point will come when this will become an existential crisis for media as we know it. Thank you. So if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Yes, sir.
Hello. As a former journalist and now a senior advisor to the Ministry of Broadcast and Information, what are you doing to make information more accessible to reporters? Are you making it more transparent or what?
The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting is one of the biggest ministries in the government. And it was saddled with 1,001 things. So two things have happened. One, there is a refashioning of the ministry's systems. So now various departments are being clubbed and put out, like films. It's NFDC which takes care of everything, including film festival, because there's really no reason why the INB ministry should be organizing a film festival or film awards. Second, we inherited, by we I mean the government inherited all kinds of legacy issues, which go back to times before 1947. And a lot of that continued because it was convenient and nobody wanted to disturb the status quo. So when I had come in, Seema was telling me about PIB accreditation, something very fundamental. Journalists need an accreditation card which gives them access to all the ministries, to government facilities. By facilities, I mean offices, departments, etc., agencies. But nobody had looked at the rules of accreditation for ages. So one of the things we have done is we have cleaned up the process of accreditation. And for the first time, earlier accreditation was meant for press representatives. Now the representative could be the Khansama of the Malik. And it happened that way. Seema will bear me out. Even you will bear me out on that. So for the first time, we have said that accreditation is for working journalists. Because now the term working journalist is defined under the labor code. So you have to be a working journalist to get the accreditation. And there were further reforms in terms of who gets it, what are the criteria, etc. So that is one way of ensuring that people who actually do not misuse information, who do not indulge in disinformation, get access to information. The other is, there is something called the Press Information Bureau. So if you log in at the end of every day on pib.gov.in, every ministry's daily statement will be there, whether it is data that has been released or a report on work done. It is there for everybody to freely access. Plus, all public representatives, ministers, MPs, etc., MLAs, they are liable to answer questions provided you are not just sort of rushing them. And it happens. I don't think RTI is the best route, because if any government, if it decides they don't want to give the information, they will find some reason to not give the information. A much better way of doing it is to use open source data. And data, government data is now, I would think, barring sensitive data to do with troops deployment or arms acquisition in terms of value, etc., 80% of government data is now easily accessible. And if you find that, for example, Jal Jeevan Mission says that today 1,000 new connections were given for water, but not, and you have the energy, you have the determination, and you figure out not 1,000, but 100 connections were given. So you have a story. So you can't depend on government information. I mean, government is a source, but you have to figure out what are the other sources.
Can I ask another question?
Thank you. आप इधर आ जाएंगे.
May I request Vice Chancellor Sir to please come on the stage and present a token of our thanks to Mr. Kanchan Gupta.
Slightly in the center, sir. Sure. Slightly in the center. Thank you.
Get some more.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. I don't know. It did. It did. It was fantastic. Yes, absolutely. Summarize it. Yes. Where the media is going. Brilliant. Come.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this entire day has given us as students much food for thought. It will stay with us for a long time to come. There have been many takeaways for us, but like all good things, this day must also come to an end. And what a day it has been, illuminating, inspiring, encouraging, to say the least. Media Festival 2022 was made possible by collective efforts of SJMC, but one man has led us through it all. Please welcome Dean, School of Journalism and Mass Communication, Professor Sanjay Ayurwal, for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, this is time for vote of thanks because as VC sir has already reminded me, we have to be back at our places before 6:30 because there is another program we have to attend. And also we have to vacate the hall. But what an intellectually stimulating and a scintillating day for all of us. Hope you all enjoyed all the debates and discussions. Thank you so much, all of you, for being a part of it. Let me first thank you, sir, and all the panelists and the guests who were here. It was very kind of all of them to take time out in their busy schedule and be here. Thank you, Kanchan sir, and everybody else who were here and to share their views on New India. And even bigger thanks to our Chancellor, ma'am, Mrs. Sushma Paul Burlia, for allowing us to host this event. And I must say, she insists that we don't need any sponsors. University does this on its own. And it's fantastic because as many panelists were talking about it, that things, if money is coming from somewhere else, it puts a little bit of pressure. So everything in this is done on our own. A heartfelt gratitude to Pro-Chancellor Aditya Barlia ji, who sadly, unfortunately, could not be here because he's down with COVID. But his presence is always there. His inspiring leadership is always there with us, and we know that. Vice Chancellor, sir, thank you so much for always encouraging us to do better. Thank you so much. Garg sir, who had to leave. Ogra sir, Mithilesh ji, who sacrificed his car to make this, car caught fire, yes, to make this program a great success. Thank you so much. Right. You are our pillar of strength, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Aarti ji. Aarti ji is here, left. Aarti ji, Nidhi Kachru for the creatives. And Amit Kansal ji, thank you for providing us those shoulders we could always bank on. Thank you so much. Right. My fellow teachers, Seema Guha, thank you so much for getting Kanchan here. He was very reluctant. He says, I am not a man of words. But thank you, sir. Thank you. And thank you, Seema. Thank you, Sabhiya ma'am. Thank you so much for absolutely being the rock as far as, yes, that shows. Yeah. Pushpa Nair, thank you so much. This is probably the first time we have had a tiff, but yes, we pulled it off. And Besaki ma'am, thank you so much. We will be looking for your articles, and we need to send it to many of these organizations. Without you, let me tell you, my faculty members, I am zero. Absolutely. You are the rock. My department, my school, my university depends on you. And Chancellor ma'am has ensured that we get the best teacher, because you inspire, you encourage all the students who are sitting there. And they are very different from students who are coming out in the job market. 100% placement. Not many universities during COVID years, last 2 years, not many universities can boast of this. But it's all because of you guys. All because of you guys. Avijit sir, my rock. Avijit sir. Amitabha ji has left. Amitabha ji. Himanshu Nagpal ji is here. Himanshu Nagpal and my own Himanshu. Our Himanshu, Hadrao. So is he there? Himanshu, where is he? Himanshu. And Bhupesh ji, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Himanshu, there he is. Thank you, Himanshu, for doing this, for ensuring a glitch-free event at a short notice of probably 2 days. You had only 2 to 3 days to arrange for all this. A lot of people have talked about that these are very difficult times to do journalism. But and I am ending it with a cliche, but as the saying goes, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Remember this. It's very important. These are indeed tough times for journalism. They are. But this is also the best time for journalism. Remember this. Tough times are the best times for journalism. So thank you, my students. All of you really worked very, very hard. I thank you all. Kindly give yourself a big hand. You all have the resilience, the strength, and the dedication to do well. You are the best. Yes. You are my ambassadors. You are the ambassadors of APJ Satya University. Remember this. Go out as stars and shine. Go out as stars and shine. Love you all. Thank you. It's over. All the students and teachers, there would be a group photograph outside. Students and teachers, there would be a good group photograph outside.